so that you can stay updated to all of our broadcasts and future upcoming broadcasts as well. If you like, go ahead and introduce yourself while I switch to put some headsets on. I'll get off my stereo.
Yeah, good evening. This is Chris Smith, and with the KOTR open discussion. And our discussion last night was pretty amazing. So hopefully this one's even better. Anybody who wants to join in, you can join in, which you're probably already joined in if you're hearing this. So, yeah. Man, the topics we hit last night, I couldn't believe it. And we had a visitor hop in with us in chat, Ren, and she had some really, really interesting points. And so maybe this time we can introduce some new topics, maybe do some old topics from the last one. I have no notes. That'll be Drew's job. Maybe his mind is a little sharper in that respect. I'm just kind of here flying by the seat of my pants. So hope you enjoy.
Well, that's pretty much what I do, just fly from the seat of my pants. Okay, mine, just run the topics.
Pretty much.
I mean, I look at it today. Today's Superbowl Sunday. It's probably one of the biggest psychological warfare through ads that they can reach tens of millions of people. And I just don't feel like subjecting myself to it.
Oh, me either.
It's like my mom said, she doesn't care about the game. She just wants to watch it for the ads.
Wow.
And which is, I think, a lot of people are like that. They don't watch the Super Bowl to watch the Super Bowl. They watch it for the ads or the halftime show.
Hey, they're hooked. I'll admit, some of them are entertaining. I've seen some. But I can't see why a person would... I don't know. I take some great pains to avoid advertisements anyway. It's rare that I allow a site to put ads in front of me. Occasionally I do, though. It's lets them make a buck or two, or a penny or three.
Right.
I don't mind that. Especially at some places, I get some really nice targeted ads. And the way I game Google and YouTube being a part of it, YouTube as well, I really just I don't get too many ads that I consider stupid. So that's touching
No, it
on
goes
the
back to that AI situation we was talking about last night.
yes, yeah, you brought that up, and that was interesting too. That you can game YouTube, Google, Facebook, anything. And I think that's the key. I think that's one of the keys is you don't fight it. Well, you can if you have to, but you don't fight it. You find how you can put it to your own use.
Exactly, and it can be done on any platform. You can do it for those people, for all those people that like to shop on Amazon. You can trick the hell out of Amazon, so you're getting the ads that are more suitable for you. That speaks to you, like for us, those of us in the occult community, for those mom and pop stores that sell their items on Amazon, because you can actually sell your stuff on Amazon. Most people don't know that because most people don't get into that aspect of things. But there's a lot of people in the occult communities that have small businesses that also sell their stuff on Amazon. It's just how you manipulate your searches, manipulate the energies, and eventually those things will start just popping up when you go onto those sites. So you can trick the ads. You can trick the system.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Amazon's another pretty amazing platform. I know they get a lot of heat. Well, all the platforms get heat.
Oh, yeah.
If it's big, it's going to have people bashing it. In some cases, for very good reason.
All right. I mean, a bunch of us in the occult community went after Amazon. We went after Amazon because those of us that are authors, we know we can actually write our material and sell it in an ebook form on Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, there was a sick pedophile that had wrote a book on just that, and Amazon was selling it. It was trending.
No way.
They had no problem with it until it got pointed out, and it started out from the various communities that I was involved with. Somebody pointed it to us, and we started, asking for it to be removed. Eventually, finally got removed, and actually ended up making the news. It took it making the news before they did anything about it, and they actually ended up locking up that dude.
Wow, that's pretty sad that it had to hit the news before they did anything about it.
Right. And the day we live in now, things like that, how hard is it to get it on the news?
No, really. Oh, the pedophile thing. Don't even get me started there. There's a...
Yeah, I don't even want to go there.
I'll discuss it. I mean, not metaphorically. I'll discuss it, but it kind of pisses me off. It pisses me off how much of it goes on, and enough evidence is out there. People know. It's another one of the reasons I avoid entertainment. It is so rampant in the industry that's what interested me the most about the Sony leaks that came out a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I know everybody focused on the PlayStation Network getting hacked. As far as I could tell, all of that was just to get at specifically the records of that. I'm surprised nothing's come out of that. I've only seen a few references to it here and there. Never in the media, never anywhere. I mean, here's emails from people setting things up and that sort of thing, and they're out there. And it's sad that they had to get leaked for that to happen. What will happen is they'll probably go after the people that leaked it and put them in prison and brush the whole thing under the carpet.
Right, that's usually the normal thing. They go after the whistleblower and not the actual people.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't realize. And for real, when it comes to that, especially when it starts dealing with, because a lot of it, especially when you're talking about the celebrities and stuff, entertainment, it's the rich. Because, in fact, when it's dealing with the sex trafficking, human trafficking, only the rich can afford that anyway.
Yeah.
But because they're celebrities or politicians, they don't get it don't go mainstream news like it's supposed to, because the news don't do their job like they're supposed to.
No, hopefully that turns around. It seems there's enough. The fake news thing, I'm not crazy about how that's come out, but it does look like a lot of people are paying attention and noticing that the things they thought were true just aren't. And hope maybe that'll wake people up and they'll start actually thinking for themselves and checking on it. Even if a person just checks on one or two things, that's all it takes. They don't have to get all intellectual and go and research every single thing. Just to occasionally go flip over a rock and see, is that really under there that this person said was there?
It's like, that's where I see how we're taught in occult communities and stuff, how we're taught to do things and see things, view things. We flip over that rock. We want to know.
Yeah.
We want to make sure what we're doing, we want all the facts. And a lot of times we're just drawn to it because we can already see the pattern that's there, the energy that's coming out of it. So we know where to go. And as more, like I keep saying, the more we get open and more understanding and knowledge as we grow, we start seeing things for what they are. Like that video you shared, thank you. I enjoyed that immensely. With that NASA scientist?
Oh, cool. You watched that. Awesome.
Oh, yeah, I enjoyed that. I was hooked as soon as he made the connections between World of Warcraft, VR, how it's just changing your states of mind, entering a different state of reality or changing. He brings the correlation to what we kind of been hitting on last few nights about how the information on the internet, our iPhones, iPads, how they're can become another tool. And I can prove, it came to my mind today, I can prove this theory. Anybody's got an iPhone or any type of cell phone, they can put an app on. There's a paranormal app that you can get. You want to see how how your energy can affect EVP, or not EVP, wrong word. Well, you can affect EVP too. But what's the other term that allows you to detect the not EMP, EMF?
What are your?
You can manipulate that EMF by channeling your own energies to your phone. You can watch it as you feel it growing. You'll see it start spiking when it wasn't actually spiking before.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering what the EVP or EVS was that you're referring to. The acronym. I'm not familiar with that one, or maybe I am and don't. I'm not pulling it up.
Why do I keep forgetting that? EVP is electronic voice frequency. EMF. And that's the thing. EMF is, I can't remember the technical name. It's slipping my mind right now.
EMF. Yeah, EMF I know. It's electromagnetic.
Frequency.
Yeah.
Which has an effect on us. If there's a high amount of it, it can cause hallucinations, cause you to see things, change your moods and emotions. Mm-hmm. It can cause manifestations.
Yeah, especially ELF, extremely low frequency.
Yeah, which nobody really talks about either.
No. And there's fairly regular transmissions of ELF. Some people seem to have put up some receivers, and they can receive them. And I'll have to dig up that site sometime where I found it. There's more than one. They don't claim what they're actually doing, but they can tell you what frequency, and that there's data being transmitted over it. It's obviously encrypted or something, and so it could be submarine transmissions. It's about the only thing that'll reach through the oceans.
Ah.
Which, by the way, did you know that HARP does not use ELF?
That I didn't know.
Yeah, HARP is very high frequencies. They use an antenna array. ELF.
Tell us about that. Ask that.
Yeah, ELF requires tremendous, like hundreds of miles of antenna, And the closest one I know of is sitting right on top of the Canadian bedrock, up just across the border in Canada. That's all public. There's nothing secret about that stuff. The conspiracy theorists,
So would that be
they kind of get it way off. They go pretty crazy with it.
the NASA big, basically that's what they are, big satellites that are here on Earth, that mission, can they also pick up ELF?
I would imagine. And they're a receiver. You can be a transceiver easily. But yeah, they can. And you can make your own ELF transmitters and receivers. You're going to have problems with antennas. Try getting up a 200-300 mile long antenna.
Yeah.
Well, you can use a shorter one. You can pick up the powerful transmissions. But they're interesting. You get down below at something like 12 or 14 hertz. And you start, it's like brain entrainment. You start directly affecting people's emotions, but it's almost impossible to direct them to a specific area. Basically, you're flooding the whole planet at once, including yourself, unless you're in a Faraday cage.
Makes sense.
But things like the LA riots, there was a big one that was a big transmission. It's something at 6 point something hertz or wherever it is that anger is considered to be triggered at. That was rather interesting.
Yeah, that is, and it is an interesting fact. I think it's an area where us occultists, we understand it through numerology, but we don't understand it beyond that aspect. We understand we use numerology to get the frequency of the vibration of a word or letter that will cause and that can cause transmutation to happen. As a lot of theorists in the occult community applied it to how King Solomon used to create the temples. With his ring is sort of like when you break down the word, I can't remember the actual word, this actually got brought up in something else back when they were, the pencil little game that everybody was playing. I can't remember what it was called.
What is it?
Remember? There was a pencil game that everybody was doing.
You break each other's pencils?
A bunch of young kids. No. They were actually, they draw a circle on a piece of paper, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd hold a set of pencils, and I would hold a set of pencils. Well, you know how magnetism and stuff works, right?
Right.
Well, in a sense, the pencils would move on their own, or they'd put them all, set it up, not hold them, set it up so they could have them just balanced. Well, basically what they were doing, I can't remember the name of it, but they were summoning an Asmodeus. They were opening a gateway, and they didn't realize what they were doing.
Oh, that sounds vaguely familiar.
I can't remember what it was called. I had done an article on it, but it was on my website that's down. And I don't remember the exact words to use to actually find it on YouTube, because there was all kinds of YouTubes. It was one of the trending things on YouTube, because all these kids are posting these videos of them playing this little game and getting all these responses. Oh, man, some of the things that happened when they were doing this was just, oh boy, the doors they were opening and didn't know, because they didn't know no better. To them, it was just a game. They didn't realize they were actually playing within the spiritual paradigms and opening gates and summoning things. And we all know how that works. Once the gate's open, if you don't know any better, you don't close it. It's wide open, and anything can come through.
You got that right. Be careful with that stuff.
And that was a big thing. Even the Catholic Church started talking about it. It's like, because they started, they're starting, man, the rise of possessions going up. They need more exorcists. And a few of the other Christian churches actually believe in that, because there are some Christian churches that actually believe in possession and exorcism.
Yeah.
We do to a certain extent.
I've gotten into some pretty good conversations about it, even with Christians, and they say, yeah, you gotta be careful. They have different terms they use, but essentially, yes, you can open yourself up to things like Ouija boards. I
Oh, yeah.
would never use the one that you can buy in the store if I would ever use one at all.
No.
Those things, that's like playing with dynamite as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it is funny how Melton Bradley just decided to call it a game and just mass produced it. I've never understood why. As much instinct, as much as, especially how in that time and era, it wasn't really, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing right now without heavy repercussions. Or with people coming in here and just blowing up our chat, calling us anything, every name in the book for doing what we're doing.
Right.
Like I said, times have changed, and now it's time to use that to our advantage instead of hiding in fear and not coming out and educating people. Because people will come and they will listen to a little bit. Maybe that little bit they catch will change their idea on things. Okay, these people aren't about what we've been taught. It goes back, it helps them maybe break free from the cycle that they're in. But yeah, Ouija boards, yeah. I mean, I've played with them, but I also know how to close them. I've seen some crazy things happen from them. Especially the ones that are homemade.
Yeah. I've never messed with one, but I've had to clean up messes that I've had to do some pretty intense work before with people, including my own daughter. She was with some people that were playing with one in a barn with somebody that lived there before, or the guy that the son of the guy that owned it. Somehow I heard that some people had killed some animals and just done really, really like Hollywood Satanism type of stuff.
Right. And that's the thing. That's exactly what most Satanism is. It's that people know it as is Hollywood Satanism. That's not what they're about. And believe me, I know a few. I've known a few I've known some very powerful ones. I mean, my friend Eric Shepard. I mean, he's had the 3 different factions of the satanic communities want him as their high leader. I mean, to the point of, I don't know, some of you may be familiar with the name, some may not. You'll all be familiar with the name I give you afterwards. Carla LaVey, the daughter of Anton LaVey. Had personally wrote him, and he just got a letter out of nowhere. She wanted him to come to the Church of Set and become the high priest of the Church of Set. Because he's in that community, he's revered. I would have never guessed it. I knew what he was and what he could do and some things, but I never knew that. And what blew my mind back is she had mentioned my name, and I never, at that point in time, didn't really have no connections with that area. And it was like, how the hell does she know my name? Because I was living next to him. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know how she found me. Well, I know how that happened. I'm like, well, dude, you're a member of, your name's on every ledger in that community.
What did they do? Hijack like your name or something? My name's on a few ledgers. Huh? What did they do? Hijack your name or something?
I don't know. She just somehow mentioned my name and basically had said, that I'd be welcome to join in. I'm like, yeah. Chef's like, oh, that's never going to happen. He goes, that's not your cup of tea at all. He goes, you respect us, but other than that, your belief states are completely different. I mean, it's like, well, I've known a few. And it's like I said, it's like you said, it's just Hollywood has done it to all of us, though. They've had put us under the spotlight and just given us all a bad name, and people believe what they see on TV. That's why I'm doing this broadcast tonight instead of watching the Idiot Box. Because I love football. But the fact is fact. I'm not going to sit here through all those ads. I've got the TV on. I got it muted, but I'm not really watching it because I'm staring at this screen. But brings me up to another subject, though. The same subject, though. Well, let's look at our computer screens. as a Ouija board. Something for you guys to think about.
That's
Because I've sat
interesting.
here over the last few days, giving you an example, actually gave you an experiment to try on your own by using your cell phone and downloading an app. There's all kinds of ghost hunting tools, apps that have the EMF readers and the EVP. You guys
I know
can
what
see how
you're
you
talking
can
about now.
manipulate that. Uh-huh.
The magnetic sensor.
Yep.
Is that? Yeah, I've used the one on mine. I put a theory to the test, and yeah, it was. I even killed the power to my house just so it wouldn't pick up any motors, like the furnace motor where I was testing was near the furnace. Yeah, that'd be an interesting topic to discuss at some point too. But yeah, I hadn't thought about looking at it as similar to a Ouija board.
Right. I mean, in a sense, because I mean, Ouija board is just another name for a spirit board. Spirit board goes back through many centuries, many generations, and many cultures. And it's pretty much, well, usually keeps the same spirit board. There's a form of it for the Golden Dawn. Indians had a form of a spirit board they used.
Mm-hmm.
People don't realize that. And they think they're just used to the most popular form of it now. But then again, maybe you're not used to the really most popular form of it, because now we're starting to enter an aspect with the computers. Computers are all black nowadays, LCD black screens, which is, guys, nothing more than a mirror that's transmitting energy, frequencies, vibrations.
Have you ever used a cell phone or a tablet as a magic mirror?
No.
I have. It's interesting. I was thinking about making a magic mirror one day, and I happened to look. I've got my tablet on a little stand next to me. I'm thinking, but I've got one right in front of me.
But I realize it can be, because I've experimented actually with like the computer monitor or the TV for using it that way. But it goes back to the danger of doing that. Once you do that, you're opening that door.
Yes. You better know what you're doing with that
so
too.
Yeah. So anywhere, if I move somewhere, go somewhere, wherever that TV got me being here, it's safe. But when I go, like when I was living in North Carolina, I didn't take my one laptop that I used for that particular experiment, just because I didn't want to take that. You know, the house was well warded and well guarded. It's still, I'm bringing something in.
Right.
And people don't understand that. But yeah, you know, people don't realize what exactly it is. And in some cases, I don't think the spirits have kind of caught on either. Or they have, and we just haven't figured it out or really seen it on a big enough scale and experience. But it's like you said, when you're dealing with the tentacles coming out from the screen.
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, for anyone listening, no, I don't physically see them. I'm probably going to have to keep repeating that whenever I say things like that till people get to know us, I guess. But it's in my mind. In the mind's eye. And I can map it differently. I can close my eyes and feel that it's having all I have to do is connect to the person and just have the intent to know where is it coming from. And I can just kind of get a rough idea. Okay, I feel something stirring inside of them that's really just feels parasitic, and it's somehow tending towards whatever it is behind the TV, whatever it is, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it's for anyone listening that thinks, oh my God, this dude's freaking nuts. He's seeing tentacles come out of TVs. But no, it's just my mental mapping. It's how I map so I can have a visual to use in my head to focus. That's really all that is.
I mean,
and maybe there's real tentacles. I don't know about that.
Yeah. But in a sense, we can actually kind of reference how even Hollywood has changed with some of the garbage B-rated horror movies that they come out with. They really haven't came out with a good horror movie in years.
Right.
But the fact that they've changed from the concept of mirrors to things coming out of crawling out of a TV. it's still a mirror in a sense. You can see your reflection in the LCD screen. And I haven't really covered this topic much because, you know, some things I want to experiment more with before I bring and more of a lecture knowledge to it, because that way I have the experience to go to back up the wisdom, so I can experience, you know, the pros and cons of it, the dangers, even though I realize the dangers of it. But by doing that, I can also tell you how to protect yourself from it, which is simple. Just, you know, put yourself a little barrier up between you and the screen.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, it's like I said, all you're doing is blocking energy with energy, or you're putting a frequency out there to block a frequency. Everything has this opposite. And it's just like EMF. What a lot of people don't realize about EMF, we generate it just like we produce. Because they know one of the big things going around right now is the Fukushima is putting out 570. What's not rads? There's another term for it.
Sieverts.
Which, yeah,
Sieverts, whatever it is.
Basically, what it is, they sent a robot down there that can last 10. Normally can run for 10 hours. With that degree of sieverts, it could only go roughly 2 hours, then be pretty much well destroyed.
Oh yeah, they actually physically crumble. The components inside that aren't, I would imagine that aren't like steel, yeah, they physically crumble. They fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
The joints break
our
down.
bodies produces a small amount of radiation as well. Everything does.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, Fukushima that's in the future when they finally go ahead and let the floodgates open for information from that. Chernobyl was nothing. Fukushima is still pumping out possibly even more. That stuff is sinking down into the earth and sliding around. And God help all of us. And yeah, I just said God help all of us. Whatever your concept of God is, God help all of us if that stuff all puddles into one spot. Oh
yeah, once it enters the soil, it now will seep into the waters, which is already doing. There was a study out just recently in California. They tested 15 bluefin tuna, and all 15 tested for high levels of radiation.
Yeah, and all the skin lesions that the sea animals are getting. Oh, it's a mess.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
Oh, yeah. What people don't realize is, like for the people that do commercial fishing out there in Alaska, the tuna, the crab, and all that, they are under contract that they can't even film those fish that they throw back.
Yeah.
That are mutated and radioactive. They're not allowed to film it, take pictures of it, or anything.
Mm-hmm. I will no longer eat if I don't know for a fact that it's not. If I know if I'm uncertain, I won't eat seafood anymore because of that, unless it's Atlantic.
Right.
Pacific seafood. If I know it's from the North Pacific, no, I've eaten some, so I can't say I never have. I've eaten some, and I'm certain that that's bumped my levels up too. But I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
I've given in a few times.
I'm to the point. If I don't catch it myself, I'm not eating it.
I'm almost there too.
Or if I don't know for sure it's not coming from the Atlantic, I'm not eating it. You know, and that's the thing. It seems like we're the ones more aware of these types of things and the effects that it has. Everybody else will see the information and just ignore it.
Yep, they'll either ignore it or they'll pick on part of it and take off running with it.
Yeah, I was watching a live stream earlier before I did this one. Hey, dude, I mean, he came about it. He brought it up in probably the worst way you could bring it up. He was talking about out in California. Well, when the because it's so high, it's going to start when it's going to affect the water because of the rain. So it's going to affect the soil. It's going to affect the crops. Everybody knows California. A lot of our major produce now comes from California. But he didn't go on the produce side of it. He went on the marijuana side of things.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But to all you stoners out there, a lot of your stuff, especially if you're into the high grade, the real good stuff, that's where it comes from. Very little is coming out of Colorado right now. So now you guys are potentially harming yourself and adding higher doses of radiation. And, well, they tried to argue the fact, well, it's all that stuff's hydro, differently grown. It's more like GMO. No, because that rainwater will contaminate the soil and will still find its way into the water tables. So you're not getting around it, no matter how you grow it.
You got a point there.
And it goes for the same thing for all the produce. So it is a big, huge environmental issue right now. That's just getting swept under the rug because of everybody's protesting for things they don't know, confused, sitting in front of their TVs watching all these commercials today that's meant to distract you from what's really going on.
I think you just hit the nail on the head.
For an occult, but it's not. Because we also understand how Mother Nature works.
Mm-hmm.
She sees something, she'll fix it. Go ahead.
I think you hit the nail on the head with that, the distractions. People are pumping anything at all they can pump to get people's attention away. Issues that weren't issues before. Like one president doing something now, nobody cared when another president did it. And in some cases, all he's doing is reenacting what was enacted even the one before him. And it's nonsense. I just dropped out of it. I don't even, occasionally I'll put some generic conceptual thing out there about politics. I don't even mess with it anymore. It's irrelevant. The politics reflect the people, and what we're doing right now, helping people grow individually. That is the solution. There's no political solution. Politics are a side effect, not a cause.
Well, and the fact is, by what's all going on, all the division that they caused, and they caused it. I mean, it was already there. They just, they just took the match and lit the barrel, so to speak.
Yeah.
And what they're doing now is now we're getting caught up on everything else, but what is actually really going on. Basically, they're taking things when something good comes about. We debated the LBJ amendment. That could have a huge impact on our community, but because it's coming from one side or the other, it's being ignored, and it might just go down the road, just be passed, and we might end up getting screwed because we didn't sit here and weigh the options, because it's taking the power, meaning the power out of things when everybody's arguing amongst things. Basically, people start tuning out. Which, we can use that as an advantage because we'll give you something else to tune into, but as soon as we touch that subject, you want to tune out.
You got a point there, yeah.
So they're causing, they're also causing another psychological rift. It's like today, I don't know how many commercials I've seen on VR. Of course, and I watched what you shared with me, and he talked about VR. But the way he talked about it was educational, and it allowed you to open your mindset to different realities, different prospects of things that we should be able to manipulate without such tools.
Yes. And he's dealing with
He's
the positive side of it, not just for pure entertainment. But that's useful too. I mean, it does get people used to the idea. So when it does come time to use it in a positive way, I mean, they will be rather prepared for that. They'll be used to it. The idea of, okay, I'm going to plug in or go to sleep and open my eyes and I'll be in another reality. And they may not have to carry an amnesia in like we do in dreams. We kind of forget that we came from this reality in a dream. Then we pop back out. So that might actually be beneficial. But right now it sure as hell isn't. It's just a way to get people to unplug from reality.
Yeah. And plus, for those that aren't tuning in, listening to what we've been discussing, they don't know that. Got to go catch and realize and understand the potential pitfalls. Because I think it could be a great tool, properly used and properly controlled. But when you got other people that want to manipulate and put hypnotic suggestions, like you said, you brought up a good point. How many people are actually going to lay down before they go to bed and put them on? When you are actually, when you become the most susceptible to types of energies, types of visuals, because you're quiet in both states of your mind, your sensors kind of go to sleep when you go to sleep. For anybody that studied dreams and understands how the process works when we enter REM sleep, the sensor goes to sleep.
Yeah.
So it allows the subconscious to flow free.
And your physical
and unhindered.
Your physical nervous system actually gets turned off. That's why if you wake up, sleep paralysis is when you wake up. Your mind wakes up, but somehow that shut-off mechanism is still turned on, and so your signals don't even reach the nerves, and you can't move your muscles, and it's terrifying for some people.
It was like Ren. She was bringing up some good points about how with dreams and stuff. I haven't revisited those topics in a very long time. It's just a natural process for me. Basically, I've gotten caught up in the cycle of repetition. I've mastered that already. So I don't really talk about it because most people don't bring it up because most people don't like sharing what they see in their dreams. It's personal. But when you start allowing stuff like VR to introduce yourself, and you start using it for like that, if you do not know how, if you haven't become already a master of dream walking, dreamscaping, or whatever other terminologies you want to use for it, you're now taking the risk of letting somebody put subliminal messages and reprogramming your reality with no safeguards or triggers. I've got safeguards set up already that are just natural, so if something happens I need a quick way out of a dream, it happens. Because I've just mastered that art. Because there's some situations we can get caught into, it's not as good. And we need a way out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep talking. I can hear you. I'll be right back. I got to step out of the room for a second.
So, people's got to understand, even the dangers to new technologies, especially the more we're dealing with tech, information, energies, and frequencies. Because in a sense, what we do in the occult, we're manipulating frequencies and energies anyway, no matter what your practice is. Everything has an energy. It's just like how many people understand the effects the solar system has on the Earth. How many people actually know that when we go through solar winds, high-level solar winds, at its highest peak, you can pinpoint to the exact second, millisecond even, where a major earthquake hits. Like those 8.0s we've had over in the Solomon Islands this year. For every earthquake that's hit, there's been a reaction. It's a reaction from an event of the solar winds at its highest peaks, or the sun flares. They changed that bombard the earth with energy and frequencies. And I know most people don't even understand that because it's science. You know, I'm not a real big science geek, but I love science to a point because I can see the correlation where it originated from. A lot of our practices can find its roots within the scientific notations of things, the process that are used. They just took it from us to label it something different. As generations went on, it's now taboo to even consider occult theories because they want to prove everything exists without having faith in something or a belief in something, which, that's more of an atheistic view. You got to see it to believe it, therefore it doesn't exist. For those that are actually like stuff like that want to study that, BP Earthwatch on YouTube. Check out his channel. He does broadcasts. That's what he does. He covers everything, especially when spring and summer starts rolling around. He'll post videos like 6 or 5 o'clock in the morning that'll tell you what the day's forecast is going to be, including the UV rays, the solar winds, the things that actually affect us. But as an occultist perspective, those are also things that we can use within our spell working, our energy working. We know these events are going to happen, and the times they're going to happen, we can tap into them. We can also tap into them to meditate and learn from them. Like, I don't know how many people watched my correspondence video. Towards the end of the video, I showed you guys a beautiful tool. I mean, yes, you have to have you got to use Firefox browser to open it to get it to work right. For some odd reason, it doesn't want to work right on any other browser. What was it? Solarscope.net, I believe. It's an interactive solar system. It's live. They take all the satellites and telescopes and stuff and map everything. And you can find your planetary alignments, astrological alignments, see what position things are going to be at what time. You can prepare ahead because you can just fast forward or pick the month you want to do the work in and see it. You can see when a comet's coming in. It's an awesome tool.
Yes, it is.
I don't see, I guess people they don't realize what kind of tools we actually have on the internet. I mean, there's apps for your cell phone that allows you to put your phone up in the air and see what constellation, where you're at, what's in a line and stuff. I mean, we get caught up using the moon and stuff and say we're using the planets, but we're not actually using them to their full potentials. We're not getting that alignment corresponding to where we're at. Where if we would do that properly, and in those hours, you're just enhancing the energy. You're getting more energy to use at its purest and highest form. Which is why I can see, now that I'm starting to see these things and point these things out, I can see why they really want to crack down on the internet and censor it and control it. Because the more you start with these tools that are out there, the more that you can start tapping in and changing things, manipulating the events so they're not so chaotic. And I think that actually is some of the reason. It's not because, a lot of the reason because people are out there telling the truth. And they don't want us telling the truth. They don't want us awakening you and putting an end to maybe some of these foolish divisions we have with ourselves. And that's just not in our communities. As humans, we're all find ways to separate ourselves and divide ourselves from each other.
You got it.
And when it shouldn't be like that.
Sometimes I wonder, though, is another one of my wrench in the works. Sometimes I wonder, though, if they're only using it because it's the only tool we give them to use. So I've just taken a different perspective, especially after meeting some people that people would call elite.
Right.
Not well, yeah, close enough. They're wealthy enough. I met a billionaire once that I worked on his house. I was just a carpenter. He gave me a stare that I recognized from spiritual practices. And then he smiled. And it was about a minute-long stare, and I knew what to do with that. I'm very familiar with how to look in a person's soul. So we connected that way. There was absolutely nothing malicious whatsoever about this person. And he may have been a fluke. I've run into a few just in passing. You get to learn a lot of things when you work in one of the richest parts of Michigan, work on these people's homes. And some of them, oh yes, for sure. Just getting 20 feet of them, you get the vibe of, where's the door? I'm out of here. This dude is, nope, I'm out. I'm gone. I got to get away from this. But for the most part, I do wonder if it's like you keep bringing up. Find ways to put things to use. Not so much in a selfish, manipulative way. But whatever your goals are, if you want to help, even if you are selfish, so I guess it doesn't matter. It's kind of neutral. If the only tool you have to work with to get people to move in a direction is fear, if people are so fearful on their own that even in their own homes, I mean, look at how many homes. What's the difference between a Hitler and a guy that comes home, grabs the beer, kicks the dog, slaps the kid around, yells at the kids and the wife, and sits and just gets wasted? And I mean, this is a fear-based person. This is a person, this is a tyrant. The only difference between this person and a dictator of an entire nation is he just didn't have the circumstances to seize any kind of control. Or a gang leader, something like that. And that's why I think that it does start from the bottom up. And when you've got a vast number of people that are little baby tyrants, again, the fractal pattern, or just emergent behavior, if you want to look at it that way, or just statistics, if you want to look at what is the aggregate. If you're to average everybody out, what would you get? You get about 3 points towards love and, 150 million towards fear and hatred. When people look at how much people hate their own selves. I mean, the division starts inside of them before they even meet anybody. Yep. They so hate themselves. They're afraid of their own selves. They're afraid of, they fragment and they create external images, and they're afraid of that, not even realizing that's their own self. So sometimes I wonder if it's actually in reverse.
Well, you bring up some good points. I mean, there really is no difference. Here's the only difference, guys, is that people like Adolf, the real true tyrants, they realize this. Where the drunk, the abusive dad or mom, they don't realize it. But either way, what they do is still the same thing. They're still doing the same thing. Just one's more aware of it than the other. The other, we realize, oh, I might be a bad person when they sober up.
Oh, yeah.
But other than that, that's the only difference. You call it, like you said, you call it for what it is. Truthfully, you want to bring down the elite, they fear something too. Losing their power, losing their stature, losing their money.
Yep. No different than...
They live on greed.
Yeah.
You take the greed away from them, they fall.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You can see these fractal patterns. You can see how to resolve these issues. You can see past the illusion, because all that big bully is, or that gang leader, is some coward hiding behind the illusion, feeding off your fears and controlling you through them. Yep. Same way with dogma.
Oh, you hit it perfectly. Yeah. You hit it perfectly when you mentioned, I don't remember if it was in the other talk or personal talk, but if you change yourself, like quit smoking or quit using the e-vaporizer, and other people around you will spontaneously do it. I've noticed that. I tried to teach it. I tried so hard to get some other people to start using it. I was an administrator of a site, And in the chat, I used to try to go ahead and moderate the chats directly. You know, do this traditional thing, talk to them, try to, you know, work them through their issues. And that has some, it works to a degree. But I noticed something that was much more powerful. I would see two people arguing, and all I would do is pay attention with no judgment whatsoever, take no side. Even if I do normally agree with one and disagree with the other, find the part inside of me that agrees with each. That tells me, bam, there's my inner conflict. I wouldn't work on them at all. I would work on my inner conflict, and I'd, you know, take a few breaths, close my eyes for, you know, 5, 10, maybe a half hour, and open them and look at the flow, and all of a sudden, they're friends. I resolve it in me, and just because I'm allowing them into me in a sense, I kind of became them, they became me, something like some kind of a resonance of some sort. And I'm like, wow, right. I changed this conflict inside of me, get at peace with my own self in reference to this issue that's just been presented to me. Then I can be grateful for the opportunity where ordinarily I would look at it as, what are these idiots, what are these monkeys arguing about? They're just slapping each other around verbally. Instead of judging it and getting upset and having an emotion about it, or even saying, they're winning, I'm on their side, so I'm happy for them, and cool, I feel great because this person just got put in their place. I just put all that aside and say, wow, this shows me something inside of myself that I didn't see before. If I can agree or disagree with both and find the part of me that does, perhaps this is just my personal universe reflecting back to me what I'm putting out. I stop it and
right.
No, not 100%. Of course, I've done that before, and it showed absolutely no effect whatsoever. But it started to get such a regular feedback. I'm talking like 60, 65, 70%. That's about the number I would put to it. That's above statistical, you know, guesswork or coincidence.
Right.
I consider that statistically significant. Possibly into the realm of a 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds that you're going to get such a reliable feedback. And when I don't do it, I get about a 0%. And that's kind of how I do my statistics gathering, by the way. I look to see, is there genuine feedback here? And I see it in so many areas that, man. So yeah, when you brought that up about your experience that was similar to that, that's kind of what I got out of that, was that you solved an inner conflict of some sort in you. And then just by being you, just by being what you are around people, they change too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what letting your light shine really means.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's when we're actually doing it at its purest form, natural form. When we start, like as you put it, I like how you put it, you know, instead of just walking up and trying to force your energies out that, or try to focus on the two, just step back and let it flow naturally. Because when we focus on things, you know, we all know how that is. We end up sometimes escalating it because we don't got that fine-tunedness on those energies and vibrations that we have when we let it flow natural. We have, because we're not able to reach that state, basically it's a state of trance or gnosis that we reach when we actually do that. But when we're not thinking of it and just allow it to have natural, everything's fine-tuned in its perfect form. Therefore, it's radiating from us, radiating out, vibrating across the universe and back, and bringing about that desired change. It goes back to working within the silence, the mental projection.
Sorry about that. I had a quick call to answer.
That's cool.
Yeah, very valid.
Go ahead.
No, I said that's very valid.
But it's just like when I was talking about EMFs earlier. What people don't realize, and I brought it up last night, but I didn't really go too far in detail on it. People don't realize that we can create entities. into being. We make those manifest. Or we create poltergeists. And sure, everybody's familiar with the Amityville house and the story. When you start doing those things, those are just pure, we're basically creating pure negative aspects. And what they are, it's just an aspect of ourself that we've given life to and energy to that become eventually intelligence that have nothing but pure, they're the purest form of anything that's negative and malicious. But we also, what most people don't realize is somehow we are also in control. Many cases back this theory, when a person gets upset, well, poltergeist activity will act up because it's feeding off those energies.
You're absolutely correct.
Strong enough to sustain itself, and it depends on the situation and environment. That's why, like old abandoned prisons, poltergeist activity is a very common thing because they thrive and feed off that environment. They feed off anything that's in that environment, including other entities who may just, if you believe in that sort of thing, which I actually do, because I've worked in that area, in that field.
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the main things that I work with are thought forms of all forms. I find it not only interesting as just a purely inner mental way of focusing intent. I've found that an awful lot of them are, I'm willing to bet someday we're going to discover a scientific way, a way to actually measure them. I'm entirely confident of that.
Right.
I am so confident of that I'm surprised we haven't already, or maybe we have and it's not been revealed, but I have a feeling that
I think we have.
And they may account for dark matter entities that I've heard about.
Oh, I didn't want to talk about that. Getting into dark matter, antimatter, especially dealing with things. I know this, well, some of you guys may say this has nothing to do with the occult, but it has everything to do with the occult. What's happening in CERN? They're taking our very knowledges and ideas, and yes, they're using it in a scientific way.
Oh, as a magician, I love CERN. I love CERN. Not whether it's being used for good or evil, but as an apparatus for what it. Holy crap! Can you imagine what can be done with that thing?
Oh yeah, they're proving the whole concept that we speak of and talk about all the time. How the aspect of being able to create.
Indeed.
But yes, there's other aspects to it because that's the quantum physics side of things, especially the string theory side.
Mm-hmm.
Really so much more the string theory side, because what they're doing, and there's, like I said, there's plenty of research out there that says whenever they fire that up and start doing their tests and doing their things and amping and raising it up to higher states, that it can be seen to affect the ley lines, it can be seen to affect things around the world, and it's actually been seen to reverberate through the heavens. Not to mention, CERN is setting on a very major ley line.
I did not know that.
The ley lines. Yeah, they're using the ley lines' power to help generate this power. That's why the danger of it is the opening of the gates. In a sense, you could actually go clear back to the studies on Occult. Those that don't know, that's they say is one of the real purposes of it. That's what they aim at. And you got to realize a lot of these manuscripts and John and Kelly's manuscripts are actually locked up in Britain. that public cannot see or read. It's considered harmful if it was ever shown.
Well, D was the original 007.
I've heard that. Well, he was the Queen's spy.
Yeah, and 007 in kind of a sigil fashion, that was one of the names he used for himself. And, yeah, I find that rather interesting.
Yeah.
No, I don't know that much about D and Enochian. Like I was saying last night, I'm going to continue to avoid it, maybe for another decade. I already know I got a lot of growing to do to be ready for that. I mean, I could probably handle it,
Yeah,
but
right.
it might actually
I
drive
think
me
you could.
insane.
I think you could once somebody broke down the actual simplicity of it and kept it more on the quantum physics side of things. You would understand it a lot better, maybe better than I actually understand it right now. You know, I've just played with the possibilities and grasping because, like I said, it's one of those things you have to put down and step away from frequently. Because I've watched it through my own teacher. Once he starts working on it, you can't pull him away. And he starts, as you've put it, you start become a little megalomaniac. You get the God complex. Because you're dealing with that much. I mean, in a sense, it's like cyber magic. I mean, yes, those that practice that cyber magic, we get that. We're more susceptible to it because we're more, the things we see, the patterns we see, the way we can transfer knowledge and information to others, the way I can dangle little fish hooks, or not fish hooks, I can dangle little shiny objects out in front of you and just draw you right in, and you guys don't even realize it. And half the time, maybe that's not even what I was trying to do. But you get caught on that shiny thing, and it pulls you in. And the Enochian, I've seen it with a bunch, as you personally witnessed it with some people and close to you. It draws them in, and they can't step away. They don't got. You got to have somebody there. Now, I actually understand why Dee always had Kelly. You need somebody else who is in tuned, open enough that can pull you away.
Your anchor.
He's your safeguard. He's your life jacket. Yeah, he's your grounding anchor. He's your ground.
Mm-hmm.
Or she.
My wife is mine from time to time. Every once in a while, I'll go ahead and experiment with something, and we have a level of connection that allows for that. She's not into that side of things herself, but right. Yeah, she can be first of all, just a straight up voice of reason if I happen to go too far out. Some things require you to actually throw yourself in a controlled way into a form of an insanity. You have to, you play with like psychosis and things like that. You learn to put yourself into it and pull back out. It will. That's what the magic circle is about. It gives you a place where you put it in your subconscious. So if you exit that in any way or whatever, everything stays in there. Part of that's psychological. I think part of it's energetic too. That way, that gives you an out. So you've got a way. If you have to, you can just you hit the eject button and bail out.
Exactly. I mean, it can be especially for ritual magicians that practice ritualistic magic when we're doing ritual work. It could be as easy as taking our hand and slamming it down on a solid object to end the process.
Yes, yes.
Or in a chaos magician's sense, when they do ritual work, which they tend to shy away from after so long, because once they start understanding, grasping the steps, the ideas of chaos theory and the creativeness of it, they realize, oh wait, I'm already doing that, and I don't need all these complex ritual processes. And by the time they reach that stage, they're already looking for the next stage, which will be cyber magic for them.
Yeah, after a while, what I did was I would do rituals in my head in the same way, and I didn't really need physical tools. Then I learned something I actually learned when I was young and kind of forgot when I started to get into the ritual side of it and having to have you know, the theatrics and the props.
Mm-hmm.
And probably why I never cared for them too much. They work for me. I always feel really just goofy, to be honest, just straight up goofy. But I learned I don't even have to visualize anything. Just,
Oh, no.
you know, a tenth of a second of an intent. As long as for that tenth of a second, that is the only thing in my reality, I can walk away from, I don't even need to remember what I did. Bam, it's done. I know it. It's going to happen. It takes a clarity. But yeah,
Well, it goes back.
you learn to not even need the tools anymore.
Because they're already a part of us. We've already created that. That's what people don't realize when you create. That's why I call it I was taught it's called the walking circle. You know that circle we got to draw out all the time, put the pen in or the hex, all the different things. Dude, we already create that within ourselves by doing the LBR, the Kabbalistic cross, and the Omni-Nil formula. We've essentially created that. We're in our own little bubble, our own little universe. Our universe, that bubble we're in, is our circle. It is our walking circle. So therefore, what most people forget, when you are in a circle, where are you performing out of? You're not performing in the physical plane. You're performing in the astral plane. So now you can take that circle as a physical object completely out of the equation and practice the true meaning of it, which is true silence, is what silence means, and it becomes mental projection, then
Yes.
energy manipulation, frequency manipulation, to where it becomes instinct, to where it becomes just a split-second thought, and it's already cast and made manifest. It goes back to what we were talking about with how I couldn't stand the E-Vape, and I had read that article, which probably wasn't, it was psychological trigger. When I read it, it's like, hey, whoa, no. Nah, I'm not going to do this. And I was always leery on them when they first came out. But but it wasn't even a month. Everybody else that was they were e-vaping all the time because it was the coolest thing to have. They just stopped. Dude had it at his house, misplaced it, never even picked it up again. A few of them never even picked up a cigarette again. But all of them quit e-vaping. You know,
that's amazing.
That wasn't my actual intention. I mean, kind of was, because it's like it goes back to the theory, out of sight, out of mind. If people ain't doing it in front of you, you don't crave it. You don't want it. When you have that mindset. But as soon as the first person lights up or fire lights up, you smell it, you sense it, and you want it. But even after time goes, once you stay in that mindset for so long, eventually that don't even bother. In fact, eventually it makes you sick, which is actually one of my triggers for stuff. When I do quit smoking, that's how I've always done it, to quit. The smell of nauseous, to actually inhale it and taste it, makes me want to throw up. Anything that makes me want to throw up, I'll have nothing to do with. I hate that feeling and sensation.
Yeah.
It's a psychological mechanism that triggers a result. So once I experience that, I never have nothing to do with that again until I change a state of reality. So now what the hell? And pick it back up. But I could go 2-3 years before I do that and decide, well, what's the harm? Because I also realize the aspect of it is now that cigarette has a magical purpose. It has a purpose to allow me to enter a state of trance or gnosis, a trigger a state. Why? Because when I take that hit and feel that nicotine enter my system, how does it make you feel? You feel high. It gives you a euphoric high for the first time after not having it in so long. Which therefore it dulls the sensors, allows you to access certain areas. Once you realize these things, you learn how to program your mind. Quit letting others do it for you.
Oh yeah. I haven't experienced that one yet. Being free of nicotine for a long enough time that I get that effect, but it makes sense. I've had that with other things.
Yeah.
Marijuana is one of them. I've gone long periods without that, just by choice. One time I quit and I had a bunch of it left. I just stuck it aside and didn't touch it for a couple of years. Forgot about it forever until one day I'm thinking, I think I could benefit from that.
I mean, I think that's what amazes my teacher, amazes a lot of people, especially when dealing on that particular subject. I get back to Ohio. Well, I'm not working, so I don't have the money, and when I am working, I've got this mindset. Well, there's other things that take importance over that. Like, I'll always put $20, $30 when I was working aside to buy stuff for prepping. So, after the bills are paid, I don't want to spend any of that extra. Well, I take that extra at the end of every pay period, and I would put it away. It would become a rainy day fund or emergency fund. So I tricked myself into a situation where, I just didn't have time for things that I might enjoy, so I'm not going to spend the money on it. To where then when I can, okay, I got it. I mean, I could go 2, 3 months, 2 years without touching it. It's not an addiction. It's just changing the state of the mind.
Yeah. And that's what I've never been really addicted to it. I've always been able to let that one go. The cigarettes are about the only thing. What I discovered recently, even that's not what I thought it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so easy. I'm thinking, why the hell did I never do that before?
Well, a lot of time we just smoke because it's out of boredom.
Yeah. I mean, it is a stimulant. So, yeah, there's the rush kind of from it.
I've been back from Ohio since October, and I still probably got about an eighth left I haven't touched.
Mm-hmm.
I just have no desire for it. And in a sense, I'm cleaning it. It's a process of cleaning out my system, starting over, starting new, starting fresh. And now I have it for when I want to use it for helping me reach certain states. I need a certain mindset that, I just can't. For some odd reason, at that time, I can't reach or get. I have it. It becomes a tool.
Yeah, I think that's a totally appropriate use for it. Totally
like I said, when I got
appropriate.
that ruined it for me. It ruined the enjoyment of it. It became a tool instead of a recreational purpose. But in a sense, back then I was using it as a tool and didn't even know it then too. I was using it to mask emotions and mask certain things. So I was actually abusing it because I didn't know the benefits of it. Didn't care about the benefits of it.
Oh, I hear you.
Same principle with alcohol and everything else. It's like me. It's come summer, when I'm working outside, hot days, I actually enjoy a cold beer or two. But that's about the extent of it. But as soon as fall and winter come around, I don't want alcohol at all. In fact, I prefer coffee and hot chocolate over Mountain Dew when it comes to fall and winter. I just don't crave those certain things. It's not even a crave. They don't give me no enjoyment during those periods of time. They're not refreshing or relaxing, so therefore they have no purpose at that time.
For me, I find alcohol, especially alcohol, to be so dulling of the senses. Except
it is.
I have found a few times, like for one thing, it makes you very susceptible to contact with entities you probably don't want. But like every once in a while, if I find I've got too many defenses up, and I actually do want to have contact with something like that, I'll go ahead, I'll get my chalice out, get something, whatever's appropriate that I can afford, and maybe even get a pretty good buzz going. And then you sit and Because I know my defenses, they'll kick in. I can be plastered and they'll still kick in.
Mm-hmm.
Except for one person. There's one
I can
person
go
that
actually
knows
from
how to
plastered to sober.
What's that?
I can go from plastered to sober instantly.
I have a couple times, but not normally. Normally I'm plastered. Oh, I'm plastered. That's just all there is to it. I used to be able to drink like a fish, but
Oh yeah, I can't anymore. I don't even have the desire to.
no, me either. None
I
whatsoever.
usually stop about, and actually, for me, if I drink more than probably pretty much 2 or 3 is my limit. When I hit 4, that's becoming too much. It's like,
Yep. Yep.
But then again, there's been situations where if I'm drinking tequila, I'll drink a little bit more than normal, but I don't go beyond a certain point. Once I start feeling it, it's like, oh, no, time to stop. I'm good. I'm cool. I guess that just comes with age, though. The understanding of that for those that are open.
Mm-hmm. I had a weird one. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I had a weird one, about a year ago with a neighbor. He came over with a bottle of whiskey. He had a 5th, and he kept filling I had a mason jar. We were drinking out of mason jars, and he just kept refilling it. And no, I felt it, but all of a sudden he's a Mexican, and I forget what Native Mexican or Native American he is. I think Mayan or Aztec.
Oh.
The alcohol completely broke down my normal barriers, and I could just see it. And something in me, it must have been an ancestral thing. All of a sudden, it was more than the alcohol. I've had this a few times with alcohol before, where you just get all lovey and brotherly with everybody. No, this was deeper, and something deep was connecting. It kind of freaked the guy out. It was hilarious. We're still friends. We got over it.
See, I get real mellow. I'm more open actually when I'm drinking, and more chilled and relaxed. But I'm a lot more open. I can sense things and it's like that's the part I enjoy of it. But like you said, you made up a very good point. We're more open. Normally, our defenses are up for certain things, and in a sense, our senses are a little bit duller than they should be, where we could be, unless we realize it, and we subject ourselves to them.
Yeah.
Like I said, they can be very good tools when used right. And if you're a person that gets rednecked about it when you drink, it's not a tool for you.
And yeah, that's part of the problem.
You got to know. You got to know your body. You got to know your physical. You got to know how to change your mindset and states of perspectives and realities. Like me, I can go from a dude that can barely stand and walk to sober within minutes and be the guy that's the designated driver driving everybody home. Man, people never got that or understood how I could do that. It was just changing my mindset. It was a form of chaos magic. It was basically the sense of disbelieving that I ever had alcohol in my system. That I was just perfectly sober. Which, some things are like natural talents and some things are easy for me, where this would take people probably several years of training to adapt to. I mean, as I've gotten older and as I've learned things, it's not that easy. I can go sober, but I can, once I get to where I'm going or what's needs to be done, it will revert back and instantly feel those effects. And where before there was no going back to being able to enjoy or feel those effects. And that's why I keep telling people we got to learn to be able to change our mindsets. And the easiest way to start that is by listening to other people. Don't be scared to go especially, that's why I kind of enjoying YouTube more and more. Yes, there's some guys out there that will just get under my skin for things they say that I have to just walk away from. And that's just because you're just bashing too much. But there's some things where I'll go to, hey, some of the knowledge they share is educational. And I can find common ground. It's finding common ground. Once I find that common ground, am I ever going to be able to join their chat or stream and actually carry a conversation on with them? No. Because they're not at that level. But that's how you start. That's how you open yourself up. Once they reach that enlightenment of understanding to be able to do that, they would actually be able to come and listen to my stuff. Get caught up in the fear that, well, if I do that, I'm going to get bashed. People are going to judge me. Who cares? As long as you're learning something that's educational, and in a sense, you're stepping out. By doing that, you're stepping outside the box.
Yeah.
You know, we got to break the concept that there's only one belief, one idea, one system. The fact is, there's truth in everything. And as more you grow, as more I'm starting to realize, I'm starting to see the connections between science, magic, which, you know, if you listen to any occultist that practice, they'll go by what the old, you know, the old great magicians will say. Science is the destruction of magic, as it is the destruction of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Because it opposes it. But when in fact they use the very same tools that we use, they just call it by a different name, give it different meanings, they change their state of belief, they trick themselves into what they're doing. Magic is just science. I mean, yes, there's some aspects of science that is not magic. But we see that, and we recognize it. Just like, I want to get back to CERN.
Yeah.
It's like, the whole thing with CERN. I know everybody's heard of it. Most people see it as this scientific thing, or they hear certain Christians saying, oh, it's bad, it's going to bring about the end of the world. And there's some cultists that feel that way too. But the fact is, what they're doing is proving exactly what we've been telling you. What every occultist throughout ages has told you. They're just showing it to you in a different light.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I look at the possibilities, the aspects of what they're doing, because they're playing with energy, they're playing with frequency. Bottom line is, I can learn from that. I can tap into that frequency, that energy. And guess what? I can do the same thing because they just gave me a battery. That's all it is. It's a battery. It's a source. Now I can take that, tap into it, draw from it, be able to manipulate that and add that type of energy, which is already there. See, I'm tricking myself. But I just haven't learned to tap into that part of the universe and frequencies such as dark matter, antimatter. They're there. I mean, what's on the other side of a black hole, guys? No one knows. Is a black hole just another form of a gateway to another dimension or another state of reality? You want to put it that way?
Could be.
Those are the things that interest we should think about. Because I've heard everyone say it. I've heard many occultists. They believe in the aspects because you guys say it in there. Every different group has their own set. You have the elemental planes. We have the astral plane. We have the astral plane, the starry heavens, the hell, the primordial planes. I can get into the Nordic side of things. This is what they're actually doing in CERN is showing us how to open those doors. They're trying to manipulate and open those doors. Now, granted, they're probably not occultists, so they don't realize what they're doing and what kind of door they're opening up and can actually let in over here.
Yeah, a little side note.
Good.
A little side note. They don't normally discuss it publicly or in their books. A few have. I've actually read a few. But if you can manage to track them down, actual real cutting edge physicists working with it. I got lucky once, and it's kind of interesting that they would even condescend to speak to someone with no PhDs or experience and allow me to pose a few questions in an actual quantum physics. It was more than just quantum physics. It was cutting edge physics. Discussion forum once. It was bizarre. They had made me go through a whole bunch of hoops just to and talk to them, and I only got 3 of them to actually respond to anything. But a lot of them are closet occultists. What really seems to have done it for them is when it was verified as a fact. There is no possibility of separating the mind of the observer from the universe. It cannot be done. They are inextricably woven together. Even the concept that the mind of the observer and the observed are separate is mathematically false as well. They have the equations for it now. So what CERN can be used for, and what some of them probably do, is, and it's one of the things that, and I'll discuss it in a minute, the 0-point energy folks don't get. You're not going to tap into those realms without actively using the mind and the machinery. You must merge the two. It cannot be done otherwise. Not through technology, I should say. The technology is an extension of the mind. The mind and the technology are not separate. The computer right in front of you is a manifestation of the human mind itself. Even the mapping, the logical mapping of how the transistors are laid out, that's a direct model taken from the brain, just very simple. If you direct your focus and intent at the time CERN is doing its thing, you might find some interesting results you can get there. I've yet to experiment with it myself, but I just might do that someday. I might keep track of when they're going to fire it up, what they're doing. But another one is the black holes they produce. They produce them all the time. They're so tiny, though, that they evaporate in femtoseconds, quadrillionths of a second. The black holes are not immortal, by the way. They do eventually evaporate, and they're not quite as strange as people think. There's just the event horizon prevents you from penetrating without, of course, becoming part of it yourself. Your consciousness can go into black hole, no problem. And from there, it takes on some gateway type of aspects. But yeah, the like with the 0-point energy people, that's not going to work until people find a way to link it directly with the mind. And that is a requirement. It has to do with that observer effect. You cannot separate. And so if you try to build a purely physical apparatus that does it without a focused mind to direct how it should do its thing, it's not going to work. So when some people talk about these alien craft, that they do have technology, but they require a mind trained to link with the technology directly. That's why you can't just take, if they exist, I should say, so this is theoretical or hypothetical. If you were to have such a device, to just try to push buttons or give it symbols or shoot energy into it, it's not going to do you a damn bit of good. You're going to have to put your consciousness and merge with it. And that's something that I don't think people have given much consideration to. The physicists are,
in a sense, you got to connect psychically to it.
Yes. And it must also be complex enough to be a suitable container for consciousness. Anything we call faster than light travel, it's not going to be done purely through technology. It's going to require consciousness to do it. So I thought that would be an interesting side note for you there.
It is. Everybody, it's like I said, people they get caught up in, to me, it's stupid things. If it's distracting you from a higher understanding or a idea that we're just humans, all with mind that's actually a form that is tied to everything, connected to everything, there shouldn't be no differences.
Right.
You should be able to transcend and see past those things. Yes, it's kind of cool to call, me a cyber magician, him a chaos magician. But it's only one aspect of us. We just might be in that box, putting ourselves in that box, or that reality at that time. There's a multiple complex of different aspects of us, which is how we choose to show it, when we choose to be in it, and the environment. Our environment plays a key role in a lot of things, how we observe things, how we see things. When you start putting yourself around like-minded people that can think on things outside the box, see things, see the patterns of things, you get conversations and topics like we're having. For some people, they might say we're straying away from the occult. No, we're not. We're pointing to a point now. The very complex, that you guys see complex, the simplicity of it, the similarities, the root origins of them, that our very own teachings for the longest time has been taken away from us and used against us in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, we know how to use them. We still use them, but we're letting them use it against us by using it on other people and changing their states of reality. By giving the illusion of disbelief that this don't exist, or that this has a certain word that makes it look bad or contradicts it to what you believe in, therefore you need to stay away. It's not real. The reality is what is real. Only thing that is real is what you conceive and perceive to be real.
Yes.
What's real for me is not real for you. But as we start seeing the patterns and stuff, we'll eventually find that little bit of common ground, and we'll start talking, conversating, learning from each other. And so my reality starts mixing with yours, the blending of ideas and new concepts, new ideologies, new theories. Then we'll go our separate ways, and we'll take that knowledge, and we'll eventually, somewhere down the road, start experimenting with what we had learned. Then we'll start seeing past the illusions and actually seeing the real information, the real knowledge, the real truths. Which that's why I've kind of really been enjoying these last few nights. It's taken what I've already known and what I've seen, and it's shown me new things at the same time that I had seen but didn't realize I've seen before. That's been, kind of put back in the bag, not filed, just stored away because I wasn't ready for it. And it brings it to the forefront to me to rethink and remember and open myself up to again.
Yeah, it's been an amazing journey the last couple of days. And I have a feeling it hit me when I woke up today. Well, I'd been awake a few minutes before it started to hit me. Is an energy. And actually, it was a little overwhelming. I had to go and meditate for a bit and take care of it. But it seems something has been initiated. A change. I think that it's made some ripples and that it's time for some of these ideas to come out.
Oh, yeah.
It's not me personally. I don't think it's you personally. It's
other people.
Yeah, and the knowledge itself, it's like the collective is working through us. Maybe that's what always held it back. I know others, they've been out saying some of these things for ages, but you certainly bring a unique perspective to it. And I bring a unique perspective to it. Maybe other people can see this, and they can see that this can be a win-win, a positive, where it's not a matter of my idea is better than yours or yours is better. There's no win-lose. It's let's put our ideas together. Maybe even because you've told me some things that shaved off some bullshit, to be blunt. Maybe you've gotten some of your bullshit, and we leave our bullshit to the side and put our ideas together and it's a synergistic thing where the sum is greater than or the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The idea that comes out of that, it's, oh wow, I just wanted to go into a Hermetic perspective. But it's like yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. When one is putting the idea out and the other is listening, if it's real listening, then that's one is it's the mind is masculine of one and feminine of the other. It's receptive. And when it receives, it combines with the ideas, like when you're talking, it combines with the ideas in my mind. And they give birth to something, which itself is a masculine thing. And that's what I say next. And it's the crystallization of all the ideas and how they morph and change and work on each other. And almost like the ideas themselves are alive in a way. If you're familiar with the study of memetics and memes, the real study, not internet memes. That's most people that talk about internet memes, they've never looked into what is a meme? Why do we call it a meme as opposed, it's like a gene or a team, which is a technological, a manner of evolution. It's an aspect of evolution. But then it comes through and impregnates the mind of the listener. And then it works its process and gives birth to that male child, which re-impregnates the other mind. And it's this continuous creative process. It's not a destructive process where two purely masculine mentalities are meeting. And I mean from the Hermetic perspective, not any kind of a sexual gender or preference or anything like that whatsoever. And it gives birth to an idea that's greater. It's greater than its parents, and that can move on and carry on, and itself be impregnated by other ideas. Well, I'm not sure why in the hell that Hermetic way just wanted to pop out, but it did.
Actually, you popped it out, and I'm going to actually kind of clarify that a little bit more. What they don't understand about those memes, what are they? I'm going to put it in another cult analogy or semblance. All a meme is, it's exactly what he said, but on the same token, it is a sigil. It's a seal. For those that
in a way, yeah.
But his
I have a
interpretation
slightly
is
different
actually
understanding.
Yeah, you're explaining a different understanding, but you're actually explaining the original teachings of it.
Okay.
The original word, the origin of it.
One of the best places I've found,
remanipulated.
the Church of Virus. If you've ever been there, it's a website. It's got a lexicon. It's a really, really good, very brief take on memetics. Not so scientific, but from an almost purely chaos magic perspective. And it teaches a really, really interesting way of using it if you pay close attention. It's not stated outright. I have a feeling that would get banned if it was stated outright. They'd find a reason to take it down. It has to do with ideas can work like viruses. You know, a virus contains a genetic material, and a virus is not alive. It's partly alive. It simply injects its code to be replicated. And they mutate and they morph and they build complex structures and collective entities we know as belief systems and ideologies. It's a really interesting perspective on it. But you were mentioning, did you just say a minute ago about Dee? John Dee had a concept of memes? I wasn't aware of that, if that's what you said, if I'm hearing you correctly.
I didn't say, but he did in a sense how he used, for those that are hip and understand, I've ever delved into the banners. Those were a form of memes.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that perspective. That's got me interested.
You know, it just, Austin Spare actually kind of used it in a sense. And if anybody's read this 50-50 Chaos Magic, I believe that's what it's called. 50-50 something.
I don't think I've read that one. I'll have to add that to my list.
It's actually one of my books that I hate.
Really?
Well, no, I hate it. No, I hate it because it's one of those books that doesn't have the warnings with it. It's basically, here's everything you need to know. Go do it.
Ah.
Without, the the understanding of what you're doing. So basically, you're going to get burnt a bunch of times, or you're going to manifest certain things, or you're going to read into it and get the full understanding of it and things. It's a fun, I mean, it's a good book, but it's not for the beginner, and it's definitely not for somebody that doesn't understand, but it's because I don't know how he did it, and it's one of the few books he's done it with. He just put it all out there for anybody and everybody to use. And people do it. Oh, shit, I can do this? And they just do it, not knowing really what they're doing.
That sounds kind of like a dirty trick I've used for some people. It's kind of a test, fairly innocent, because it's got some built-in limits, and the limit is fear. Teach somebody that somebody wants to come and they just want some money or a love spell or something. Say, look, here's how you do a statement of intent. Do this. Pull your letters. Combine them. In 5 minutes you can do it. Achieve gnosis in some fashion. Inhibitory, excitatory, whatever your preferred way is. Maybe give them a quick one. The old classic is I'll use the crude way of putting it. I'll go ahead and say it this way. Take it, focus, meditate on it, burn it in your mind, jerk off to it, or whatever. If you're a woman, do your thing. Do that, or get wasted on some dope while you just focus on this thing until you pass out. Do whatever you got to do. Get yourself in that state of mind, and then just let them run wild and see what happens in a year. If they come back without wrecking their life, I know they're ready for the next step. If they wreck their life, then they're going to be so scared shitless of it, they're not going to touch it for 20 years anyway.
Yeah, they're not going to even come back.
Right. And it's kind of I usually only give it to people with certain mentalities. And it's sometimes I think it's actually a rather kind way, because they don't have to go through 20 years of screwing it up first. They just get that they actually get run over by a train usually. But it's minor in the long run. They may wreck a relationship, or they'll win the lottery or something, and as fast as it comes, it's gone. Or they'll get sued for some reason, or they'll win a bunch of money, come in a bunch of money, go get wasted, get a hooker, get AIDS, which that's about the darkest side of it. It could go. That's about the worst case scenario, but usually it's minor. They'll manifest, or they'll try to attract a specific person, or like Grant Morrison. He does it too. He's got he tried it for a while. He tried to get women that were like one of his comic book characters, and he would meet them, and they'd meet the what he put out there, but he'd find himself absolutely miserable. It's like it's like the fast track. You want to learn your lessons? Okay, here you go. This will teach you all of them in about 3 minutes flat. Here you go. If you survive, I'll talk to you. If you don't, well, I guess you just put the reincarnation to the test.
Yeah.
I haven't done that in quite a few. No, I gave somebody something like that not too long ago, a few months back. But I haven't done that in quite a few years. It's kind of when my mean streak is coming out, I guess.
I've actually got one of Grant Morrison's videos posted on my Facebook page group. Well, it's not a group, it's a page. The one where he talks about, gets in and talks about sigil magic.
Yeah. That's a good one. You notice is that the one where he starts it off with a scream?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's standing at the podium, the scream's behind him, I think.
Yeah, he just, as he comes up to the podium, he screams. Yeah, he's firing a sigil as he's screaming. I knew
Mhm.
exactly what he was doing. He's a tricky one. I like
But
him.
you know, it's like and it's the part most people don't realize. All that information is on the internet now. You can find it. In fact, that particular video, I think originally probably came from YouTube. Originally, I think it's still on YouTube. In fact, I know it is.
Yeah, I think so. I know it's still on.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, but that's when the person has to have that mind state, know how to use discretion, and really be in tune to themselves, because you got to listen to yourself to know what's appropriate, what's right for you at that time. Because you're not going to go from beginner to, I'll just use title terminology here, you're not going to go from neophyte to adeptus major, mangus, or impetor. It doesn't happen overnight. In fact,
Oh no.
the average teaching for a neophyte before they come an adeptus minor is 365 days. In my case, 365 days and a year and a day.
Okay.
I just had that much bullshit programmed into me. And that's because it's all as a neophyte, all you're doing is destruction of the temple. You're getting rid of the false ideas, all that shit you've been programmed with, and you start seeing the small, simple patterns, which is what caught me up with the simple patterns. You know, I can perfectly see the complex patterns, but you know, you got to change your mind state. It allows you to transcend from basically having 2 feet in this world and having 1 foot in this world and the other in others. That's the first step.
Yeah.
But then again, on the same token, a neophyte can go from, especially in most of the temple orders, can go from being a neophyte to temple master. You're still going to go through all that training. It's not going to be all that knowledge given to you right then and there, because all that knowledge given to you at once causes a flood and will cause you to go insane, because
So
you haven't got rid of.
One piece of advice Pete Carroll gives, and I took it, ×2. Get therapy. Regular standard therapy, it's half bullshit, but it will give you a set of tools, and it'll let you know how close you are to going insane to begin with.
Oh, yes.
I did it, I had about 6 years, and I did some of my own stuff. I quit working magic altogether in any recognizable way and focused entirely on correcting myself. So I guess that would be you call it the destruction of the temple?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. But yeah, to break the programming, that's all it's for. For me, it just took a while longer. There's some PTSD and stuff like that, including my own beliefs created for myself, which were kind of off the wall. The side effect of the quantum physics, you can really take yourself in the wrong direction with it too.
Oh, yes, you can. The term going down the rabbit hole actually comes from quantum physics.
It's turtles all the way down.
Go down the rabbit hole. And that could be a very long journey.
Yep.
But I guess for another terminology for destruction of the temple, it's actually the crucifixion. It represents, the symbology of the crucifixion. Basically, the death of the old self, the resurrection of the new self. Sometimes that's a little bit, some people understand that more.
Okay. That makes sense. I hadn't actually heard it put that way before. Yeah.
Yeah, I had thought, like certain people, we don't consider Jesus anything but that. We consider him more of a brother than what the Christians say. We consider him a Mangus, if anything. Because, I mean, the teaching, the truth's been out there. It's written. I mean, he was taught out of the temples of Egypt.
Yeah. Yeah, he was
that alone.
Powerful shit, the real thing.
Oh, yeah. And that's what people don't realize about the caste systems of Egypt. Everybody thinks the pharaohs ran things. Well, not really.
Mm-mm.
It was the priest orders that was actually really in charge.
And Pharaoh...
They were actually above the pharaohs.
Yeah. A Pharaoh,
Most
if I recall...
came from them.
A Pharaoh, if I recall, required to. The Pharaoh and priests.
Yep.
The two were... And that's where Jesus was trying to bring back the Pharaohanic system, which means he had a priest, where he was the priest. Whichever way, I don't recall. I read somebody did a breakdown of that for me, and it made sense and stuck. So yeah, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Yes.
And I tell you, people that like that kind of type of subjects, that type of thinking, check out the book Jesus, the Last of the Pharaohs. I can't remember who wrote it right now right off the tip of my head.
That may be
will
it.
blow your mind back.
No, that's not the one. Maybe the book I read a book on it, or was it a book or an audio book? Hell, I don't remember. It was similar to that. Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas do a book or a couple of books. What's his name that did the Da Vinci Code? I think, or was it? I think it was the Da Vinci Code. Ripped off all their stuff, all their material. You know, there's somebody did a book.
Brown?
Yeah.
Daniel Brown?
Yeah. He ripped it all off. From Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas.
I'm actually going to look this up. So you actually find the author. Some people, that's about the only way they can find things.
You know, let me check real quick myself.
Because he had some connection to those guys.
The Hiram Key.
Ralph Elias.
The Hiram Key and the Second Messiah. Yeah, I've read both of those.
Yeah, Jesus Last of the Pharaoh was written by Ralph Ellis. And this guy's got some good books that it's borderline occultish. Because you actually get this book off, used to be able to get it off of Red Wheel and Wiser. Because on the stem of the book, it has the actual Ankh for a trademark. But he wrote some other books, some books dealing on quantum physics as well, or quantum theory. And yes, somewhere in the lines, Eden, Egypt, Giant Red. He's done some other stuff. But it brings you, wait, did I say Eden and Egypt? In Egypt. Well, yeah, they've actually, archaeologists, a few scientists have actually, for the most part, proven that Egypt used to be a lush, more tropical region instead of what we perceive it as today as desert. Well, I'm not going to get in the arguments over that because, some say that Eden was somewhere in Africa. Who knows? My theory on that one is I'll take more of a quantum string theory onto that one. It's just on another plane. It's inside of this plane.
I haven't settled on any one specific way of looking at that. I see them all as metaphors. They're possibly based on reality. So I kind of hold all of the perspectives in a superposed state, to stick with the quantum theme. I can have all of the perspectives at once, and I just let something fall out of that. And it seems to make whatever falls out makes sense. But I'll be damned if I can tell you how I get there. I can't tell you how I get there.
Well, it's just like, when, well, I mean, and Eden can be an interesting subject too, because we look at the tree of life, Kabbalistic tree of life, the tree of life. The tree of life has been recognized by many cultures and many lost religions. The symbology of it's always pretty much will stay the same. It's one of the things we kind of share with Christianity, but we don't. Meaning that we understand it. We understand just that little aspect of it. We understand what the meaning of it was without the dogma. Whether did it actually exist? Because some people could go back and say, well, maybe that. This will blow some people's minds. Here's an outside-the-box thinking theory. Maybe that aspect of Eden is what we consider the elemental plane of Earth, the primordial plane of Earth.
Yeah, that very well could be. Yeah. That makes sense. Feels about right, too.
I think so. There's many ways to theorize and look at things, especially when you start going to something that does transcend throughout through generation after generation, that's still around to this day. Doesn't mean it's a myth, but it's also, its origins are actually truly lost. It's just a matter of tapping into that. I mean, the Norse, the Vikings, they've had their own representation of the tree of life. Yeah. You guys get it? Oh boy, I'm going to butcher this. You guys get drill?
Yes, I was about to say that. Yes. Yggdrasil. I'm not going to roll it I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce it right. Yggdrasil, something like that.
Yeah, I can actually pronounce it right. I just got to see this. Go through my notes and find the minutes. But if you look at their system, it ain't much different than the system of the Golden Dawn's Tree of Life, other beliefs that use the Tree of Life. You have the different up and down side of it. You have the different spheres on the sides. And I think that their concept kind of references more the elemental side of things, the elemental planes. In a sense, they kind of believed in a quantum theory in their ideas. The fact that other realms existed, other planes of existence. That was more understood in their time than it actually probably more than it's understood even in our time right now.
I would say so. They had a firmer grasp of it. Just their language lacked. People today like mathematics, and I think there's a reason for that. But they lacked a mathematical structure for it. They probably didn't have any use for it in the first place.
Right.
But yeah, I've always thought that. They had, whenever I look at these, in Hinduism, what little bit I know about that, and the older North and South American ways, a lot of those really strike me as just, if I was to try to put a metaphor, a mythological way of telling a person the information of quantum physics in a way that they could remember and tell as an oral tradition, that would be how I would do it, I think. The quantum physics, the concepts don't make sense without the math. You don't need to know the math, right, but they come from the math. And so, do you know how freaking hard it is to remember? Quantum physics pretty much requires all of the mathematics humanity's ever come up with. But a story, you can get the concepts and you can actually let a person be able to use it without ever touching mathematics past maybe some numerology and how to break things apart. Nothing past simple arithmetic, really.
Well, yeah, but even with the people that study the numerology today, they get it so wrong. They don't realize there's a two-step process to it. There's a process of the energy and the frequency for a word, but then you take that, add it together until you get a whole number or some number, with no other, to where you can't really reduce it. When I say reduce, I don't mean simple math reduction to where you reduce it to its lowest form. You reduce it to its single number, or double number, or triple number that ends in a 0. Then that's where you get the property of that. But you don't find that, and because believe it or not, I think we modern cultures added the numerology to the Norse runes. There was never like you said, there was never a mathematics to the Norse language, and all the runes is a representation of letters to form words. That's all any alphabet is. We create the meaning and the aspect. We charge the words. Just like you can go through any tarot, don't care what kind, because everybody's got the concept. And it's a good thing. You should make your own tarot deck. Learn from one that you can buy, the ones you're drawn to, but learn the true value and meaning of creating your own with your images, your numbers, your own words, your own alphabet. And I promise you, you'll never touch a store-bought or crafted-bought tarot deck ever again.
One of these days, when I learn the tarot well enough, I will. I use it, and occasionally even use it for divination. But for me, it's almost like an encyclopedia. That's why for my personal use, I much prefer Crowley's deck. But I've only used two. I've used the Rider-Waite, and I do use that occasionally for if I want to know anything to do with human relationship. But Crowley was kind of up on the quantum theory himself. The quantum theory was around in his day. It's why the Empress card, the grid work vibrational pattern, that's an interference pattern to me. And that's close to the root reality itself right there is an interference pattern. So that card for me is profoundly meaningful. I could probably go on for a day or two just talking about what I can get, what that triggers in me. And there's actually a dark element to it too. There's a dark element to that deck. And so I've never recommended it to beginners unless they're already well accustomed to dealing with how to work with something that does have a dark aspect without it in any way taking over. In other words, how to allow it to have a controlled influence. Say, okay, you want to work with me? Cool. But first, we're equals. Not going to pretend to be your better. Interfere too far, I will not hesitate to slap your ass down. I'm sure you'll do the same to me, so let's have this mutual respect. It's like two warriors. You don't want me to run you through with my sword. Don't come at me. You want to work side by side? Let's go. At some point, it may come down to where we're going to have to run. One of us will have to run the other through. But for the time being, let's work with this. Which is kind of, it's an iffy way. It's an iffy way to work with the darker things. Because I do think that there's 4 or 5 entities that I've detected that are associated with that deck. It could just be me. I've never asked anybody what their own experience is.
I know. There's always something attached to those decks.
The Rider-Waite decks.
I can't stand the Rider-Waite decks.
It seems to be fairly neutral, fairly clean and childish almost.
And I can't say I don't have one because I do. It's what I call a community deck. For you guys, anybody that wants to use a deck to do divination here, use it. You're not using my deck. The only time you're touching my deck is if I'm doing a reading for you. And more likely, I'm not going to pull it out anyway because I don't need it. Hello, empath. I can read you just fine as you are. But I use the Toth deck. I have one that I've created myself. That's where I want to do personal divination. I want to see patterns of things. I'll pull it out because it's my deck. It's my creation. It's my alphabet, my language, my numerology, my energies. But that's what people don't realize. It's kind of a good point. When you create it, you give it intelligence. You give it a spirit. You give it life. When
Yes.
somebody else creates it, manufactures it, any entity can bind itself to it, come through it, use it, and speak through it. There's no, there's no stop there.
Right. It seems to be my experience with them too.
And I've noticed every deck is unique. The ones I've seen, ones I've used throughout the years, every deck has its own personality. If you don't use it for a while, it might be a dick. And it might screw with you. But I found that, for me, I'm tuned to the top decks. I'm attuned to the Farthak runes. Naturally attuned. So I use those things I'm naturally attuned to. The things that I know it might play with me a little bit, but it's not going to disrupt and misinterpret the reading. It's going to show me the energies. It might not just be the card. Because you see the card, look at it, like, wait, that makes no sense. Why is that card there? It has nothing to do with this reading at all. Because usually you read it, when you first start doing your reading, you're reading the energies that come off the card. You're not reading the card itself. Then when you sit back after you're done reading, you look at it, it's like, wait, what's that card? How did I read that card like that? The card has a completely, because you know the card, it has a completely different meaning. Well, that's not what you read off the energy. So yes, they like to play with you when you kind of ignore them, let them grow dust. Which I have a tendency to do because, I don't need them. I've learned the properties of the tool.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to do it myself without the card or cards. But, like I started doing the weekly or monthly tarot for the tarot. I will only use the top deck for that, guys. And it's the only deck I have right now. And I will never use my personal deck for that. And I definitely won't use the white deck. It's got everybody else's energies on it.
I wonder if that's why I don't really care for it unless I'm working with, maybe that's why I only use it for personal relationship type stuff, because that's where it does seem kind of appropriate to be accessing all the collective energies. I don't know. I never thought about it until just now. Yeah, I think you helped me with something right there. My intuition's always said something, and occasionally my intuition says, grab that one, not the Thoth deck.
Right.
Which on these things, I'm very intuitive, very the opposite of my usual hyper-intellectual style. Some things I just go into purely into. I don't have a clue how to read cards. I will look them up after I've got what you call the energy reading. That's what I get. I go in a little trance, I put them down, and I look at them, and I may write down, I've got a little journal that when I do readings, I write it down in a kind of a shorthand. And I may look up the meanings, but I just kind of get a feel for what they tell me. And normally I don't even bother creating a story out of it. It's kind of weird. I've never really seen anybody work with tarot the way I do. I don't even know how to describe it. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense that there's everybody's energy on the weight deck.
I mean, for people, I know some people that actually just draw on. That's the only deck they want to use is the white deck. Well, some of it, I've got my own personal problems with white and Mathers. So, I don't know how many people are hip to Munyon.
Who?
He's done a lot of work with Munyon.
No, I'm not.
He's done a lot of work. He's got a few videos. He's got a video on YouTube. It's a couple hours long. But it's his interpretation of the psalmistic magic and the Goetia. And I tell you what, and he flat out says that White, Mathers, they complete the book of Solomon, the Juete, is we have out today, that's being published today, is wrong. And he proves it by showing the original manuscripts. They changed things in it. In particular, they changed things as, how they use the circle and the triangle?
Right.
Well, what they did and what he does, he originally in the manuscript was a mirror, a scrying mirror, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
There's mirror magic. So you'd sit there, and he actually does this ritual right there on video. And you can somewhat see, because he summons Astra.
That sounds
And
somewhat, maybe I have seen that.
And he's, you get this image. You can see this image coming through. And it gave a whole new perspective of how the Juetos really worked to me. That it was, that's why, people leave certain things out. They change it to hide certain truths. You still get, instead of getting the full complete effect, you get the partial effect. It's missing a component. And he brings that out, and I enjoyed his study. And he did another study on something that I got into. I think it was like a part 2 to it, where he touched on something. I can't remember what it is. I actually got the book on PDF somewhere. I'll have to find it. But it connected to what I was working with at the time in Enochian. Because there's a theory about the Siglathame, right there, that it wasn't a solid object. That it was kind of like a thing that you could turn, in a sense, to where it was kind of like, in a sense, like a compass. And I actually started playing with that idea because, like I said, I don't see the tablets as a one-dimensional or two-dimensional solid object. I see it as a multi-dimensional cube that just pretty much goes on for infinity. And that theory kind of, with the Siglathame being something that you turn like a dial, to the point where like the center is more like a compass, brought a new meaning and aspect to things. Most people don't know that practice and idea is out there. They just think it, they see the pictures and stuff of it. They think it's a solid object that you put on that you carve into your magical table. Of course, I showed you last night what my altar piece will eventually be when I get around and finish making it. And it blows people's mind when I actually do show them, because like, whoa, where'd you come up with that? Jazzy got stuck on that for almost a week. I couldn't put it down, couldn't stop working on it. And, well, it wouldn't have took a week if I would realize where I was screwing up, but it came back to where I don't give colors meaning. Well, this particular time, colors actually had a meaning because I was creating the opposite of it. But now that I know that there's two versions of it that has to be made. And I was basically making myself sick. Because the energies that were just coming off it. And me knowing that it wasn't right, this ain't right, what am I doing wrong? So somebody pointed it out.
Yeah, that the one you showed me, that was impressive. It had a feel to it too, but I actually blocked that.
Yeah. I've had to sometimes too, because it can actually get, in a sense, the way it's done up and drawn, it can almost become like a hypnotic spiral, swirl, or whatever you want to call that thing, that draws you in. I mean, it don't really bother me. I can look at it, but I don't dare to really go too far and meditate on it. Because you get drawn in, and well, I'm not ready to draw myself into that one yet, because as you've seen, there was 4 circles on the outside. Well, from that, there's another section where circles are put, and basically they're from my interpretation, from the feeling I got off, they're placed to put seals inside.
Okay.
I think it broke down to like 21 circles.
Well,
You know, you had the 4 around the main centerpiece of the altar. Then on the sides you had what kind of would resemble a cross with the circles. Then the triangle. Like I said, me and automatic writing, I'll share some of my automatic picture drawings here real quick. I won't show this piece in particular, but I'll show some of the other drawings I've done, just so people can see what an aspect of automatic drawing is. These are things I've shared before, so I don't mind sharing these. Wait, okay, we're staying away from that folder. Almost pulled up the Enochian folder again.
It's pulling at you, man. It's pulling.
Oh, it's been pulling.
Yeah, I've got my original hand-drawn form of mine. There's a particular one that I've shown a couple people in person. It does something to your mind. It does. It's to quote H.P. Lovecraft. It does some, or not to quote, but to reference Lovecraft. It does some strange non-Euclidean shit.
Oh yeah.
And I have to keep it covered almost all the time. I brought it out today, but it's gonna get covered up in a few hours again. It's protective. It protects itself and it protects me too, which is interesting. I had somebody in here that saw it while I had my altar set up. It more as a workstation while I worked on it, and they started to knock it. And I noticed it started to do something. The person started getting physically ill. And so I had to stop them and shut them down before they said anything else. I had to be quite rude about it. That person just did not understand what they were playing with. Whoa.
Oh, yeah. That was one of my first ones that I ever did.
Nice.
They get a little bit... This is when I broke away from the writing aspect and learned I could actually do the drawing aspect of it.
That's an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Almost familiar with the... Well, maybe not. No, maybe not. No.
From what I gathered and the energy that came off it, this is very old. I don't know, can't picture how old, but it's very old.
That's transformative.
Mm-hmm. Remember I was telling you about the pyramid?
Yeah.
Idea last night?
Yes.
Where each intersection is a plane of power, which just goes on for infinity. It was explained to me after I had done this.
Again, yeah.
Actually,
That's
pretty sure the next one in line I am not showing. As you can see, the forms advanced as I was doing it.
yeah.
Which is why I cannot have a pen or piece of paper anywhere near me, or else you get that. And I can do this for hours without even realizing it. And usually after I do, it starts like this, then it ends up becoming
go back
something.
to that. Go back to that one that was a full sheet. I saw Ligil de Marankia in there. or Lugul. Yeah, down the bottom. Yeah, so no. Your scribbles form a word for me. Actually, a name. I'm not going to pronounce it. Interesting. Very, very interesting. The symbols, they do something. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're just
Yeah.
symbols. I can't, I've interpreted some I just haven't been able to. It's like, that's why I hate doing it. Because, I mean, you get stuff like this. I recognize some form of it,
Mm-hmm.
but then I don't. And then I get lost. And I sit here and meditate on it for hours. It's just, gets to a point, it gets overwhelming, complex, and it's like, okay, there's something simple here, and I'm just missing it. But, for me, I've never been able to get to the actual writing part, where people, you see how people can just sit there and write actual sentences.
Well, you're writing sentences. They're just not in English.
But
More of a hieroglyphic.
Right.
That's my concept of it. They're more of a glyphs. Man, it's fast. I love to look at people's stuff like this and feel what changes I feel in me. What they seem to be doing in reality.
This, so I can actually give people an understanding of what I was talking about. On the sigilatomy. Really? Since that's just for some odd reason just so drawn to this all of a sudden the last couple of days. Basically what I was referring to is like each of these parts of this thing is like a, what is the word I'm looking for? Dial. It can be moved and rotated.
Okay.
With the centerpiece being the compass. I've been playing with that theory. And I've seen a little bit more that it takes me to do.
That's D's, isn't it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it. Yeah, I've always noticed it wants to form differently in the mind, especially if you squint your eyes just a tiny bit.
Yep.
Is that what you meant by the multidimensional? It tries to pop. It tries to pop out at you. Yeah. Oh man,
This is what I was talking to people.
I haven't seen one of those in a long time. What the hell is that?
That's that would be the tablet of Earth, I believe.
Okay.
How he showed it, like I was telling people last night, and the beginners, this is how you want to make it. But when you go to make your final ones, which I have, but I don't have shown, it will not be in English. It will be in Enochian.
Okay.
There's the hours of the wings and stuff. Like I said, I've got a thorough I've done a thorough research into this.
Yeah, I see that. A lot of work, too. Yeah, the complex stuff is so much fun.
And as everybody can see, it's actual real work. It's not something that's copied. This is the stuff I think I might touch on it, do a discussion on this week, and turn this into a small little series that I'll cover from time to time, breaking all the stuff down, my ideas and theories into it.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Some, especially the Enochian stuff. Like I said, I have no clue what really anything at all Enochian. Some other stuff, some complex stuff I do.
I've been feeling a little bit more drawn to it here late. Which would be nice to actually go back to and go over and reread my notes and stuff, because like I said, on the Enochian stuff, I've never written really anything up and posted. So that you guys will actually, for those that read most of my stuff, some of the older discussions that I've been covering, I've actually covered them for a reason. Like the paradigms of magic, before I really get into anything like cyber magic or the Enochian systems. It's important that I cover the groundwork and the foundations of everything. So for those that haven't watched those videos, probably good to go back. Most of those videos, like I said, all the videos are on KOTR Wordpress. Links in the description. Every video, so you guys don't have to jump from this channel to my other channel, Drew Lima, to get the other videos that's not on here. Which is kind of, I haven't brought all those videos over here, is because I already got them all on the WordPress site, and once I remove them from Drew Lima's channel, I have to upload them, then go to the WordPress and upload them there. Yeah, I'm being lazy. I'm just not ready to do that work just yet. Eventually I will.
I have a bit of an esoteric site that I've been working on off and on. It's mostly complete. It's on its 5th complete rewrite, though. It started off as my first test site for Drupal. And I started playing with it. I needed some content, so I pulled some of my writings out, and they amount to stubs. They're just, a lot of times for myself, I'll write a sentence or two, a paragraph, and I'll turn it into a couple of pages later. So I just threw them up on the site and decided, hey, maybe I should just put it live. And so I completely rebuilt it a couple of times now. It's perpetually incomplete. It's live. It can be visited. I don't want the public visiting it just yet, though. It's embarrassingly incomplete, content-wise. I'll probably finish it in a few months, or at least enough to put it up there.
Right. It's just like I said, a lot of the work, some of the other work I've done, I haven't posted or done anything with because I want people to understand the fundamentals and the basics before I actually do them. Especially when you're having to write it out and do it in the written format of it. Because I can't sit here and explain it. That's why I'm liking how we've been doing these discussions on here. And then, so everybody knows from here on out, Saturdays and Sundays will be open discussion night. I won't schedule anything but those. Then I'll do the regular Truth Portal or Knowledge and Principle, Wisdom on a Win, wherever I feel drawn to at the time to discuss. I'll do those during the week. Because pretty much I'm getting to the point where it's going to be coming straight out of my grimoires now. Everything that I've had written, I've pretty much well covered, or I don't feel the need to revisit and recover at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm feeling kind of drawn more towards the Enochian area. Also, I do want to cover cyber magic this week, though. Just because I think it might help some people. And it's like you said, in a sense, what we've done in the last few days has been a form of cyber magic. It might not be reaching what I want at this time, but in a sense, we're setting those little imprints for future people to come back later down the road. Looks like, oh, they were actually on to something. They got it right.
Yeah, it's kind of like the programming concept of hooks. We're putting hooks in there to fill in later and hook into later.
I mean, last night's discussion, believe it or not, in its 8-hour entirety, last I checked, had gotten over 20 views on YouTube today. Between the time it shut itself down, and it took me almost an hour to download it to my computer so I can start editing it.
Yeah, I kind of figured you wouldn't have that edited today. That's going to take some time.
Actually, I got up like 8 o'clock in the morning, stayed up till about 1, and like, now I'm going back to bed. Like 3. No, actually, it felt like I went back to bed till 3. I got up around just a little after 2. Guess I needed an extra hour of sleep.
I forget when I went to bed, but I ended up getting up about 1:30 this afternoon. But I was working some out in the background, and even into today, I was working some pretty serious stuff and kind of didn't even realize it. That's why I was feeling so fatigued. But it was a good fatigue. It's like a good workout.
Yeah.
This tells me I was putting a lot of energy into it. Depleted myself a bit.
I'm still going over some stuff we discussed last night.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's some points I want to bring up. I haven't pretty much figured out my schedule for the week. I just haven't put it down and scheduled the streams yet. But I'm also going to do something on dreams too. I think Ren, what she brought up, it reawoken that in me. It's kind of time to discuss those things.
Yes, it is. She seems to have a really good, vivid memory of her dreams.
Yes.
I do dream work some of my best work I do in dreams. But except for a few years when I kept a dream journal and really focused on them, on remembering lucid dreams and that sort of thing. Since then, I haven't really put any effort whatsoever into remembering them. I'll have just a general feel when I wake up, and that's what I go with. I don't really make any effort to remember them anymore.
No, I've gotten away from that myself. You know, I know if there's something important that needs to be revisited, then I know how to revisit them. But I'm not going to sit there and bang my head off the wall all day trying to figure out what I seen, and I'm just not putting into, can't put words to just quite yet. I used to be bad at that. That's kind of why I do some things I do, and it's just like, instead of just knowing that I can just go back and just recall it and review it, because sometimes it takes 2 or 3 times. Because, and truthfully, I know everybody's had them. Everybody has those few reoccurring dreams that just keep the same dream that keeps playing over and over from time to time. Those are the ones I found have a lot of meaning into. Once you learn that you can actually control that and review them, find the point. I call it a point of origin. It's like, I'll use the terminology. It's like having a DVR. You just go back to when you recorded it and rewatch it.
Yep.
And that actually stops the reoccurring aspect of it. And it's something you got to train yourself. You got to train your perspective, your reality. You got to change your reality state, so you can actually program it inside yourself to be able to do that, to know that, okay, because everybody's had them. You wake up and you know there was something important that happened. And yes, you can do this with just regular dreams as well, for the freaks out there.
Yep.
Why? Because those are imprintable dreams, because you're generating energy. Usually there's no meaning behind them, Because you know when there's
Yep.
real meaning. It's like you know the difference between a lucid dream to a dream. You know the difference between a vision and a dream or a lucid.
Yeah. Now, I had one a while back that was, I'm not going to describe it at all. I'm just going to briefly mention it. It'll probably become clear why. It told me how things were going to play out in a symbolic way, and not prophetic. I wouldn't know what to call it. It just showed me a skeleton, a framework. It showed me by name, of all things, people I would come into contact with, and I started to come into contact with them. It even showed me the roles they would play. And that was a real eye-opener for me. It also showed me points where I could change. It showed me points where I could change it because it didn't have certain outcomes, or it would show almost like a split outcome. Like part of me would be in one part of me in the other. Yeah, it's borderline prophetic, but not quite. It was something different. If I wasn't I'm half tempted to say that somebody architected the dream. It had that feel to it. I could not, it was very lucid. I could control my own actions, but I could not, in lucid dreams, I can almost always alter the reality at will. That's part of how I know I'm in a lucid dream. I like grab a leaf or something and turn it into something. I could not affect the substance one bit. I had no power to do that. Did not feel like my dream at all.
Yeah, I know those. I call them gauntlets, or training, or Ren put it, I think the best way, training places, training centers.
Yes, it felt very much like that. And I would even know who did it, by the way. I would know who constructed from the Matrix, the construct. That's what it was like. Something like that. It just popped in my head. But yeah, I think I know who it was too. And that's cool. They're a person that's been teaching this stuff for a long time. I happened to run into a few years back. The person is a lot more than what they put themselves off to be, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, there are some people out there that, well, even us empaths can't see completely through. I like to put myself in that category sometimes, but I know most of the time I'm not. Has been proven, there's somebody will come around that can see right through all the bullshit.
Yep.
And I like when I come across those people. Those are the people I can have a real connection with. That I can, they know. And I know, because the connection works both ways. So, there's that line of communication and trust. And those are usually the ones we rely on too when we get in those stages of megalomania, egos, to subtly, tap us with some energy or give us a cause like, hey, and everyone has their own way of doing it, and they usually do it subtly so we don't notice they're doing it until we come down and then we're like, oh, good looking out. I didn't realize, I didn't realize I was doing that. They ground us. They, in a sense, as I found, they balance us out. They keep us, connected to it where we're supposed to be. Not.
That's just how we all look out for each other. Yeah. It's just how we look after each other. We all do it. You've probably done it too. Yeah,
I know I've done it. I've done it more than I probably will admit I've done it. Because, sometimes we're just drawn, when we enter our dreams, we're just drawn to someone like that. It's like we may not even know them. Not half the time we don't know them. We're just drawn to them, so we'll appear to them in a friendly form that they recognize and correct the problem, so to speak.
Yeah.
Which usually turns into by any means necessary. What is your opinion on cottage cheese? I need it for an essay.
Well, do I have permission to go Discordian?
Go ahead.
Or do I, nah, holding my tongue. No, I won't. E-Dog, in what context? The question is, what is your opinion on cottage cheese? I need it for an essay. Actually, you just said that, Drew.
Yeah.
In what context? I have no opinion of cottage cheese.
I mean, you say cottage cheese, I'll think string theory.
Yeah. Or the Swiss cheese theory.
Oh,
A Swiss cottage?
just the food?
Oh. Originally discovered when a person used a goat stomach to store milk, and the enzymes in the goat stomach caused the milk to curdle.
It's a form of transmutation in a sense.
Yes, it is. In that respect, yes, I like it very much. So. How about you?
Used to. Not so much anymore.
You back off the dairy?
No, just how taste buds change over period. Like every 7 years, your taste buds change. And now it's just don't taste right to me, or maybe it's actually the realization that it's a form of transmutation, and that it's, in a sense, it's, as you put it, curded cheese, basically something that's actually rotted and fermented, in a sense.
Yeah, it is. Bacterial action, I think.
Yeah.
The bacteria or yeast? Is that yogurt?
I think that's yogurt, but in a sense, the process works either way. Because isn't it from cheese we get penicillin? From the mold that grows on cheese?
It could be. It could be. I'm not sure. I know it comes from a mold, and it attacks bacteria. That much I know.
Which I'm pretty sure that was actually the theory behind that. Cause also helped change my mind state on cheese. I mean, I love cheese. And I love goat's milk. But there comes a point when you realize the transmutation of things. But then it goes to the point, even nature has its natural form of transmuting things.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm positive with cheese, we get penicillin from the mold that grows on the cheese.
Well, I do know
another
this.
Form of transmutation.
Recently discovered, maybe 5 years ago or so, maybe 10, cheese is one of the few foods that will help your body produce serotonin. So people who have
really?
very depressed, yeah, eat some cheese. Or just eat a
serotonin is also produced when we enter dream states too.
Yeah.
Guess that's why I love cheese so much. Plus, back when I was a kid, when I had my tonsils removed, the only way I could get out of the hospital was if I ate. And the only thing I could eat was cottage cheese. So for like a month, that's all I did was eat was cottage cheese. So I kind of probably ruined it for myself because I used to love cottage cheese.
Yeah, that would do it.
Now, not so much.
That would certainly do it. That's a bad negative association to cottage cheese right there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I might have tattoos and stuff. But if I have a paranoia, or you can call it a fear, because a paranoia is a fear, phobia is a fear.
Oh, yeah.
Needles. No, I can't stand needles. I mean, I've gotten over it, but I still cringe at the thought of having to have my blood drawn or having to get a shot. It just sends chills up and down my spine, just the thought of it. And back then, I mean, all my dental work from the age 8 and up was without the Novocaine shot.
Oh, wow.
That's how paranoid I was of needles.
I've considered doing that at some point if I need a tooth extraction. I've considered doing one without any anesthetic, just to put something to the test. But I don't know. No, I have no fear of needles.
All you do, you only feel it for a second when the drill basically drills out the cavity,
right?
And you get that rush of air, or when they use the air to blow on it to blow the enamel and stuff away that they drilled. It's the only time you actually feel the nerve.
Oh, okay.
So it's not as bad as what everybody thinks. I mean, then again, it might be. I've got a different tolerance for certain pains. I mean, obviously, I can sit here and get tattooed on for hours, and it don't bother me. In fact, I enjoy it. But when it comes to needles and the other sense, no. And people start to trip them out. You hate needles. You got this phobia of them, but you've got all this tat work. I'm like, oh, tattoos don't bother me. I enjoy that. I sit there watching intently as they're doing it. I've had many tattoo artists say they love shooting on me just because it doesn't bother me. I don't move. I'm just sitting there quiet, enjoying it.
I wonder if it has to do with the hypodermic needle as opposed to a tattoo needle. The hypodermic is actually injecting something into you. It's penetrating a closed system. But tattoo isn't. It's not actually breaking through the barrier. The outer barrier, but it's not getting underneath the skin all the way into the muscle or into the veins. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
It could be. I mean, the one time I actually took the shot. I was probably like 20 or 21 because I was getting one of my wisdom teeth removed. Let's talk about the worst experience ever. One, I hated the This is when I was pretty much getting over the phobia and fear of it. And this doctor, he wasn't going to pull it unless I allowed it.
Right.
Pretty much I didn't have a say in the matter, so. All right, cool. I mean, this dude, for real, to this day, I really haven't been back to a dentist. Because when he went to go to pull him, I mean, he was lifting me out of the chair.
Damn.
And eventually, during the process, as the clamp slipped off the tooth and slit the roof of my mouth open, and ended up with having to get 20 stitches in the roof of my mouth. Then when he finally got the tooth dislodged, the tooth fell out of the clamp again and went down my throat along with the gauze, and I almost choked to death on the gauze. I spit the gauze out and swallowed the tooth. And I'm like, no. But no, here's the worst part. You know, wisdom teeth are your permanent teeth.
Yeah.
When they grow, and they're your permanents. Well, I'm going to have to go back to the dentist here when I get my income tax to have the same damn tooth that it was pulled, that it was non-existent, removed because it grew back.
Ah, you've tapped into that.
Oh, I've tapped into it. My one of my front teeth is its third tooth.
Okay, I've wondered about that. I've got some that I would very much like to regrow, or at least recalcify. I've slowed down a cavity start over 10 years ago, and I've never heard anybody who wasn't surprised that a tooth could still be mostly intact after 10 years. At some point, I'll have to either get it extracted or something. Someday I may go the whole way and get them all removed, get implants.
Yeah, I've slowed down like the one front tooth. That's the third one. Now it's been needing a root canal since I was like 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I managed to slow that process down. Well, like I said, it's the third tooth, and I don't want to lose it. I got lucky. I had a third tooth grow back. You're only supposed to get your babies and your one permanent, not a third. I wasn't happy about the wisdom tooth growing back, though.
No, because They push the other teeth around. They hurt like hell. I had a crooked tooth on the bottom from a wisdom tooth that grew in a little bit sideways and pushed all of them over.
Oh.
Never really hurt. Just a crooked tooth.
I've only got one crooked tooth, but I think it's, and well, most people don't know. I've got all my canines are fangs.
Okay.
Naturally. But the one on the left side is bent over, pointing towards the back. But the rest are perfect canines. Tops and bottoms.
I always thought that'd be
Just
cool.
natural. No, it's not cool.
No?
There's a drawback. No. I don't know how many times I've punctured a hole in my lip. Wake up, lip bleeding, or blood on the pillow, lip sore, because somehow in the minute while I was sleeping, I managed to put one of my fangs through my lip.
So I take it fang implants might not be such a good idea then.
No, I don't even see why people would want them. Trust me, for somebody who's got them naturally, they suck.
It's the throwback
Yeah,
to my late teens and early 20s. A hardcore vampire fetish. The weird thing was everybody thought that I was I would say I was a vamp, and they would ask me, well, what clan? Like, clan? What are you talking about? I like blood, and I have a fetish for, almost a fetish, not quite a fetish, but I'll call it that. I have a fetish for the romantic side of your Hollywood vampires. I've always had that. And they say, what? You drink blood? And yeah, it's sanguinarian, what are you? They're like, no, we role play. Like, oh. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know what that's all about. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Masquerade was the game back then.
Yes, Vampire the Masquerade.
Role-playing game.
White Wolf. Yeah, for me, it's an energy thing. The energy from blood is like nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
You don't mess
People
with
don't realize
it.
that either.
I haven't messed with it in ages, but yeah, that's because I told you I was into some dark stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it wasn't about role playing. It wasn't an ego thing. It was about, yeah. Well, that would be an advanced lesson for a more inner circle. Some of the things.
Yeah.
Blood magic the most people attracted to it. They're dark, really dark in the first place. And yeah, I wouldn't want to give them that.
No, I might cover some subjects on that, but I'm not going to get in full-blown out details on it. It's a tool that has a purpose when used right.
Yes.
Just like for anybody that actually, I will get into this aspect, and actually I probably should go switch the age category on this for this topic, but I'm not. Parental discretion is advised from a little bit here. Well, you know the concept, and you understand how powerful it is.
Yes.
The energy. Well, it can also be used for a form of control, mainly for women.
Mm-hmm.
When they're on that cycle, like, you've ever heard the saying, never eat spaghetti when the woman's on a rag, or anything pasta?
Uh-huh.
This is more practiced in some of the Italian families. They wouldn't eat pasta while their wife was on the rag. Why? Because you could tell the difference when it was mixed into the sauce. Well, therefore,
Gotcha.
She could actually use that to control you as a form of, type of possession, mind control. Oh yeah, sense. I mean, there's other usage and analogies for it, for love spells and stuff. Oh yeah, it can be a very powerful tool, especially if somebody knows what they're doing. I've had a few girlfriends that would say like, I was like, oh, we're going out to eat this week. You're not cooking, or I'll cook this week. And when you tell them why, they look at you like you're crazy. It's like, then, for those that are open-minded, you show them and show them the history of it. Of course, now you're giving them the idea. Now they know they can do it. But yeah, it's been known to be used like that. You know, which goes back to the concept of vampirism.
Yeah, and when offered freely, it's in this one I will just because this is public, and I really don't want to gross anybody out. The last thing I want to do.
Right.
When it's offered freely, there's a certain point in time during their cycle where it's, if you do like blood, it's a way that doesn't require any cutting of the skin or anything.
Right. But it's also been throughout histories, cultures, and traditions, such as the Egyptians, Incas, Mayans, which were considered, well, some of the Mayan Incas tradition was considered more cannibalistic, but not in a cannibalistic sense.
No.
Or the Egyptians, certain aspects, the eating of the heart or the partaking.
Yeah.
Even hunters, some hunters in the past, how they partake in the blood of the kill.
Yes.
It's a sense of, in a sense, it's a transference of memories, energies, knowledge, and wisdom. That's what they believed in.
Mm-hmm.
That you're,
part of it's
by consuming that, you were able to tap into your ancestors and take on their memories and forms.
Well, part of it's
where
backed
the
up by
original
genetics.
source of the blood magic came from.
Yeah, and part of it's backed up by genetics, including and how you can listen to plants by eating them. They've discovered that in your gut there's some special, I don't know if they're cells or enzymes. Anyway, your gut somehow can actually read, it decodes the DNA of everything you put in you. So if you put a piece of a person or an animal into your gut, then you just literally read everything they've ever experienced with an emotion attached.
You are what you eat.
Yeah. And another thing they've discovered, there's no junk DNA. Things are imprinted in your DNA, your experiences, your memories. Part of the reason children born of older fathers have, they tend to be a lot more intelligent, a lot more, it's almost like they're born with the knowledge of their father.
Yeah. You know, it's a concept we can still see practice out throughout the day. That just scientific terms give it different things. They change the terminology of things, but it goes back to a lot of things we've been discussing. It goes back to, they hold the root origins with inside the cult. I mean, just like the coined phrase, you are what you eat.
Yeah.
You are a plant because you eat a plant. You see, those of us that understand energies and frequencies, we don't have to eat the plant to listen to the plant.
No. And you are not your body.
Right.
You are, your body is what holds you. And so when you say you are what you eat, that's just another way of saying you're basically, the information contained in the things you eat becomes a part of the you that is not bound to the body. It's just in a vehicle, I guess, is a way of putting it.
See, we found a way to make cottage cheese into a cult subject.
Mm-hmm. And even no, I'm not going to. There's an elixir. It's used for other things too, but one way people have come across it is that one kind of blood mixed with the male counterpart from the same area on a male is a form of an elixir of youth, but it's all of life. But it's also, there's other uses for that, but that gets so far into the gross factor for most people. I'm not touching that publicly.
It gets into the darker aspects. That's been butcherized, but still the same aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like the Druids had a semblance of belief in this idea and objective about the things you eat, stepping out, basically detaching yourself from the world of bread. And I know I butchered the terminology on that. My old Welsh, I haven't been in that area for a while, so my old Welsh will suck. but you step out of that sphere, so therefore you don't eat the plants and stuff. But they also teach that by doing so, you take on those aspects and like animalistic behaviors, or to live outside the world of the animalistic, the primal.
Right.
By eating those things, you're attaching yourself to them. Same principle. It's not described that way. Basically, I mean, you coined it perfectly. And it can be, like I said, I can think of other cultures. I mean, that's the real essential idea where vampirism came from.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much Vlad the Vampiro. He did exist. History has shown that. You know, there's some other forms of history. I'll cover that topic when I do urban myths and legends, which I'm going to start doing sometime soon. Because there's a lot of truth inside the urbans, the myths, and the legends. Just like we was talking about last night. You know, why was Hitler so enthused about how he wasn't the only one? He's just the most common example of the day. He was so interested in the esoteric artifacts.
Well, he would have been a representative of the Vatican. He was to be the new German counterpart to the Holy Roman Empire, which was reemerging. That's why they had such good relationships with the Vatican. It's always been the Pope, an emperor in Rome, and an emperor in Luxembourg. The new emperor is in the United States. Follow your eagles and know the direction they face. And hopefully nobody shoots me for saying that.
Oh, yeah. I've said a few things about when it comes to that. Those inner circles and workings, and it's like, you can't, you know I'm right, so let's just skip the point. And, you know, it's just like, truthfully, you sit down and talk to some true monastery-type priest, they're not going to, especially the cult side of things, they're not going to deny its existence. In fact, you might hear some stories, and I've heard some stories. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to get the person in trouble, or some of the other people I'm describing to. Man, you could have some really interesting subject that has nothing to do on Catholicism at all. In fact, you know, they know the truth, but they protect the truth and hide it from everybody else because it's a form of means, and some of them will freely admit that.
Yeah.
You know, they'll freely admit that the real religions of the world sprung forth out of magic, what we consider magic, the esoteric, the occult.
The priests do not practice what the congregation practices. There's the exoteric and the esoteric. Yeah, I've had an interesting discussion with a Catholic priest before that was open enough about it to... Go ahead.
And for the best example I can give you, you can look it up online anywhere or any event where the Pope performs any type of mass or ceremony. When they do especially at Christmas, when they do the Christmas mass, look at the symbology that he is wearing. Look how they sway the center. It is a full-blown ritual right in front of your face.
Well, they come from
in the Kabbalistic sense of a ritual.
Yeah. Well, they come from the catechists, and Catholics are not, technically speaking, Christian, strictly Christian. They're a conglomerate. That's what Catholic means, is all-encompassing or something. This is probably not the right definition, but it's close to it. That's why they wouldn't hesitate to take on the Druidic traditions, like the Christmas tree and the green light and Easter. And the egg and the rabbit. Of course, the egg was often used to find witches, but that's besides the point. It's still a fertility symbol.
Yes.
And Easter had nothing to do with Jesus' birthday.
No. Easter or the Passover or any of that. That's what people really don't understand. And I tell you what, who breaks it down beautifully? Or actually, let me go find him. Because this is actually a good educational piece. I don't normally show people other people's channels. I remember I said Mr. Astrology last night. What's the name of his channel? But he's got a real name.
Okay. That sounds.
I've actually, I actually was friends with him on Facebook, but he got caught. He got imprisoned for a while because of what he was teaching. Just seen him here recently back on here.
He got put in prison or jail in Bonacci.
Bonacci. This guy, wow. He will blow your mind back, especially when it comes to this very topic. And I'm actually going to go to his channel and recommend a video.
Yeah, I don't normally do this. I was supposed to watch a live talk with him and some other people, and it was a few days before the talk came out that he got put in jail. It was just for, I think it was taxes or something, or parking ticket that somehow got blown out of proportion. I forget what the hell that was about. I know he went to jail. Not a violent crime or anything at all.
He does a vast of different amounts of topic, but his theories and ideas and knowledge on syntrism, especially in the Prisca theology.
Mm-hmm.
This video series right here, the ancient theology of astrology part 1, the theology of astrology part 2, the occult science part 2, and there's a part 3, will blow your mind back. If you don't want to sit through all those, just these two right here, or the Secrets of Secrets. I haven't even watched these two. These are kind of, you must have just uploaded these events sooner. I just had stumbled across them. But what he's doing here, remember that showed the helix?
Mm-hmm.
The way he breaks this down, as above, so below. This is a short one. I think I've watched this one, but you want to watch the full hour. These. I mean, the Lamb of God, everything he covers in these videos here, it's this series here.
Yeah, I've seen
one of it'll blow your mind back.
Shorter ones. I couldn't tell you which one. Yeah, I was quite impressed. So yeah, people, he's a wealth of information.
I mean, it's just another way to look at things and view things from a different perspective. When it comes to the planetary zodiac, our holidays, he breaks it down just pretty much as simply as we just broke it down for you, and he puts it in a different sense of understanding that will blow your mind back.
Yeah, I'll probably revisit his material at some point.
I've seen he's got a couple on the alchemy I want to check out, the elixirs, which after a few videos you pretty much will see that it's somewhat repetitious. But then he's done some on Catholicism too that I've seen. I mean, he covers certain other topics. This is, like I said, BP Earthwatch. Yes, he is a Christian, and he has Christian standpoints, but when it comes to the solar system and the effects it has on the Earth, and the effects it has on the ley lines, causing earthquakes and stuff, it's a source of real good information. And you know when he's putting something else up, because he don't play shock titles or nothing. He puts the titles what they are, and you know when you're probably not going to be drawn to a certain topic.
Yeah, I like his stuff. He's really good, especially with watching the sun. That's the main reason I watch his stuff. The rest of his stuff, I even have a hard time watching some of it. But I gotta hand him, he's about as honest as he can be, from what I can tell. I respect the guy. I respect him quite a bit, even though I disagree with a whole lot of what he puts out. But some of it's good. Some of it's really good. You just have to have your BS filter up.
Right.
I do think he stresses the negative side of things And CERN, I think he just doesn't understand enough of the science.
Right.
That it's like we were discussing it earlier. It has the potential for some negative things. I mean, you're dealing with an unbelievably powerful magnetic field. And it does distort the Earth's magnetic field. That's...
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. There's others that go... He doesn't go too far out there with it. There's others that go so far out with it. Like they talk about black holes that are going to swallow up the Earth.
Right.
The black hole that you get out of colliding lead ions with each other, you do get up. They've probably produced a few 100 trillion of them at this point. But they're on such a minute scale. They're close to the Planck scale. I mean, they're unbelievably tiny. And I think a lot of people, they don't understand how it is that black holes do what they do, and they're just these mysterious things. It's, the only thing that makes them black is they're compact enough that light doesn't escape. Other things do. But if you've got something that's made out of a single subatomic particle collapsed in on itself, it's going to evaporate, within an extremely short, such a short period of time that it's almost no time at all. About the first time a virtual particle pair carries away the information, your black hole's gone.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think people push a little bit of the doom and gloom too far. But he's good. He's good. I like his material.
Yeah. Speaking of BP Earthwatch, he just posted, that's why I quit sharing for a second, so I checked my email. He just posted, so this would be breaking news, but I don't, like I said, when it comes to a source of information for news-wise, he has a different perspective, but he did just post urgent missile attack on Saudi Arabia. So you guys understand what I'm saying, where he might not, when he's doing the solar stuff and the forecast for the days and stuff, or the weather, mm-hmm. This dude is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how he predicts these things. This dude's been known to predict earthquakes months before they happen. This is how good his knowledge is in that area. Predict the paths of hurricanes and stuff. So on that aspect, and why do I bring it up? Because there's an occult aspect to this. Because he's showing you that there's other forms of energies. The solar winds is a form of energy. And he shows you how it does affect the Earth. Every time there's a high level of solar energy, or solar wind at its highest peak, and we're talking speed here when I say peak.
Yeah.
It actually causes an earthquake here on Earth. The most recent ones, like in the Solomon Islands, the 8.0, exactly to the very millisecond of the highest point of the solar wind was the same time the earthquake, and he's backed it up time and time again with sites you guys can go and do. And once you realize go to, he gives you the link that you can just go to yourself and see and do the research. But then you can take it to the occult perspective. Okay, how can I use that energy that's coming in here to influence my work, to give it more energy and charge? It's a part of everything. Those solar winds just don't come from the sun. They come from all over the universe. Mm-hmm. We're part of the universe. We're part of all things. So therefore, we're only using a fraction of our tools when it comes to correspondence. That's why I like things like this. That's why I point them out.
I think he's tapping into his own intuition and working the cult, what we would call a cult, without realizing it. Which I wouldn't consider that to clash with his Christian beliefs.
Right. He's more. He might not admit to it, but he's tapping into the mysticism side of Christianity, because there is a mysticism side to it. Oh,
for sure. The Pentecostals even recognize it. They call them the gifts.
Yep.
And they encourage, if you've got them, use them. They still wrap it around their belief system around it. But so I can have kind of a strange respect for them. Ordinarily, I don't, because they're so hardcore.
But I tell you what, and guys, don't knock this. Yeah, you try it. I tell you what, I grew up in a Baptist church. I mean, there's energy there, but when you step foot in a Pentecostal church, when they start, just wow, the energy
Oh yeah.
is wow. That's all you can say because you can feel it. It shakes your foundation. So there's something there that they believe in. They put so much faith and conviction in, and those are the churches you see more of the speaking in tongues. You see them more acceptable to people's abilities and gifts. They don't call it what we call it.
We call it channeling.
Yeah,
they're speaking in tongues
because of their dogma. You strip away that dogma from them, they wouldn't be no different than what we are right now. The only difference is we see that, we acknowledge that.
And their avoidance of television, I agree with.
Oh yeah.
If I live by myself, I might own one for the occasional movie I watch, but to watch, broadcast television, no, I know too. I don't care who you are. You're not immune to everything.
Right.
And I just prefer not to. Every once in a while I will, but I can feel it. I can feel its effect. I know how to counter most of it. But here's something that bugged me about, it was an episode of CSI I was watching. And close to the end of it, it was just a quick little scene. Somebody's carrying a little girl, and she was crying. But the empath in me picked up on it. Even years after, that girl's grown up now. It was years ago that they filmed it. But it wasn't a fake cry. She wasn't taught. They had to do something to her to make her sad to get her to cry on film. And I wonder how many takes did that take?
Right.
And if I pay money to it, if I even pay attention to it, I'm helping to continue such a thing.
Exactly. Because in a sense, it also goes back to the whole principle of a child. Well, a child doesn't know right from wrong, doesn't know what hot means or cold means until they touch it. That, in a sense, we still learn like that even as adults. We got to experience something before we can understand it and put a thing. So yes, there's ways that they can still slip stuff by us that slip through our defenses and barriers that we have up to protect us so we don't get triggered when we see subliminal messages, images, and way they word things in tone, because they do in tone. An actor's great at intoning words, they just don't call it intoning. They call it method acting or mimicking. People that do, politicians, real politicians, the ones we pretty much will prefer to see outside of government and out of government, do this very thing. Our people we put as leaders in charge of our community, they do this very same thing with intonement, how they bring the pitch and words of their voice to excite, to entrance you.
Yes.
To spur certain energies. Same way, as I pointed out last night with the protesters, they do it, whether it be through chant, sing-song music, beating. See the cops do it. Riot cops do it now. They've taken a military tactic that's been used through centuries, the beating on the shields. That rhythm.
They even use the phalanx, the Greek phalanx system. That's I've seen some of their training. I admire that. They're good at that. I'm not so. I don't admire the brutality, but
no.
Of course, they're doing their jobs. My beef wouldn't be with the police themselves. It would be with the people giving them the rules to follow and the people triggering them. If you've noticed, a lot of people protest very effectively, and they actually get change to happen. They bring a coherent argument to the stage. A policeman's job, or the police's job, is to enforce the rules, whether they're right or wrong. If a policeman starts to do their own judgment out on the street, they're not there to be your judge. They're there to see enough evidence that fits a set of categories, and if you match enough of them in your actions, or if you show enough evidence, then they're going to basically apprehend you, take you to court. I don't like that it happens that way, but my beef isn't with the police. They're not the ones so much being brutal. Occasionally you get one.
Yeah, every group has its bad apple.
And it's people using our new internet way of very rapid organization to push them, and then they use the violence that they're shown. In other words, it's like if I come and slap you in the back of the head and you punch me in the face, and then I go turn you in for an assault.
Right.
You left a mark. I didn't. But I'm the one that assaulted you.
Mm-hmm. You see, you brought up something good, another good point that I just came to my mind. Remember back when the flash mob things were all the big thing?
Yeah.
All that, guys, was a scientific social experiment to get to what we're at now with the protests.
Yes. Yes. The
Same way,
organism.
because there was a thing that to trick you and dull you down so you wouldn't actually pay attention to these people gathering like this. The fact that, remember the here of recent, the silent pose, everybody stands still?
Yeah.
Another form to distract you when you see this going on from something else that's really going on, which was in the background, them programming people to be out here protesting.
Yeah.
For things they don't even know what they're protesting about.
And the Women's March has done more to get men to hate women than anything I've seen in probably 1,000 years.
Right.
They're men that I've talked to a few that before, I mean, they're normal men. They've got a respect for women. Now they're talking so much trash that I guarantee you it's a man that really doesn't like women, or it's just somebody with a political agenda pushing it.
Right. See, I don't so much blame the Women's March for that. I blame the new feminist march for that. These new feminists, I could actually carry an intellectual conversation on with an old school feminist and not feel like I was being belittled, degraded. There was understanding and there was truth to what they were saying. Now, if you're a man, you can't even find a common ground to discuss with them.
No.
Except for what happened during the inauguration, after the inauguration, the Women's March, their whole voice pretty much all got silent. Meaning took it away from it when you let a man hit a female reporter, then you shielded him, protected him from the cops, and sat there still bashing the female journalist. That just destroyed your message. And I'm going to hammer that for a while until people understand what you guys are doing. You're destroying the idea of protest. You're taking, eventually what's going to happen, and this is going to happen, is, because right now if you pay attention, these protests are only happening in certain cities where there's no carry and conceal permits, to where, the police department always does what they're told instead of what their jobs are. And where it's more of a demographic to a certain political agenda and party. When you start bringing those protests to other areas, somebody's going to get hurt. And it's not going to be it's not going to be the common person that you guys have been beating up on here late. It's going to be you. And that's where they're going to try to spin it and blame it on us.
Yep.
Because whether you did it in a state that can carry concealed, do it here in Ohio and see what happens. In fact, they tried. You guys they let you do your thing for about an hour, and then the cops dispersed you. If you would have gotten violent here in Ohio, there's such a thing as stand your ground law. You could have been shot. And you know what? That person wouldn't go in cuffs. And that's what they want. They want something like that to happen so they can turn around and take our First Amendment away from us. Then they can come back, if the gun was used, go after the guns. Because, well, nobody's getting shot over in these states that don't have it. No. This is the psychological warfare game that they're playing. I mean, it's just on a grander scale that nobody, you get caught up on seeing this, get caught up in the divisions that they keep spreading. We get caught up in seeing these cool things like, you know, it's art, a form of art to sit here and take a pose and not move, be a mime basically, and film it. But yet you guys are doing that on a mass scale by going on Facebook, Twitter, and organizing these things. Then the ones that are organizing protests are doing it right in front of your face, and you're ignoring it.
It's controlled opposition. You create your own opposition so that you can force a move early before any genuine opposition can do any good, and you completely wipe out rational debate off the table. You force violence so that you can come in harder. Whenever I see something split into two sides, I know for a fact from 10,000 years of history, 8,000, whatever it is, written history, if you see two clear and distinct sides, there's a hidden side. There are actually 5 sides altogether, but that's a longer debate for later. Guaranteed one side is creating both. When you see another side that isn't in the middle, they're not left, they're not right, they just don't fit in at all, that's the real rational people that you need to be talking to. And that's what I saw for about 3 months in Occupy before they even had their first major protest. Before their first major protest, they had already been taken over. The first few months, there were a core of people, and they may not have actually created it. I don't know. I was never a fly on the wall to any of that stuff. I would have loved to have been, though. But yeah, it started off, it was almost the right thing. As an experiment in direct participatory democracy, it showed the world that, yes, it is the absolute worst form of tyranny. And no, we are not a democracy. We're a modified form of democracy called a republic. And people who try to protest outside of that context, they don't understand that by not, it's kind of like legalese. If you come in to make an argument, but it's based on false premises, they don't even have to hear your argument because it can't even be real.
Right.
And so you get a bunch of people to go off on things. I think the term is false dichotomy. You create a false left and right, black and white, like global warming. Maybe, but it keeps people from having to invest because there for a while it was pollution that was getting focused on, and it was costing companies big money. And then you wonder, why are some of the same companies funding, even with their own logos on it, funding both pro and anti-oil?
Exactly.
But why is it
or like
the
our
oil
banks do all the
companies?
time.
Why is it you find protests, when you dig deep, you find the money goes back to the oil companies? Why would oil companies fund their own protests against them? It's controlled opposition. Yeah, that's another forms of threads. Follow the money. See who's paying for the stuff.
You know, yeah, because some of the stuff we've discussed, we've talked about following the patterns. Money is a pattern. It can be traced. It can be looked at. You can go to these big corporations and look at their taxes that they had for the donation parts of it.
Yes.
I was amazed about one of my friends. He's an ICIS reporter. Well, he showed the company he works for. He works for a steel mill, so he's worked for the union. And the union, some of these places they were giving the money to, it was the very things that, you know, he would never pay or sponsor or promote. But since you're part of the union, you still get, it can still be said that you do promote this because you paid your dues and your union backed it. So therefore, you're a part of the problem. And some of these, and like you said, and some of these things, there were some protest groups that they actually gave money to that was against their idea. It would hurt their business in a sense, but no, it don't, because when you start protesting things like that, especially oil, all you're doing is causing the price to go up. So they're making more money by causing the protest.
Yeah, and the DAPL protests I'm not saying they're funding that, but what it's causing is people are so sick of it now that, except for a very, very vocal minority, most people are just saying, why is this still an issue? Like the one graphic I saw put up showed tens of thousands of equivalent pipelines. What's different about this one? What about the other 500 that go through burial grounds or even go through reservations and actually disrupt people's lives? Why one way out in the middle of nowhere? Why protest that particular one? Why? It makes you wonder, why do they choose the particular targets that they choose? And why is it that usually what happens is they get so out of hand with the protest, even if it's peaceful, but they just get so noisy about it, everybody quits paying attention, and then things push through with no opposition whatsoever. It's like the boy that cried wolf.
Eventually it loses its power.
Yes.
Because, right now, most people are still in the mindset that everything that's going on, it'll die down, because that's always been our mindset. Oh, they're blowing off things, it'll die down.
Yeah. How about these protesters? I would imagine there's probably $50 to $100 million in combined protests against things like the pipelines. Why don't they put all of that effort? I'm sure some of them are engineers. Why don't they help engineer a safer way? Do they have any comprehension of what's going to happen if we don't have the pipelines? What about the people that do require the oil for the plastics for their iPhones that these protesters are using? Why don't they stop using their iPhones that are made out of the plastics? Most oil goes to plastics, not fuel. Why don't they help develop a cleaner way of moving the oil?
Exactly.
Or do the real protest and stop using oil-based products altogether? The car they drove up, well, they polluted the air to drive there. Oh, it could be that
or the planes they flew on
themselves. It could be the protesters themselves that sabotaged, that caused those couple of oil spills recently next to the pipeline, whether they want to run the pipeline. So they're going to pollute something to get their message across about pollution and disrupting things. No, I just think there's more effective ways to enact change, real change, instead of adding burdens to systems that make the problem worse and makes them that they're going to have to cut. That these companies are going to have to cut massive corners to recoup their investment on that pipeline, which almost guarantees a leak. How can people not think that far ahead? It's damn. I think that's my first real rant.
Well, yeah, I get on those too. I mean, I don't get it. People, it's like they can't see the pattern of things, and it's a scary pattern. Especially, you see, they get like VR. They're throwing that all in our face all of a sudden. Why? It can be used for control, but you start getting people hooked on the VR, because people are going to get hooked because it's a new experience. I mean, it'd be like when they first introduced 3D. The 3D glasses, going to a movie or watching something in 3D. It becomes another form of the hooking people. Yeah. Another form so they can see things differently. And they're going to be so immersed in this new technology, this new idea, this new excitement, because it's going to be exciting because that's how they're promoting it. They're showing you. Person puts on the glasses, they're sitting on a bench, all of a sudden they just jump. Let's start, because it seems so real right in their face. You're going to get caught up in that, and you're going to start missing the things that's going on around you. The real things, the things that we would normally see and be opposed of. Just like if anybody actually goes back to the Dakota pipeline, go back to when it was first originally processed, everybody was against it. Why? Because it wasn't bringing no jobs here to the United States, other than the construction aspect to build it. Where that pipeline's going from Canada to Mexico, it's going to a refinery that we don't own, that we'll never generate any money off of. So, yeah, everybody was against it. So they let it die down, and they created new events. They waited till everybody was arguing disruptive about this and that. They changed the wording of things. Everybody forgot about the original point, the original protest about it, has lost its meaning in word and power.
Yeah.
They forget why we didn't want it. You know, if you guys don't wake up and understand what's going on, you can't see the patterns. There's a pattern in everything. I've learned that time and time again. It's in your face constantly, especially for those that are in tune to it. Empaths, awake, we see it, we feel it, we see the vibrations.
And we know how to reframe the question.
Basically, you guys are becoming a society that was somewhat free thinkers and still a little bit free, and they're closing that off from you. They're taking your free thinking, what you had, and they're just finishing, stamping it out, stomping it out, and crushing it so you no longer think you do. You become, what's the term? I'm looking for a coding, more of an analytic, scientific coding term for this. You become programmed to where when they give a command, you do.
Mm-hmm. There's another kind of programming. Think of an earthworm. They don't like light. You shine a light on the left side, it moves to the right. On the right, it moves to the left. When you have fear-based people, all you have to do is just always put a threat to their left or a threat to their right. I mean, you know they're going to protest your threat. You don't care about that. Let them protest. You just know they're going to move in whatever way you want because they're reactionary. They're not proactive. They don't stand for anything. Somehow they've convinced themselves that standing against is standing for. They don't stand on their, actually, here's a good way of looking at it. They don't stand in their power. When you stand for something that is inherently a good idea, you're essentially unmovable. I mean, you can be killed and stuff like that. Certainly, people aren't going to like your idea. But they can't shake you on any kind of factual grounds. They can't. And the trick is, do not engage the opposition at all. If someone comes and starts to ask you questions about why are you standing for this, don't answer them. If they start throwing insults out, don't respond. Standing silent, and not in the, like you mentioned, that just standing there like a mime. No, you're not. That's not what I mean. Being responsive is different than reacting. If you respond to the input put to you, like someone asks you a question, you have the choice to just be silent if the question is not put in a way that, because you know about leading questions and all kinds of ways of putting people in traps by the questions you ask them. If you detect the trap, sometimes the best response is none whatsoever.
Right.
Or I've gotten in a habit of doing this. Say, I would love to answer your question, but I can't answer it as you've put it. If you can reframe your question, I might answer it. Well, sometimes if the person's really emotional, I might just actually physically stay completely silent. But that's kind of rude. That's kind of harsh to give no response whatsoever. But it's necessary at times. Say, no, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna pull me into this battleground.
Right.
It's a fictitious fight in the first place.
It's powerful. And we know as occultists, and we know the power of silence. We know the true meaning of it. But in the same aspect, ask your guys yourself this. Everyone has that one friend. I'm one of them, the quiet person. Mm-hmm. Okay, bad analogy, but if you know me, I'm the quiet one. I'm the one that sits in the back, observes and watches. I'm always the quiet one in the group, unless I have to say something. What is the most unnerving thing in the room? The quiet
silent
guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the silent, quiet guy. Silent, when a person's, when you sit there and start yelling at a person, you don't speak, don't say nothing, you don't react, it unnerves you. It's proven by the emotion that you bring off it. You start getting more aggressive with it. If you push them, they don't react. There's a power behind that because I don't fear you. I'm taking your power away from you.
You got
And
it.
some of the most beautifulest protests ever done, and that's where they get the idea of, creating chains with themselves, shutting down and not moving and not speaking.
Gandhi, I believe that was one of his primary tactics.
Oh, yeah. And he was a master of it.
To simply show up and be present and aware. Nothing more. Simply be present and aware. Perhaps present some information or a case of some sort, but for the most part, you just stay silent, present, and aware.
Yeah, because that you bring up another good point, because he did that. He did that a lot. But when he spoke, because he took that power away from you, when he spoke, you listened. You heard what he had to say. It might have took a while before he actually spoke. Because basically what happened, it's like cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a chain. You're building up all that energy because you're getting mad and aggressive because he's not moving, he's not saying anything, he's not reacting. So you're channeling that energy, and it's bouncing off him. And it starts bouncing back and forth. You're charging him up. And he's taking it away from you. He's taking those energies away from you. Whether he's conscious of it or not, he's basically depleting that for you, waiting till you're at your weakest point, to where when he does speak, everyone's going to listen. Because it starts not only vibrating off you, the person next to you, and the person next to them, the next to them. It starts to have the opposite effect and a calming effect, to where he's actually speaking. When he speaks, he's speaking for everyone that's beside him as a collective.
Yes. And it shows the power that it would show the power that the other person thinks they have is only an illusion of power. It takes two to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't let the power move you in any way, it breaks the illusion.
That's the problem. I stated over and over, probably too much on, probably I'm Bible thumping you somewhat on this aspect. Not literally, but you get the point. I'm using my tone and I'm thumping you with it. The fact is, we give too much shit power. That shouldn't have any. But I blame this on people we consider our leaders, we put in charge of our communities, who tell you the wrong meaning of silence, who teach you the wrong meaning of silence. They treat silence as if it was secrecy, as if it was an oath and a vow that's not to be uttered. No. Silence is our most powerful tool, because it becomes a connection with everything. We become one with everything when we transcend into silence. That's why people that are silent, the quiet ones, are unnerving. They're the most. That's why the common phrase is, the quiet one is always the dangerous one. My dude Emilio, I thought I was quiet, and I think he kind of imprinted this onto me too, because back then I wasn't that quiet. I was, but I wasn't. But he was the quiet one in the room. But once you got to know him, man, this dude. I mean, Tickle Me Elmo. I mean, his name was Elmo. His name was Emilio, but we call him Tickle Me Elmo because, dude, he just had that energy, that gift of life, enjoyment. Even when he was down, you wouldn't know. But he was the quiet one in the room, and I found out one day, because that motherfucker saved my life. Because I did something stupid. I let one of his brothers jap me up, and I got my ass beat, literally. But we got into a huge brawl that didn't end in where we were at. It followed clear back to the apartment we was at. Of course, I got my ass beat. In fact, I had my whole side of my head. It felt like you could push in it. It felt like jelly.
Ouch. Damn.
Well, the whole time it happened, what made matters worse, I was a silent one man, just smiling at dude as he was doing it. Like I said, I got different thresholds of pain. Dude didn't take too kind to that either. It just pissed him off more. But I watched Emilio, a person I would have never thought about ever taking him to a fight with me. Ever. That was the baddest ass motherfucker out of the whole group. And then when we were talking about this fight was in dealing with people that the cops feared to have contact with. And wouldn't even they pulled them over. They wouldn't even get out of their car until they had 4, 6, 7 cop cars. And then they've been known, the one dude, he's been in and out of prison, and one of his prison trips was for beating up 20 cops. Yeah, real badass. And Emilio's beating all them up. But he was the quiet one. We'd have never known that or pictured that. But you always fear the quiet one.
Well, he probably had it in him, and he had no reason to boast or brag or pump his ego up. He didn't have to be intimidating. He knew he could back it. I've seen that before. People, they're so badass, they don't need to say anything. They're the gentlest of the bunch.
Well, for those that are actually wanting to know what the final in the Super Bowl was, New England won overtime, 34-28. That's the end of that. Come on 2 weeks for Daytona 500. I prefer racing.
Yeah, I like racing.
Classic.
Well, I'm more of a fan of rally racing, though.
See, I like that. I like all forms of racing. For here late, NASCAR's gotten boring to me.
Yeah, NASCAR is just...
Yeah. I'm a fan of the dirt track.
Yeah.
The late models, super mods, outlaw sprints.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where the roots of NASCAR came from, and that's right now the most exciting form of racing besides the rally car and the drifting series. Those are exciting just because it's something new, different.
Mm-hmm.
But you know why I love this? And here's another thing. I'm going to keep it on the occult side. It's a common thing. You know why I love going to the racetrack? The local racetrack by my house?
Energy?
Especially when certain events, the energy. That's why I like going to concerts, the energy. Anybody ever had a chance to go to a Godsmack concert knows what I'm talking about, because Godsmack, they perform rituals right there on the stage. They even pretty much will tell you they're doing it. They charge you up to perform it. You become their battery. Like I said, music is a powerful thing, but so is events like racing, even sporting events like football. If it's exciting and the crowd gets into it, that's why I love hockey. Because hockey, it still has that raw mentality, that physical contact, and the crowd feeds off it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Romans realized the power of the Colosseum, the power of the chariot racing, the gladiator game. It was a form to control the mob, They control the crowd and turn it into a mob. It gave them a sport that to threaten to take it away, or you could do your politics on the side while everybody's there. And that's actually where the phrase, the crowd and the mob, because they gave you the control of somebody's life when you never had that power. It was a false illusion, as history's shown, but it was just another form of manipulation. And it goes on and on, but the energies that you pull off that, man. I mean, see,
it can also be a good indicator.
Charges me.
It can also be a good indicator of, and more generally, as far as how much energy is put in entertainment, has been a consistently good indicator of when, at least in this case, when Rome was falling, you could look at how much they were pumping into entertainment, and you could tell about when they were going to fall. That tells us something about our nation as well.
Right. Oh, yeah, we pump.
Yeah, go ahead.
Millions in our entertainment. But the difference from us, we realize what they didn't realize. We realize the full potential of what entertainment can do. It can be a form of control. Which is more the Hollywood sector, but you still got celebrities like Lady Gaga did the halftime show. I didn't really pay attention to it, so somebody else can fill me in. What? But I remember when Madonna did it. Oh my God! The symbology that she brought out, the shit that she
was that the
sung.
last Super Bowl?
Yeah, that was I think 2 Super Bowls ago.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure those videos are still on YouTube. Go rewatch her videos. Then think to how things have transpired. Yeah, that bitch did a full-blown esoteric ritual.
Yeah.
That affected the future. Because everybody forgets she was.
Is that the one where did she come out as Babylon on the lion? Is that the one?
I think she came out as Isis. I think it was.
Okay. Oh no, it's Katy Perry. Katy Perry. She's the one that came out as Babylon.
That was last year, I think.
Yeah.
But oh man, now that I'm remembering it, now I start seeing the patterns that she rippled. Because everybody forgets, she was technically, before any of you daughters of the Eastern Star decided to get on my case about this, she was one of you for a while she was with Guy Ritchie.
I didn't know that.
She might not. I know you guys don't. I know you guys don't even claim her now. Facts are facts, and you know it. And I'm glad you got rid of her. She was a bad news. Well, a lot of people don't realize so was Amy Winehouse. She was starting to put shit out there, and well, we've seen how that ended.
Yeah. She's gone.
So yeah, there's sometimes we take a risk when we let certain things slip out there that, some people don't want. I don't care. Why? Because, well, somebody else is going to pick up right where I left off. Like I said, now this stuff's all out there in videos and on the net. It's never going to disappear. Mm-hmm. Somebody's downloaded it. Somebody's used like that program I showed you from CNET. Somebody's used it, copied the URL, copied it, and now has it downloaded on the computer. They'll pass it down to somebody else. It's not. You can't erase it no more.
Or the Internet Archive.
Yeah, one of the many Internet Archives. The one in California is not just the one. Actually, what is it? What's that mountain here in West Virginia? Where they store historical stuff to preserve it?
I'm not sure.
I can't remember the name of the mountain.
I'm not familiar with it.
But there's a mountain in West Virginia. It might be in PA, but I think it's West Virginia. That they store historical stuff. Pictures, albums, music, old record vinyl albums. They even have a database that stores internet stuff. Guys, this stuff's not going to be lost for a very long time. The idea of time capsules, we've just upgraded it. In a sense, the internet, is a form of a time capsule in itself. It's like many things. We've not grasped the full potential of it.
It's decentralized and self-healing.
Yeah.
The internet, it can never. That's why I used to laugh my ass off about the internet kill switch. It's physically impossible. It's not even it's out. A lot of people don't know this because they like to complain about the government and everything. The government's the one that created the internet. They knew what it was doing. That's why they created it. It was supposed to be nuke proof. You could scoop out a half the nation and throw it in an alternate dimension, and things would go down, but the internet would be essentially unaffected. It is precisely it has neuroplasticity, same as the brain. Yeah, it was
I mean, you could drop one big, huge
originally,
EMP over the world.
It was originally ARPANET and CERN, the old CERN before the LHC was put in place.
Right.
CERN is where most of it was developed. And it came out in the 60s and... What's that?
I'm curious how much trouble I would get in for this. Early in the mid-2000s, around 2006, 2007, what a lot of people don't know, especially in the occult community, really only the heads of the occult community know this. There was a big gathering in Germany that they wanted to study and basically bring about more and delve deeper than ever has been studied before into cyber magic. And shortly after that, I mean, I think, you started hearing about like you said, the new CERN, which is not in Germany. It's not very far from Germany. Imagine if you got a group, the top, and it just wasn't from the occult community. It was from professors from college that studied quantum physics and string theory. They took the tops of those fields and brought them all together. Now imagine what they gleaned and learned. Now imagine shortly after that CERN starts really going full operational. Imagine how much information that went from them to CERN. Because in a sense, they're playing with cyber magic and they don't realize it. They're just playing with it in a more scientific field, but I've watched some live videos when they're doing their stuff at CERN. I've got it bookmarked somewhere. I'll have to find it. They've got their own little website that's updated almost daily. But I've recognized some people that I've seen, met, and known that are occultists, that were into the fields of cyber magic. I've seen a couple that maybe certain members of that one group, I'm not going to name out loud for this discussion. I'm sure you guys will figure it out. Is there somewhere down before this stream ends? I'll mention them. It's just interesting to think about those things that, they had this great meeting of the minds conference and they were studying it. Then to see what CERN, because this was before CERN went and actually started the particle accelerants, started really delving into certain areas of information. And I mean, it made some publications here and there throughout some various magazines and stuff because it was considered to be one of the, at the time of age, the greatest meeting of the minds. Just something for you guys to think about. Like I said, each of you guys hold a key. We all hold keys to each other. We all hold keys to higher enlightenment and understanding. There's another reason why I think they work so hard to keep us divided. Like Chris had said, there's a reason why certain things were created. Now maybe I think they realize the mistake of the internet, the full scope that it can actually be, because it allows people to become free thinkers again. And the fact is, as he pointed out, you can't kill it. You drop a nuke, you drop a huge EMP. And once the civilization rebuilt and was able to re-access that stuff, that information is still there. You know, we've seen the power of with cell phones. People be able to record, take pictures, and put it right online as things are happening. And we see certain sites trying to censor that. Because if you guys seen the real footage, and believe it or not, some of that real stuff here on YouTube, if you guys would watch that, it would change your perspective for those that are out there doing all these protests, and you've seen what's really going on in these other countries. Just believe this, eventually it's going to come back and happen here. There's a topic I haven't touched on or talked about that I've been saving for a truth portal on my other channel. I will bring it up sooner or later when I'm ready to. You know, the fact is, since 9/11, they've already been here. They're here. And the truth is, if you're starting to put gender, race, religious beliefs or preferences, you're never going to see them. They could be your very own neighbor that you've known for years. That might not be a Muslim, might not be a Christian, might not be a pagan. Just like I've been saying, we can see people's fears, and we can use it against them. They do it to us all the time. We do it to them all the time. Except for when we do it, we're not doing it to cause harm. In a way, we're not causing it to. We're trying to help them overcome that. That's where the difference comes in. For all those that stumble across this stream, want to call this, that, oh, you're evil, you're a bunch of... No, we're not. You know, there's a reason they call us the Light Ones. And no, we're not Illuminati or any other stupid term you want to throw at us. We're just a bunch of free thinkers that are open, that can see the patterns, and we acknowledge it, and we try to bring it to you. At 10:33. Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, it's only about the 15th time that I've had it lock up specifically as something is said at an hour and 33 minutes. It's common.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, so I missed everything you said from 10:33 on. That's all right. I'll go back and listen to it.
Yeah. I was making a connection to something I knew about that probably I shouldn't have made a connection to. Yeah.
It happens.
But it was something I felt kind of needed to spin a little bit, because, you know, you brought up a good point. I mean, you could drop a whole EMP in this world, and eventually when we rebuild our computers, that information that was there before that happened is still there.
Oh, yeah.
So in a sense, we have science has created, or I'm not even going to say science, they've created a living entity. It might not be breathing, but it is a living entity.
Yes. I still prefer to think of it as an extension of us, and it's People talk about the true collective, and I don't think it's actually emerged yet in the physical. Of course, there's the astral, the non-physical aspects have always been there, but those are difficult. For one thing, like telepathy, the cell phone gives us a form of telepathy now. It's so difficult to develop the skill, but you can give it to everyone by allowing the few who do know how to create a physical analogy or analog of it. And pretty soon, it may even be done biologically. We will be essentially born with a biotech link. Although we may take it so far that we no longer have to be born, but that's the post-transhuman thing, not to be confused with mainstream transhumanism.
Well, I think that's the reason they created that term and put it out there. So when they do eventually bring that in, we'll be desensitized to the even ideology of it. Yeah.
I see it as just a natural evolution of organisms learn from bacteria. They learn to cooperate. So bacteria absorbs another, and instead of eating it, it becomes a functional part of it.
Right.
That's the birth of multi-celled organisms. When you get to us, 60 or 70 trillion cells, including the bacteria, it's more like 200 trillion or something like that. They're physically wired, but they're also wired through microtubules in a quantum fashion. But for us to go the next stage, the brain has to be offloaded out of the head. Otherwise, you'd have a head. To give you the next scale up in intelligence, you need a head the size of Massachusetts. There's a biological way of doing things. So biology started to play with a more refined way. So to some of us, like myself, a silicon chip is as biological as this cat just walked in back here with me. I don't see a distinction whatsoever. There's no such thing as man and machine. Our machines are extensions of us. It's just that they're separate, so it creates the illusion that they're not a part of us already.
Now I got a question. Do you think by this technology and this way of things, do you think it's kind of, in a sense, it's taking a step backwards, though, instead of us progressing and not relying on the tool?
Not at all.
Or no, I guess not at all. Right. It could be more of a training aspect to teach us frequencies of the cell phone to actually mentally trigger that part that causes us to, okay, yeah, I can see that part.
Yeah. No, it does an amplifier, and on the surface, it's like think of if you're looking at a stream and you see foam, this is really gonna be stretching it. And hopefully the translation will work and you'll see the link. If you look at a stream of water, like a little river, you may see there's foam on the top in a place. Well, no, I can't. That metaphor doesn't work at all. I shouldn't have started that. I'll come back to it in a minute. It is an amplifier, and we're going to see the foam of what we normally consider negative. Another way of looking at that is when you write some code, a big project, and you start alpha and beta testing. Your foam is all of the bugs that are there. So you put it out there for the world to hammer the shit out of it. What you want is what we normally would call criticism, but it comes in the form of, hey, look, motherfuckers, there's this bug, fix it now. That's protesters. They're bug testing. And the system itself that's underlying, which is where my metaphor fits in. Now, that's why I said I'll continue in a minute. Under the foam, however, the real thing, so you can remove the foam and it makes no difference. You can remove what we see on the news. You could wipe it out. It does not affect what's happening. It comes out of, it's the foam, it's the crap that floats to the top and doesn't sink to the bottom. But the fluid itself, the stream itself, if you gently push away the foam and can do it quick enough so you can see what's under the surface, but without disturbing what's under the surface. Because if you reach down, if you try to block the foam or stop the foam, you don't let the impurities into it. In other words, you attempt to purify it. What we'd call, you want to impose a system on it that fixes the problems. What you're going to do is change the system itself, and it can't correct itself at that point. It becomes rigid. You smooth the flow, it's not going to get those impurities out. But if you move it across, you may find underneath is a very, very well-ordered vortex, a little whirlpool of activity.
Okay.
And that's where the change is happening. So in a way, yes, it does dumb some people down. People, they lose the ability to do calculations. But remember, nature, our brains, when we were still monkeys, we didn't have parts of the brain that allowed us to do mathematics. Nature had to build that on. And through that, we can now do mathematics, but that introduced new bugs. Nature didn't know what to do with the bugs because it hadn't gone there yet. By going there, it brings us ahead, it brings us a step forward and presents us the next set of obstacles, which in this case happen to be mostly self-created. But that's important too. Once we're done and the system does its thing, which includes us, it's not us and the system, we are the system. The system is us, they're inseparable. In that respect, there is no us or them, there's just we, which includes the entire planet, probably the entire multiverse, if you want to go that far with it.
Right.
But by being at the cutting edge like that and generating that foam, it creates an illusion that all hell's breaking loose. It looks like, oh man, this stuff stinks, it's icky, it sticks on me, and it's probably toxic. I don't want to eat it or it'll make me sick. But you get rid of that and you see, oh, okay, there's actually a very well-ordered, self-organizing, self-assembling set of emergent behaviors that's giving birth to something new. This is just the transition. This is the millions of species that they're transition species. Way back in time, you go back and you can see through fossil records, there's species that only lasted a short time before they stabilized into a coherent species that could actually persist. And remember, survival is number one. Without survival, it doesn't matter what an ideology a person has. Good and bad don't even count. I would rather see the species survive as evil, an evil species, and go bored for a few thousand years than to die out. That would be nature taking a step backwards. We'll solve the problem. As Star Trek showed us, the Borg started to reintroduce emotion and things like that too, and individuality. But this is a transition stage. And these things we look at as problems, you can almost even pretend they're not there because the structure underneath is generating them. What's happening at the upper layer, what we see, that's the foam. That's just what bubbles up out of it. It makes no difference if people, it doesn't make a difference what governments do. They're inconsequential to such an extreme, it's comical that we even I waste time, because I get emotionally involved in politics too. It seems almost comical that we can fall for the illusion that there's even such a thing as politics. It's not a thing, it's a concept. And when you get back to it, you find, where is the vortex? It's inside each one of us. Now, if you look at a water molecule, you're not going to find the same vortex, but you're going to see from the properties of how atoms work and water works, and the water molecule does its thing. When you put it, you give it boundaries, what we call a channel to flow through. It's going to behave in a way, but that way you can never predict. You can't just take the atomic structures and figure out what's water going to do. The behavior is not in the structure itself. It's only when it interacts. That's where you get your behaviors. But as far as dumbing us down, yeah, in a sense. But a lot of things that we normally would have to consciously think about your subconscious. It does most of your processing for you. consciously we may only use 10% of our brain or whatever it is, but if you're alive, 100% of your brain is active all the time. Some parts are more active than others at certain times. You see they light up, they use more oxygen, but it's always active. The parts that we're not consciously aware of is a parallel processor. In fact, every 20 milliseconds, it's a clock cycle of the brain, by the way. Every 20 milliseconds, your entire worldview is reprocessed. That's the subconscious, and that's the power of it. If you program yourself, and people with synesthesia can do this with mathematics, where they see mathematical processes as colors that show up in number patterns. All they've done is offloaded what they normally have to do with the linear processing section we call conscious thinking. They offload it to the subconscious, and they send it there and get an answer. They don't care how the answer comes to be. And so people not knowing how to do mathematics is not a big deal. A few people are so naturally drawn to mathematics, we'll always have enough people to keep our math going forward, to have the human factor of creativity, and the rest can safely be offloaded. We can actually afford to be stupid in mathematics. This frees us up in more important areas of, how do I get this thing done? How do we get over this obstacle? Well, now we have computers to do our math for us. We don't need to sit and spend a supercomputer can do like 100 trillion man years of calculations in a few days. Do we want to wait, 3 universal lifespans just to solve the next problem? No.
Right.
So nature creates computers. In the same way nature created massively the wetware of our brain. It's just we've learned to refine it. And so on one hand, it dumbs people down, but on another way of looking at that, like with the garbage that's all over Facebook, that metaphorical FOMO I was talking about, it does show some of us the patterns, and we start to see, okay, well, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. These 100 things are all bullshit, but this is right. And this thing that's right comes out of the bullshit. Like a flower, oddly enough, a psychedelic mushroom grows out of bullshit, literally.
Right.
Okay. Well, okay, so the more bullshit we get, this gives us a really interesting, the concept of crowdsourcing. You would expect, common thinking would tell you that if you crowdsource something to, let's say, 1,000 people, the highest IQ is, let's just say, 90. This is considered not a very brilliant person, a little below average, I think. I'm not sure what the real numbers are. I think that's considered average or a little below average. You'd think the best solution you can get is about an IQ of 90. You'll end up with a solution that in human terms would be an IQ of 100 trillion. It's because you develop a way to statistically analyze things. That means you can have all of that BS out there. But what comes out of it is a beautiful flower. And from that will come back, that will feed back in. And someday I'm going to introduce a concept to the world of feedback loops in a way it's never seen before, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't read about it anywhere. An intricate pattern of feedback loops that we exist in. But there's an awful lot of good that comes from it. But it's only there, only those of us who know how to see these patterns can get it. And that's not that, we're not that special. It's not about that. Everybody's got their hidden genius, as far as I know. I see it in everyone. I've never met a person that I can't find some way to find what's their hidden genius. What is it that makes them of value, no matter how horrible a person they are, no matter how stupid they are? What is it that makes them, in extremely sterile terms, it's going to sound really kind of harsh, but what justifies their existence? Everything has it. We may want to I may even get in an argument and want to beat the shit out of this person, but I can still find there's something there. But that something may only emerge when this person is in an environment of 10,000 other people. And another aspect is it literally shows us the bugs that we need to work out. And the more of them show up, and the faster they show up, the better. we'll look back on this period, and 100 years from now, we'll look back on this and say, yes, that was awesome. What we thought was horrible at the time, it looked like the world was falling apart, was essentially a massive code audit that nature itself was running on its own self. It's like sometimes if you've got enough bugs that have been undiscovered, you stop developing new code altogether. Or if you do develop new code, it's specifically, it will look like you just made a regression. It's specifically there to go back, fuzz. If you're familiar with the term from hacking, fuzzing, you throw random data at something and see what comes out the other side. This will show you patterns that there's no other way to see. It's a fuzzing of the system. In the next generation, the next generation gets to work from there, and it's a stepwise progression. And sometimes it looks like it's going backwards. That's like in programming, an iterative process. You kind of stop progress for a minute, you go back to an earlier stage, and you just start looking at things differently. To a user of the code, it may look like, well, this company just, what the hell happened? They quit releasing updates. What's going on? Then all of a sudden they introduce a flood of updates, which also introduces a flood of new bugs. A few cycles like this, and you end up with an incredibly stable system. Like computer viruses. People say, we need to get rid of them. No, it's working perfectly. This causes the system to develop an immune system. If you remove the viruses, now at some point something will come along that can collapse the system. It's called evolutionary pressure. It's required. Evolution doesn't even happen without it. And so I don't so much look at, no, I do. I've gone on rants with people face to face about, you would think I actually push for a hardcore some people think that I'm for, reducing the population down to a few tens of thousands. But that's my emotional self speaking. That's just when I'm in it just bent out of shape over the stupidity. So I see it from that level too. I know what it's like to get wrapped up in that. Oh my God, what's happening in the world? Everybody's just gone full retard on us. But when I get out of that and I get neutral and I start to look at, okay, let me put my systems analyst hat on for a moment and just look at logical blocks, logical pieces. Nothing can exist without having some function or being a side effect of a function. From that perspective, I'm not saying everything makes sense. It's just everything. It gives a methodology to make it through this stage of bullshit, so that enough of us can learn from it and move forward, that it doesn't even matter how many people fall backwards. Yes, like Common Core. That's an abomination of education. Okay, yes, it's shown us. That's what we know now. We didn't know before. Or maybe some people did. If you'd know the Prussian, pre-Germanic, the Prussian school system, you know where ours came from. There's a document from the 1850s, I think, where they intentionally created a school system that was to create human automatons, human robots, because an intelligent free thinker will not stay at the job, a dull, tedious job long enough to move us forward. If we'd had better education, there's a very good chance we wouldn't have had the drive to have the cell phones and the computers. If we hadn't had porn, where people waste lives and get addicted to it and just watch porn all day, that they pay good money, they work their jobs just to support their porn habit, this drives advance. You get gamers, people criticize them too. Why you're wasting? I'm one of them, because I like the tech side and the networking side. I'm biased against gamers myself, and I've given them some shit over it. But when I think this way, I see, okay, they're, oh man, I just lost my train of thought. Shit. Go ahead. I'll go ahead and I'll call that my wrap up. If something just blocked my mind, it probably tells me I've already rambled long enough.
Actually, you might laugh when I bring this analogy Oh, I'm going to take it back to cottage cheese.
Yes,
Sense,
thank you, E-Dog. E-Dog.
That
was brilliant.
Sense, we don't see the process until, we didn't recognize what cottage cheese, goat cheese in particular, the process of what created cottage cheese until it happened. It was an accident. That was, in a sense, the foam he was talking about. Well, later stage, we didn't realize the transmutation of cheese when it goes bad and becomes mold. Then from it, we actually got a medicine, penicillin, which was actually a pure form that would fight off, as you fight off the viruses and stuff, allowing us to perceive things that sometimes we have to take a step backwards. Because in a sense, when you make cheese, you age it. It goes through an aging process. But yet, that's not even the beginning of it, because it ages more and you allow it to mold. You get penicillin, or you allow it to ferment and rot, you get cottage cheese. And I don't know how I managed to make that analogy out of cottage cheese.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's part of it's a process, and if you want to take a little step in the evolutionary part of it, we discovered how to use it, and it gave us a valuable food product, which can even elevate our serotonin levels, make us a little happier, taste good, even though it does smell like death. Some of them do.
Yeah.
Maybe why some animals won't eat cheese. I think one of the bacteria in some of the stinkier cheeses is actually one of the ones that gives dead things their smell. But I like some of them. I like Stilton. So it's kind of blue cheese. Cheap blue cheese. Oh, hell no. I'll run out of the room. That's gross. But Stilton, for some reason, I can tolerate that. But
don't worry, guys. I can even find a way to make food into an occult topic or a scientific topic or a topic like he was going into, which actually made perfect sense to me. I was stuck on as you put it, the foam.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It was hidden until somebody looked into it, and we still learn new things about it. So yes, it was a cult. There's a lot of occult in cheese. There is, and it's even a way to preserve milk.
Yeah, that's also an alchemy process, an alchemic process. Hey, I tell you what, dude, if they actually listened to us for a little bit longer, you might end up having a very interesting essay.
Yeah.
I know, that would blow, if I was a professor at Reddit, blow me away. Wait, how?
We may have to get together. I'm pretty awesome at outlines. I write essays from outlines. I don't just start writing. I might send them the outline, and that'll give them something to fill in. Find out if I can get a hold of the guy. Give him an outline. Say, here's your essay, dude. Thanks for the inspiration. Your attempt at trolling, actually, it became food in its own right.
Yeah.
Food for thought. So thank you. E-Dog, whoever you are out there, yeah. I'll even set aside a good 30 seconds, maybe a minute to shoot some energy your way.
I mean, we did turn it and gave different aspects of it. So guys, as you can see, when I say open discussion, I mean open discussions. You want to
and you played it off.
Yeah, but
you played it off so much
better. Careful
what
you asked for.
You played it off so much better than me. You didn't even skip a beat. I'll give you major props for that one. I just stop and think, how can I cope? This looks like it's an attempt at disruption. How do I make the best of this? So yeah, that's even an occult one. What's that?
It he purpled me for a second. He threw cottage cheese in there. I'm like, cottage cheese? What's he talking about? And you go in. You gave me enough time to recover. And it's like, okay.
Hey, we seem to make a pretty good team. Come on, trolls, bring it. We love you. Well, I do. Can't speak for both of us.
I've dealt with them. They don't bother me. Especially when, if I'm on it, like I've been on it last few days, I'll find a way to turn their little trolling into something esoteric.
Somehow I think you've been a troll par excellence at times yourself. I know I've at least attempted. I've done some pretty serious trolling before.
I've actually never trolled.
Really?
I watch. I'm more of the observer type. I'll sit there and watch. So I've watched the trolls do it. And honestly, up until started doing these types of videos and stuff, I would never even enter their chat rooms, and even when they're talking on topics that I really enjoy, wouldn't even conversate with anyone.
Oh wow!
I love observing, so I've gotten to observe how the trolls work, and just seeing some of the stuff they put out there. Sometimes we blow them off because they're just being they're trolling. So they blow them off, kick them out of their streams. They don't instead of engaging, because you could engage them like we just did. And I don't know if he was actually trolling.
I don't know if it's
he stumbled in on accident and decided to throw something out there, and it just changed our conversation into something that might have been needed at the time for somebody else.
I don't know. Maybe I just had a knee-jerk reaction to the just off the wall, totally out of context, and maybe that's why I didn't. In another place I frequent, that would almost always be an indicator of trolling. So I don't know. It's making me think. It's making me reevaluate myself a little bit.
I've seen the trolling and the malicious sense of it. But if you start acknowledging them like we did with him, they to take what they said and transfer it into the topic. And like I said, and for me, it would have been an esoteric way, or if you would have bid on the string theory part. You can see, even I threw my own little hook out there. It's like...
Well, if he's just looking for an essay for a culinary class, well, he's going to blow somebody's mind with that one.
Yeah.
Quantum, they're going to have to develop a new science of quantum culinary arts. Or something.
It defeats their purpose of what they came here for, and I'm just reacting to something that I can actually theorize and to make it into the topic that I was discussing, or turn it into something else so that's a positive. And I think if people would actually start doing that with more with these trolls, the trolls would actually go away, or they'd stick around and learn something.
Yeah, I've seen it happen.
I just done that differently.
Yeah, that's a much gentler, much more mature approach to trolls. And sometimes people just speak very cryptically. That's why I mentioned the Discordian side of it. Yeah. I've seen an awful lot of Discordians that they're intending to provoke thought, not trolling. And they're not at all trolling. They're fulfilling what they view as their role of being the disruptors, the one that's always countering everything with something ridiculous. It's a very revealing process if you ever got into Discordianism.
I've got into it. I just never knew the technical term for it. I've never heard that term before. Mm-hmm. But yes, I know it. I actually use it myself time to time. Mm-hmm. So I guess that's something funny. I have trolls. but not on the sense of what they do today.
Yeah,
Like
it wasn't
comments,
malicious.
leaving comments, I would probably something like that.
It was
To
a mild
provoke,
form of, yeah, a mild form of disruption, but the end result is actually more order is desired.
Positive.
It's more to get people thinking and to look at something in a new way. It's not malicious.
Right. I
But no, I've trolled malicious.
Sometimes you use shock titles.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Some things are shocking, and there's no
debate.
Yeah. Sometimes
Forces
people don't
them to question.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, forces them to question. Okay, what the hell are they talking about? Now, I'm not so big on parody, though. I don't.
Parodies? No.
I don't know. I'm not that humorous type. So, I mean, I get to be a little funny here and there.
I despise what most people call humor. It has no useful constructive value. It's an ego thing, ridicule and that sort of thing. I've never been into that. I can do it, and I've done it. Every time I've done it, it's because my ego had eaten me up alive. I don't know. I don't get into like negative humor unless it clearly illustrates a point.
Right.
A lot of times, a lot of people will take the humor and it eventually starts to take hold and becomes part of their belief system too. An illogical humor, I just can't. It's hard for me to laugh at something that's just so illogical that it can't be.
Right. Well, see, I found a new form of humor, comedy and humor, that I'm actually kind of liking. It's more of a storytelling form. That, it's not that big, and there's only a few out there that do it. Joey Diaz does it. More into that type of line. And to me, he's telling a story. Yeah, he's making fun of himself, but he's telling a story that actually is from experience. And you can see that and read that in the energies he puts off. So I guess I can't say I'm not completely into parodies then.
There's exceptions to everything. Like every once in a while, I'll even laugh at South Park.
Oh yeah.
I like it, but I don't like that I like it. It's yeah, I'm just not into. I don't like things that create so much negativity.
Right.
I guess that's what it is.
I look at South Park.
Go ahead.
I look at South Park as pretty much a slapstick comedy. It's just right there in your face. They'll cover whatever topic and just slap you in the face with it. I mean, it has its humor, but as you said, it's more. Truthfully, it's more of a negative than it's a positive. I guess that's the sadistic side of me.
Yeah.
That finds enjoyment out of that type of comedy.
So I can laugh at it and enjoy it. Like I've Beavis and Butthead. I got into that for a while. That's funny. How I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, after a while, like, if I go back and try to watch some now, like, it's almost an insult to me.
Now, what I don't get, The Simpsons. I don't know how I've missed all the subliminal shit that's in The Simpsons. I
think it's one of those
that everybody's showing and finding now and just putting it out there. It's like, I've never seen that. And I used to love that show.
Yeah.
But I've never seen the symbology there or the triggers or nothing. It just, I don't know how I've ever overlooked that stuff.
Same here. Now, I've seen in some things like a CSI, I've watched them go through the tarot sequence, including, they even had names like Venus and stuff like that, and they're filling the right roles. I'd have to go through. It's the end of season 3, end of season 4, I believe. CSI, I want to say New York. I'm not a CSI fan. I've seen quite a few episodes. My
CSI
daughters
New
really
York
liked
did
it.
get into some esoteric stuff compared to CSI Miami. The original CSI did too. I kind
I
of
don't
watched
remember
them.
ever seeing the original. I may have.
The original one, they got into some. They just got into some off the wall topics from time to time that would just. It's like, it's interesting. That's what drew me more to that one. CSS Miami, no, didn't really care for it. That was more, to me, that was more catered to the rich.
Yeah.
CSF New York was interesting. I don't know. Sometimes it's just because the characters are in it. They fit the right role. They're the right person for the role. And
Yeah.
See, I like Criminal Minds.
I've never seen it. Or I take that back. I've seen bits and pieces of some episodes that I walk through and somebody's watching it.
Right.
I
yeah,
like
for some
CSI New
people,
York. I will watch that show, actually. There's a few shows I'll watch. I'll watch that. Or what? I think they canceled it, right?
No, I think it's still on. I don't really watch TV. I just, for me, I catch back up on the episodes on Netflix.
Yeah, same here.
Like right now, I'm enjoying the hell out of the Shannara series. But I grew up I read those books, so it was like, there's like I said, reading's good. So's watching the TV. It stirs the imagination and provokes thought. It is good. It keeps you thinking.
Yeah.
It keeps you, as long as your imagination, it helps you image stuff and see patterns. So I'm like I said, I'm not against movies. I'm against the crap, like the ads or the intentional. I mean, Walt Disney was a master at the psychological game, putting the imagery in there to trigger your mind. He didn't do it for the psyop of it or the mind control of it. He did it to make you think, to awaken certain parts of your mind, to actually understand the story that he was portraying. I mean, it was a story within a story when you go back and actually watch him when you're awake. Then you see the true beauty of his genius.
I may have to give that one a shot too. Sounds pretty interesting. What's the name of it?
Which one?
Oh, the one you just mentioned.
Walt Disney?
Oh, you're talking Walt Disney.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The old movies that he did, that he actually had his hand in?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, for real. Oh, he's deep in it.
He's the one that really coined the frames. Because, I mean, let's look at it. A lot of these TV series, they introduce stuff before it comes out to reality. So in that sense, we're being programmed to already accept it. Then when they throw it in our face that it exists, we're not surprised. We're not questioning it.
Could even be hypersigils.
Mm-hmm.
You've ever gotten into hypersigilization?
Yes, I have.
I think, again, Grant Morrison, he treats that topic pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't
even, the way he treated that topic, I couldn't even do it any justice.
No.
With certain topics like that, I will recommend, like I did with, Santos. They just hammer. They describe the topic better. They make it more understanding, at least for me. See, I got to remember, that's sometimes I got to put myself in check and remember, that might be complex. And I don't, because I see it clearly, I understand it, it might not be so simple for somebody else to understand. I do have to remember that. I will tell you guys that now so you guys know. If it doesn't, okay, leave a comment. I'll come back to it and see if I can't make it sound more simple, which I don't know if I can. Which, no, I got a high vocabulary. I can try.
Alan Moore. Alan Moore. I told you it'd come to me. That's the other one. That's the other one. He did the original Swamp Thing and a bunch of other things, but he's the one that I got the idea of what a spell is. A spell and a grimoire is a grammar. A spell is a particular application of it. When you spell something out, literally to spell.
Yep.
Using the grammar of your grimoire.
Mm-hmm. And you will be shocked how many occultists doesn't understand that concept.
Yeah, grimoire is not a book of shadows. It's not just a notebook. It's to be a proper grimoire, I suppose. You have to say that it is coherent. It gives a system that is the person's own system. If I'm understanding, I may actually be misusing the word, actually.
No, I think if you're misusing it, you're right on point. So, I mean, yeah, you're right on point. Because I've never called, I don't know, I've never called my journals, I call them journals, but they're not. They're grimoires in every sense. It's my grammar, my words.
Yeah. Oh, I just looked it up.
My structures. It's my chaotic
Alan
mind
Moore.
put on.
Oh, yeah. The chaotic mind.
Mm-hmm.
No, Grant Morrison took over on issue 140 in 1994. He took over from Alan Moore for Swamp Thing, the comic.
Ah.
Not the movie. Alan Moore, I know, I watched a video he did. He was hard up for money and sold the rights to it and got pissed because they actually made something out of it. And then he didn't like how they did it, so he tried to force them to remove his name from it. I don't know why I can never remember his name. Right, I've never read a word of anything he's written.
You know, when we bring up when you bring up like comic books and stuff like that, like especially when we're dealing with people like that, you remind me of the. Oh God, I can't believe I'm going to do this. Okay, well, I've already told you. I think I mentioned my age anyway, so it don't matter. Yeah, I'm old. Lost Boys. Froggy. How he talks about how some truths are hidden inside the comic books.
Oh yeah. In case of Grant Morrison, he's intentionally writing the future in the comics. That's why I kind of wonder if things like The Simpsons and showing Trump running for president. I wonder if they had inside knowledge, or if it just manifested because it was put. It could have just been the guy was thinking, oh well, this is the least likely one. Let me play with this.
Everybody watches it. They don't catch it because I never caught it. Oh, me either.
And I watched all the Simpsons.
And it becomes a trigger object. I'm not going to call it a trigger. It becomes a topa.
Yep.
And if anybody's ever watched Supernaturals, go from season 1 to where they're at now and watch how many people have actually died, have passed away. And granted, it's ran a while, but that's an abnormal amount of people because some of the stuff they touch on and some of the shit they show is real shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen fragments of the show.
They might not use it right, but when you start doing that stuff, and it's been proven, to clear back to the original Exorcist, the shit that was happening. Have you ever heard the stories, the shit that was happening while they were filming that and producing that?
A few of them, yeah. They had people with accidents. And people died. The priest just died not too long ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But they said that was probably one of the most haunted production studio scenes that they've ever done. That get people, become unnerving for them to actually shoot there. And some of their people have said it, but they were opening. When you open that door to that subject, you're also
Yeah.
opening that door.
And then once
And-
you go making it more theatrical and playing up on it,
Uh-huh.
you're going to start losing your grip
charging
on
it.
everything. Yep. You're charging it and you're giving
You're
it out of
charging.
control. You're handing it over because you're paying attention to your ratings. If your ratings say, well, let's ham it up a little bit, in the process of hamming it up, you may drop some of your defenses or introduce something new or charge it to a point where you can't control it. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
You know, it's just like, I don't know, every time we keep talking about certain things, I keep getting me reminded of, you know, Froggy and the Lost Boys. You know, there's some truth. And but let's keep it real. How often would that not be a way for people like us to beat the propaganda, to beat the psyops, to give you a form? Because generally, most people that get hooked on comics happens when they're in their teens, and they keep them. They become a collection. They don't want to come off them. I mean, yes, it stirs the imagination, this and that, but it makes you think. It always makes me go back and think that what he said. You know, we're so caught up in the news, the main thing, where, you know, maybe some of the truth, that's not true, all true, but some of the truth's hidden inside the comic books. I mean, you could see it when they did back in the mid-90s when they did what was it? Not the Punisher. What was the one where that fat clown-looking thing? Who was a demon? Would always whisper to this guy's ear, telling things. I can't remember the name of the series. It was an HBO series.
For some reason, I wanted to say the Max, but that was a different one. That was actually MTV, not HBO. I don't know. I don't think I'm familiar with that at all. It's not ringing a bell. A comic?
I can't remember.
Or HBO series. I know some comics. Kind of like that.
It was originally a comic that HBO turned into an actual series, movies, or, you know, mini-series type thing. It was a series, but it was originally a comic.
Okay.
Back when they were starting to play around, push the idea of bringing comic books to the main screen.
Oh man,
or
you
bringing
need
comic
CGI.
books to the TV.
You need good
movies.
CGI. You need really good CGI to do. Like the X-Men without CGI would be corny. Yeah.
I've actually got a bootleg version that I had downloaded off the internet of X-Men's Origins, where you can see the CGI.
Oh, that'd be cool. I've got.
That is trippy to watch.
I did have one with the first one with Wolverine and Deadpool fighting. They didn't even have his claws animated in, and it looked really squirrely. He's fighting. You can tell he's using his claws, but there's nothing there. And in a couple of places, it was wireframe. I had a bootleg like that once too. I don't think that was Origins though.
No. But damn,
Yeah,
let's talk about CGI for a bit.
How
eclectic is that?
Oh man, that's talk about creating an artificial reality from the ground up. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So much so, I use some of those techniques in my visuals when I create my own thought forms. And yeah, I use the term, although I rarely take them so far as to be a tulpa. But yeah, I even wireframe. I've seen so many of them that the wireframes that had me fascinated for a while. It kind of crept in there.
But I tell you what,
you're right on.
You take CGI, and this shows the true brilliance and artistic mind of George Lucas. This old Star Wars, even before they were remastered, looked like they were done on CGI.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a master of his art.
He's a master and had a really good team.
And, well, truthfully, anybody that's ever used CGI, it's from George Lucas. He had the shit designed. He was, for the longest, the only one that could use CGI. But I mean, like you said, it allows you to turn a different reality. I mean, it's getting to the point where CGI is being used everywhere now. I mean, with my XSplit, I can use CGI.
Mm-hmm.
I can use green screen and stuff
We've
like
reached
that.
we have reached the uncanny valley. There's some stuff I've seen that is hyper real. It's more real than reality. It's more detailed than reality itself. Which tells me, yes, you can create a simulation that's more real, that's more detailed than the root reality. Because you remember with a simulation, you only have to generate what's being viewed.
Right.
You don't have to generate the entire universe. You don't have to generate what's inside of a person until the character goes to battle and chops him in half. So yes, you can create a much more detailed reality inside of another reality.
Something I've played with it a little bit for the XSplit. I just don't have. I just don't have the time to put the focus and energy and time to build all that stuff. I mean, I got the software to do it. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, but the reality is, you're changing the reality. I could be sitting here in front of my computer and make it look like I'm in DC.
Yeah.
You would not know the difference if I did it
it's kind of like
right and my software worked properly.
Augmented reality.
Those that are open, you'll see the glitch. There's a glitch in every CGI. You'll see that it's, like you said, it's too natural. It's too vivid. It's too bright.
Yeah.
It's too... See, we want to do that thing. That's the perfectionist side of us. We want to make it look as eye-catching as possible, as striking as possible, when in reality, things don't look like that to the naked eye.
Remember when they started introducing 48 frame video for television shows?
Uh-huh.
Everything started to look weird. And I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it till it was a few years before I realized that they'd switched to a higher frame rate. Now in a game, it's already unreal and you expect it. So a game running at 200 frames per second, if you've got the hardware, it looks right. It looks like but you know it's a game.
Right. I mean, the 4K Ultra right now, it's like, wow. That's just...
I haven't had a chance to view it yet. I'm looking forward to it.
It is, yeah, that's all I can say is wow. I mean, wow. But at the same time, especially those that are open, it can be dangerous because it can cause like a tunnel vision type aspect. It sucks us in because it's too vivid. We see a reality. We see a reality. Right. I guess in a sense we see a reality that we're drawn to because it's proven in part and within inside our subconsciousness that we should already be able to create these things in our own mind, in our own state.
I wonder
if it goes back to proving what you said right, because it's not stepping back. Sometimes it's stepping out to observe as it, so you can see the bugs and stuff.
I wonder if that's how we got caught in this reality. We got drawn in because it's a virtual reality from our parent reality, and we're about to create another layer.
Could be.
And the trick is, by learning how to create a layer inside of a layer, we learn how to get out of the one we're in.
Right.
How to wake up, literally. Now here's a weird one for you. Imagine you're dreaming. You're laying down asleep, dreaming, and in your dream you wake up. I mean, you become conscious of the fact that not just that you're dreaming, but that there is another reality. And in the process, you spark a new consciousness, a new copy of yourself. And directly manifest as a physical entity in your parent reality and tap yourself on the shoulder and wake yourself up.
Yep.
To have literally physically popped out to such an extreme, you become a physical entity and you're, whoa. Yeah, I think I'll stick to the CGI part for now. I think exploded there.
I've actually done that, and I've actually learned that you can be in multiple places at once.
Oh yeah, that. I mean a step further from that. I mean to the point where when you wake yourself up in this reality, it's not a metaphor. It's not that you're still dreaming. The dream stops, and the original you, wakes up and shakes your own hand physically. That would be wild.
Basically, the form of, actually, we touched on it. We just haven't touched on it like this. You dodging the bullet. Me hovering above myself.
Yeah.
Or me, one of my triggers is if something's going on that I need to be awake, I'm actually waking myself up by grabbing my foot and yanking on it. Then jumping back in, or realizing I'm not. And that lapse of because there's that lapse from going from a deep REM to awake. There's a blurred section that there's no sense of time, but no remembrance either, which is enough time to actually wake yourself up and jump back, or as you said, jump back in. Wow, it was like you jump back in time and they manipulated it so the bullet basically phased through.
Like you said, when you get it, you won't have to dodge bullets.
Right.
Something like that.
Well, I also have a theory on that one myself, though. It's also changing your vibration.
Mm-hmm.
Because technically, if we can change our vibration, we can force ourselves to be able to change the vibration of a solid object. Therefore, we can put our hand through it and slide through it, or phase through it.
Yeah.
That's where the terminology phase comes from. That solid object is we're vibrating at a higher. Well, I don't know. See, I don't want to say this one way or the other. You'd have to look it up. And I think we vibrate at a higher frequency. But at the same time, we're manipulating that frequency of the object to change its solid state into a different state of non-existence, and we step through. The same principle happens dealing with dimensional travel. We create a vibration triggering open a door to step through.
Well, to phase.
Yeah.
To phase, for something to phase through another thing in the physics, the science of physics concept, a phase. Two things with identical frequencies can pass right through each other without interacting, as long as none of the peaks meet the peak. As long as you don't have any of the waves actually touching each other, I guess you could say. In other words, 100 hertz and 100 hertz, like with interference, if they meet head on perfectly in phase, they'll perfectly cancel. If they're out of phase, if they're in phase, they'll amplify. And you'll have the same frequency. They'll just be twice the power. Like, let's say you've got 50 watts at 100 hertz and 50 watts at 100 hertz. They come together, or two waves in water that are equal height. You'll get a wave coming back out that's twice as high, but the same frequency. The length between the waves will be the same. So you don't have to go up or down in frequency. And even if you go up or down, you can still hit a phasing problem where you're going to get cancellations. That's actually what creates an interference pattern for a hologram, by the way. It's all about phasing. You adjust the phase of your laser. You don't adjust the frequency unless you want to sweep through images. That's how you can store a whole movie on a holographic plate, and you just adjust the frequency of your two lasers. But you got to split one beam. You actually use one laser. You split the beam. You let one beam go directly to a plate. The other beam bounces off the object, and the two beams interfere with each other to create a pattern on the plate. Make a hologram of an apple. You will not find an apple on that plate anywhere. But put a laser through at the same frequency and phase it properly, which could be also called focus, how you focus it. A phase would amount to, you move it at 80 bitty bit forward or backwards, or you can do it electronically. But you won't find the apple until you run the laser beam through. You have to shine the light through it again. You also can't destroy the image. If you break the plate into pieces and take an itty bitty, take a 100 millimeter plate and break it down to 1 millimeter pieces, each one of those 1 millimeter pieces will have the whole image in it. And that's straight just from the regular, ordinary science of optics and holography. That's how they do holograms.
Well, right. How they say a person that had a traumatic death, you can actually take the. I don't know this. You only do this a certain amount of time. You've got to do this. But the eye, the retinal in the eye, actually take a photo. It's like taking a photograph of the event.
Oh yeah.
It's actually there in the eye. For I think it's like you got like 2 hours or an hour to be able to. But you can actually retake the last image that eye had seen, a person's eye seen.
Yes. Yes, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Oh no, I think we might end up scaring people about these open discussions.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's different. Like
we'll
we experienced with Ren last night. When somebody else is asking questions, we don't get on other topics. Well, we haven't really got on no topic, really. We've been on one topic, and it just evolves. But when somebody's asking questions, it helps us jump on those topics, answer them, spurs new ideas, new thoughts, which was what me and you were sitting here doing. I mean, people might think, what the hell are they, how were they talking about cottage cheese one moment, and then they're talking about the optics of an eye? But I bet you I can bring it back to cottage cheese again. It's just a form of transmutation.
Oh, everything's related anyway. It's just a matter of find the pattern. That's why I think there's actually no such thing as chaos. There are only unrecognized patterns or unordered patterns. Once you recognize a pattern,
it no longer becomes chaos.
Right. That is the creative moment, by the way. When you recognize a pattern that was not there before, now it has been created. And that holds true at the particle level with quantum physics again. Some of the double slit experiments, the more advanced ones with really elaborate setups, have shown that. It is the observation and the spotting of the pattern. That's why it requires a consciousness to have any physical reality. Without consciousness, there is no physical reality. Consciousness created reality, not the other way around. And consciousness is fundamental. Which messes with scientists that don't like to even touch anything remotely resembling God. And a lot of people, that's
right.
For some of us, it's nothing even close to God. God is such a limited concept, it's meaningless. I mean, we all use it from time to time. There's just an ever-evolving consciousness that generates reality to play its own ideas out and then feeds it back into its own self. And it's like the problem I've always had with the word God and the concepts of it. If you can containerize it, it cannot possibly be the all. It might be a God. It might be a creating entity, but it is not the all. The all cannot be defined. You cannot make finite the infinite. And since it's finite, but it does have a limit. The all has a limit, but it's always moving out into past the limit. Like by creating cottage cheese.
Right. And and why certain people will use the term, what came first, the chicken or the egg, or the glass, is it half full or half empty? It's just the state of your perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think those are those words, those phrases were created to show you the understanding in a twisted way, the concept of a God.
And with the glass empty, glass full, the Zen master will just come up and take a drink and say, sometimes you just need a drink of water.
Yeah.
Whether the glass is full or empty is irrelevant.
Just your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe right now my perspective on that is half full. An hour later, it's half empty. It hasn't changed. It's just my perspective on it. There's no real or right answer. Just like what came. Well, you can't, because when you start defining what came first, the chicken or the egg, you're trying to perceive and put a definition on God. Because to believe in God, and as you put it, to believe in all, He's the all.
Yeah.
Well, what created him or her?
Yeah. And with the chicken and egg thing, well, it's a meaningless question anyway. Neither came first. Well, you could say the generic form of an egg is a gamete, one half of a whole, one half of the seed of an organism that must combine with a sperm. But then you get to pollen. An egg and pollen are the same thing. Or an egg and what's an egg in a plant? The pollen's the sperm.
Right.
No, they co-evolved.
Right.
The egg came out of biological processes, became a very efficient and effective way for reproduction to happen, and the new organism to have a shell to grow in. That could be said to have come long before the chicken.
Or in some species that's still around to this day, neither. Well, not neither. The animal itself came first. Because of the evolution need to have more, to have a female or a male, it reproduced itself. It changed its gender. It transmutated itself to have a companion or have and to continue its species, the need to survive.
And there's even male and female with atoms. Whether an ion is positively or negatively charged determines its what you'd call its gender.
Right.
Ionic and covalent bonds are based around that. A covalent bond, well, covalent bonds are more of a cooperative bond. It's where an electron is shared. An ionic bond is where one takes an electron from another. And they balance, but they have to stay together to stay balanced, because it can't take off with the electron. So in one, it's a taking and a giving, and the other, it's a sharing, I guess. I don't know. I think that went a little too outside.
Yeah, it might have. I got it, though.
But yeah, these are patterns. They're self-similar patterns. You know the fundamental patterns. There is nothing that in existence or even non-existence that doesn't make sense. That's why you don't need a topic. Topics are very good, though. I would actually kind of prefer to have a few more people asking questions.
Right.
It could be more effective for actually teaching people something. But maybe that topic base is a little worn out at this point, and these more rambling type of discussions can help too.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going to keep the open discussions for the weekends because they're fun. And I would presume on the weekends that more people gets a chance to tune in. Where during the week, they're all caught up with work, don't have time to catch a topic, an open discussion, but they'd be more perceptible to a topic that they can just catch at their leisure when they find time.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I'm still playing with the structure, figuring out how things fit, so that I can kind of schedule things. So what draws people to them, certain topics, they'll know when they are. But at the same time, use the open discussions to sometimes reflect back on what was the topics were of the week. So new audiences are getting attuned to them, but at the same time, stirring debate and questions from other people so they share their ideas and experiences. And watch me find ways to make a topic out of it. As I did with cottage cheese.
I'll be damned. I haven't even seen even well, I'm seeing a picture of some lights and a star. I guess Lady Gaga performed Liber Reguli.
Oh.
Huh.
I mean, I glanced up and looked at it as she was using the drones and stuff with the lighting effects, but it didn't, I don't know, it wasn't eye-catching to me.
Yeah. People that do the real thing will probably find out it. Like the last one I watched last year, it was almost comical. I wouldn't consider it a proper performance.
No.
And I would say whoever performed that's going to have to be very careful because they mutilated it. Katy Perry, she mutilated it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like I said, out of that one, I got the reflection and the ideas and the things that I've seen, how Madonna actually, some of the shit she did is like, oh, you did, that was dirty. Now
Yeah.
I see what you did. Didn't catch it. I mean, I caught it back then. But I got caught up in all the symbology and stuff that she used. But now it makes sense as I've had time to watch things transpire and play out. Which I might go back and revisit that video. Just because, things have transpired, has played out that, I know, I'm getting glimpses of the performance, in my mind, seeing certain aspects of it and, articulate it to things that are happened in the last year or so.
Yeah. Now, if they are actually trying to usher in a new age, yeah, okay, whatever, cool. That's okay. I guess it's going to become the new religion, be Thelema. But I still kind of wonder if as I see some of the rappers doing it, and I notice they're not getting it right. They're not strictly Crowleyan, and they're not taking an intelligent reinterpretation. So I've wondered for a long time if it's an intentional smear on Thelema, put in front of people knowing they're going to bash it, not to push people away from Thelema, but to push people away from this new resurgence in occult and esoteric knowledge, to pay people to do it in an evil way, like that woman that threw blood all over the place. Just, to me, that's a kid playing games, just acting out, thinking that somehow they're doing something. I don't see that she's having any effect with what she's doing. It's maybe to get publicity. If people saying that's a satanic ritual, I'd say it has no power. Why would you be concerned about it?
It doesn't, but I think you're on to a very good point, because in a sense, when all that came out, that's how it got pushed. It got pushed to bash our side, put a darker light onto our aspects, which Hollywood does a lot anyway.
Yeah, and they're pushing some of the grossest people. The rappers that are just hardcore misogynists and everything else. They're just they don't treat women well. They don't speak about women well in their videos. They're all about greed and money. That's not Thelema.
No.
I mean, it's okay if your true will is to be greedy. By all means, go do that. More power to you. That's your true will. You're probably going to learn something from that. But to push greed as being, maybe that's their point. They're trying to give people an idea of what true will is. That's false. That if you don't have $100,000 worth of jewelry and a dozen $1 million cars in your yard, you're not following your true will.
Right.
I don't know. I'm open-minded, like Tom Campbell said. I'm open-minded about everything, but skeptical about everything.
Right, because, that sense, I look at a lot of them. They're just more puppets than anything. They're just...
Yeah.
And because of the sense, we can Ah, boy, I better not use that, even go for that analogy. I was going to say do something stupid. Say something stupid, actually, which is not stupid after I break it down, but it'd be taken the wrong way. So I'll find a new way to word this real quick.
I've had to do that a few times already.
They're celebrities. We know what celebrities are. We idolize them. You know, they're become like mentors. Okay, never mind. I'm going to word it the way I was going to because it makes so much sense. In a sense, we make them gods.
Yeah.
Not God, but the concept of God.
Yeah.
And we become, in a sense, we worship them. So it makes it easier for them to influence people that take that mindset. I mean, they're not gods, and most people aren't calling them gods. But in a sense, that's what you're doing when you follow a celebrity, listen to their meaning, hang on every word or everything they do. In truth, they don't want you to reach where they're at. They don't want you on that pedestal, that stage, with all the cars, all the bling.
No, because then you're not paying them.
You're the tool. Yeah, exactly. Because then you realize when you reach that stage, hey, wait, why am I paying this person? Why am I giving my money to this person?
Yeah, you're the food. You're their food.
You're their food. You know, and to be a god, you have to have a follower.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the concept of religion, and when it comes to God. To be a god, you have to have a follower. What happens when you lose your followers? Well, let's look at the Greek gods, the Roman gods. They all got replaced by a one God. But that concept they've kept. Well, in order for the Catholic Church in particular, in order to speak to God, you got to go through an emissary. You got to go through a priest
Mm-hmm.
to commune with God. Well, in the Christian, our idea of the Christian modern day, the ones that broke away from the Catholic Church, which they don't get the concept that makes them pagans, but they don't understand what the word pagan means. They still believe in the concept that they still have to use an emissary. You go through Jesus Christ to communicate with God. When truthfully, if you go back in the beginning of the scriptures where I pointed out last night, he says we're to have to see the world through a child's eyes. Why? Because the child sees everything for what it truly is. He doesn't see good. He doesn't see evil. He don't see bad. He doesn't know the difference between hot or cold. He sees everything as it really is. He sees the true I give up. He sees the true patterns of everything. You know what word I'm trying to use? I've used it enough and said it right. But he sees the true patterns of everything. He can see a child that hasn't been taught all this crap can read your emotions. In fact, it's been proven for theory, a baby cannot drown. Don't go try this, guys. But
I won't.
Here's why. Because the baby lives inside the placenta, inside the fluid. It knows how to breathe in water. Science has proven this, so that's why I said don't go prove it. It's already been proven. Science has proven it. But once it becomes aware, it forgets how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't realize, it loses the power and the ability to do that. Why? Because we've introduced air, or it's realized it don't need to be in water to breathe.
Yeah.
But for every concept, though, we have to worship something. I don't know, you said it right. It seems like it's a human instinct for some odd reason.
Well, in the case of Christians, it's odd. It really looks to me that their definition of God is the human ego. They've taken their ego, projected outward, and worship it, which would make them technically Satanists.
Right.
And Satan is the adversary. Unless you look at the shayateen, which is the head jinn, but that's more Islamic.
Right. Oh, then they miss the whole concept when you take, and Satan's actually can't even, it's Lucifer that I'm looking for, the word Lucifer or Satan. Either way, when you break it all the way down, he means light bearer.
Yeah, Lucifer,
or truth sayer.
Tahuti, Hermes, Prometheus. As far as I know, those are all the same. Which is why
Right.
I don't normally say it, but I will, to some people who understand, I'll say I'm a bit of a Luciferian in a sense, but I think there's too many different definitions of Luciferian.
Yes, there is. The true definition of a Luciferian is the truth sayer, the enlightened one.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't see anything evil in any of that. I just...
No, there isn't. The evil of it is, if somebody's speaking the truth, then that's going against the dogma. It's going against the control mechanisms.
Yeah. Which would make it the adversary of that as well.
Where the real evil is. That's what makes it evil when it actually was never meant to be or never was. See the hate mail coming now.
Oh, the Setians. Let's talk about the concept of Set and severing his cord, severing his link.
Yeah.
I've gone through a process similar to that. I didn't even know it at the time. Apparently, the Kefrian kind of it's almost like an offshoot of the Setians. They're well, the basic concept is you sever your cord, you cut off your source flow, and you become your own source. Mm-hmm. In the principle is Kefir, which is where the Kefrians get their concept. You self-seed. It's not a severing of your cord. You self-seed. You recreate yourself, and you come to be through that. Now I've seen a Kefrian, a couple Kefrian websites. I kind of like how they work energy, but I don't think they or the Setians actually get the concepts right. So I don't call myself Setian or Kefrian. And actually, I got my craft name or magical name, Kefra. Oh hell, almost 20 years ago. I just stabbed my finger down the Book of the Dead. That's the closest name. I just needed a name for something real quick, and it was 10 years later I started looking into the meaning of it. So it chose me.
It's interesting. I like what you brought up on that one because it actually reminded me something. I never was able to coin the term. How I knew that like I said, natural talent. Some things you know that you probably shouldn't know. The cutting of the cords or the severing of the cords.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Won't do it again, but yeah, I know how to do that. Well, actually, I might now that I have the knowledge and understanding behind it. But I couldn't see a purpose. Yeah. In fact, I do it through learning anyway. I do the right way, the natural way, not the wrong way by cutting certain cords.
Yeah.
And basically, in a sense, you do it wrong. You disattach yourself from yourself. You lose all meaning of everything. You're just basically an empty shell walking around.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have a soul, but it can't connect to anything.
Done properly, it would essentially amount to you pop out of this universe and create your own.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's even accomplishable, if anybody's actually accomplished that, which would make them very much a creator god in the sense that most people think of gods, but they still would not be the all. Right. They would only be the all of their own creation, since everything would be created within them like a dream, which I guess would make them like a black hole anyway. So,
well, in a sense, I think to a point we just haven't got to that understanding as you broke it, as you kind of broke it down, and as I've realized, how I keep referring to the destruction of the temple. Well, we do that all the time. We just don't realize it. We consider it the one-time deal. But it's not a one-time deal. It's a natural, repetitive flow. Every time we learn something that makes a change, we go back and remove parts of ourselves. We are actually destroying the old self and creating a new.
Oh, most certainly.
And that's the sense. But as you put it, it can be taken a step farther. We just haven't realized how to do it. Gives me something to play with later.
Maybe the virtual reality and creating simulations is how to do it.
Could be.
And it's not an individual thing, it's a collective thing. And it's the reality. It's this universe itself will spawn a new universe that could continue to exist past its existence in some way.
Right.
An individual universe does have a limited lifespan.
I hate to say it. It's the way to connect into the Matrix and become one with the Matrix.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. I used the Matrix title.
Yeah.
Oh. But it's a sense. It's what VR is going to be. It's going to be plugging into the Matrix. And let the Matrix be a guide for you in this particular aspect of the dangers of it. There was another great movie, I can't think of the name, that Bruce Willis actually did, and it was dealing with the VR, or virtual reality, where people would basically, I can't remember, but they put VR glasses on or some type of head thing, or I can't remember how it was induced, but he was a cop. What it turned out to be, everybody was asleep, plugged into the machine, living their life in the VR where you could do whatever you wanted. There was no consequences. Live out whatever fantasy you wanted to play out. It was actually in a sense, for those of us open, it was kind of a dark movie because it showed the dangers of such new tools. We've pointed out all the plus sides of it. It would be like creating a new universe. But it goes back to who's in control of that. Can you control that system? Have we learned yet enough to manipulate our computers, the frequency, the energy? Have we learned enough to manipulate our cell phones? Have we truly mastered even the potential? I think I might say I've mastered dream walking, dreamscaping. But have I truly mastered it? Have I took it? I mean, I'll took it to more levels than I've expressed this past few nights. Or do you think I know how to open doors, travel, be many places, go back in time, view as things transpired throughout history, pick up some lost knowledge? But does that truly make me a master of dreamscape and dream walking? To where if I would attempt to use the VR, could I control it? I've only started grasping what I can do on the internet, how I can manipulate its energies, trick it. Because we always got to remember, when we plug in, it's not necessarily our universe at that time. It's somebody else's. Somebody else might have designed it to trap us and control us and program us. There's a plus side and there's a downside. Mm-hmm. It's a side that we're going to have to learn to play with and evolve with. But for those of us that are open, have reached the state of enlightenment, we'll see it, once we experience it, we'll be able to learn to control it and manipulate it. And that's where, hey, new things come about.
That could be an interesting way to reprogram it. Figure out what code you need to rewrite and go inside of it to write it from within so you can directly interact with your writing, with your code. If you could keep that two-way link going. No, I don't remember either. It sounds familiar, though.
I liked it, but like I said, in a sense, it was kind of dark if you think about it, because he was essentially the only one awake, really awake, which was, this was a weird movie to even see Bruce Willis play.
Surrogates.
But Surrogates, yes.
No, I haven't seen it. I probably will, though.
That movie was, wow. I mean, but the shock effect is the same shock effect that many experienced when the original Minority Report came out.
Mm-hmm.
Which I mean, I stated this earlier. The stuff that's being used today, we're using psychotic type of stuff. Do you know what my favorite TV series to this date is? I'm mad that Netflix took it off. I would love to rewatch it again. I love watching it. Because, in a sense, they covered everything. They made everything show that a scientific mind could perceive all these things and not title everything, make it fringe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I watched a couple. I watched 4 or 5 of those.
That series touched on so many things, so many different things. And that's kind of where I come from on the cyber magic side. Because those things weren't just a TV series. Those are things that have real theories, real practices, and some of those things have been proven.
Yeah. There's an issue with a few of them, though. I found it with the movie Divergent. And the first time I saw it, I bailed out before the lady even went through her first fear test. A lot of these movies, they give you the right thing, but they twist part of it. So if you actually use it, you'll get yourself in trouble. That is not a real fear test. In the fear tests I've given myself and been through, you essentially throw yourself into them such that you can't get out. The point is to experience what you fear, not run from it. And she kept finding crafty ways to get out, like being crushed to death. Actually, that prompted me that night to go and trigger a sleep paralysis, specifically so I could explore being crushed to death. Oh, it's worse than I thought. But in the sleep paralysis state, you can't get out. There's a point of no return where if you do it by intent, you can't get out. Somebody will develop the technique well enough to teach it. But you can use it as a way to explore fear tests. So it is absolutely real. I mean, to the point of feeling my body getting crushed and everything. And no, there wasn't. I didn't, like in a dream, you bail out the instant you die. No. Or right before it happens. No, there wasn't any bailing out. But I'm no longer afraid of it. I've experienced it.
I mean, it's just like, I don't think you realize how much fun I have picking Ren's mind.
The way what I was concerned about is that it might stick in the back of my mind when I'm going through real fear tests to try to find my way away from the fears instead of facing them, which itself, if you find yourself in a genuinely scary situation, of course, it's good to be resourceful and get out, and to even sometimes violate some laws of physics to do it. But that's not a fear test. That's real world there, even if it's the real non-physical world. But an actual fear test is, yes, can you stand in the face of it and say, okay, if it happens, it happens. Let's go. Let's do this. So some of them, you gotta be careful with. They'll stick, and and probably not with us, but with other people. They can get wrong ideas about things. In so many movies that are fear, they focus on the fear aspect. Like when you drop all fear of humans merging with machines, and you just get to straight up pure logic, you'll recognize, of course, there are some negative directions we could go. But all these shows and talks and articles that people are writing about it, it's like they presuppose that it absolutely has to be evil. If it's forward, it's evil. And so let's focus on all the evil parts, and they don't even bother creating the positive parts. Creating a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Which just brings me up something. I'm actually going to be a little hypocritical here for a second. And it's being hypocritical myself. I teach things about fear. We're not supposed to fear anything. That's what we're taught. That's how we're taught. We're supposed to counter fear and destroy it. But at the same time, as you just put out, fear has its place. It has a purpose.
Yeah.
And it has a good thing. There's a good fear and a bad fear. Good fear is when you, for those that are married to have kids, the most terrifying thing is if something happens to your kids. Never had kids, so I've never really had that. But I've been, for those that are open enough, we start getting connected. When we start, people who we're closer to have kids, and we know our energies, and we're connected to them in such a way, there's a fear that only parents really understand, that I can grasp, that is a humbling sensation. Then there's the fear that sprouts growth, because some fears will make you grow because you want to learn how to conquer it. So fear is not a bad thing, in a sense. Yes, we should, in the esoteric sense, we should conquer fear, because fear can also be used to control you. Why?
Yeah.
Well, because I know that if I do something magically that could have some serious ramifications because it was just so maliciously done, I can justify the intention. It's more likely not going to, truthfully guys, it never really comes back on you. It finds the thing that's going to hurt you the most. And that's what it's going to come back on. And you don't grasp that understanding till you make those connections, to where you're going to make sure that when you do things, that's why I like the chaos paradigm. And now I know how to separate those connections and make sure they don't exist. So when my intent goes out like that, the only person suffering, because it was out of malice, I'd say I'm justified. I might have found a way to justify it. There's going to be a consequence. It's going to affect me and nobody else. But then again, what affects me also affects other people. We keep forgetting that. If it's a bad enough consequence, hey, I might make some people really worry, or it's just, what are you willing to accept? But yeah, I guess now I have to be a little hypocritical and say fear is actually important. It has a good purpose, because it's a teaching purpose. It's a humbling purpose. So yeah, I don't know if that makes me hypocritical, but I'm just going to say it.
No, I think it's just treating different things at different levels, where on one hand it can be very destructive, on another it can be good. Like, for example, if you don't know what to do in a dangerous situation, if you really don't know what to do and can't figure it out really quick, letting the core animal, I mean, this is why critters are afraid of things. If you let your inner animal take over, it can get you out of a spot.
Yes, because it knows when to fight or flight.
But it can also get you in spots where intellect would get you out. If you know more, like to take a bear, dealing with a bear. If you just take off running when you see one, you might get eaten or killed, or at least mauled up pretty bad. If you're smart, though, if you do have the knowledge and understanding of what to do with a bear, even if you only have, a second to think about it, you may be able to look, and by not being afraid, your judgment won't be blinded. You can look and say, okay, I don't see a cub. The bear is going about its business, and I just walked up on it and startled it. Okay, you might be better off just calmly keep an eye on it, turn kind of sideways, keep an eye on it, and just calmly get out of its little personal space. And it may just let you go. If it's got a cub, you just might want to run like hell. It's probably going to stay with its cub. Now, if it looks hungry, or if it's coming into your territory, you may actually want to do something absolutely counterintuitive that fear would never tell you to do. Charge it, scream bloody murder at it, run at it. If you can even get close to it, attack it. Have you ever noticed people get a little animal like a cat? A house cat, it can cut you up a little and chew you up a little bit, but it's not going to hurt you. But how many times have you seen a person run from something like that just because the sheer meanness of it?
Oh, yeah.
You can trigger the bear's fear just by being calm. And it brings another point up. A lot of fears just disappear when you actually understand what factors are at play in a situation.
Right.
That's when a person can say, okay, maybe I'm still a little afraid of it, but I'm going to go ahead and ignore my fear and move into the situation anyway. Now I know, I understand. I think it may be true that all fear is fear of the unknown. And once we know, or at least have some idea, we have a lot less fear.
Right. I mean, it's like in the same token how you said charge to bear. Well, we get the concept dealing with dogs. Those are dog lovers that own dogs, especially big dogs, especially purebred dogs or dogs that have more like a timber wolf, Malamute mix, huskies, Rottweilers, and Dobermans. They have a pack. I want to say a pack mentality. They do have a pack mentality, but they also have a they have an alpha and a alpha male or alpha female mentality. You
Right.
have to show them you're the alpha. Until you do, you have no control over that dog. I mean, I think of my friend. I love their dog. I've known that dog since pup. I've helped train it for a little bit. And I also know how dangerous that dog can be because it's a timber wolf Malamute mixed. So it's got its pure instincts. Believe me. Beautiful dog. Most quietest dog over here. Doesn't bark. But when it does, you know. And trust me, the dog has different tone. It has that Malamute tone, but it also has that timber wolf tone, which you very seldom hear. But you know, that dog will test you all the time to make sure it knows you're still the alpha. Because when you drop that mentality and you show that dog you're not, that dog's going to do what it wants until you pretty much will end up having to beat it. And you don't even have to beat it, especially with dogs like that. What you do, you just grab them and you put them on their side. Lay them down and hold them. Show them you're the alpha male. You're the boss. Most animals, it's instinct to them. When something alpha approaches them, they submit. They become submissive. See, it does pay off to have a fetish background, to understand how dom and sub work, or master slave, and you guys know the titles.
Yeah.
Because
dogs are a good example, though. That what you're saying about the dogs, yeah, I know dogs very well. And if you got control over your fear to the point where you're not going to put off the pheromones,
right.
You can back down a big dog. Actually, imagine in your mind ripping its throat out, eating its guts, and just take a few steps towards it. And any kind of some people can't really growl. Any kind of threatening tone you can make don't attack it. A dog will fight back unless you have to. But yeah, you can back a dog down. You can make them whimper. I mean, like a big dog, you can. If you got some fear going, it may not be the best approach, but even it can still work.
Yeah, if you got any little bit of fear towards any type of animal, because they live on the primal instincts.
Yeah.
Recognize only alpha type personalities and submissive type.
Yeah.
But also, on the animal, bears aren't so much pack animals.
No.
They're more solitary. But the same principle will work. Another man, they will recognize a threat, something that they can perceive as a threat.
People pick up on the fear pheromones.
Oh, yeah. Every animal can.
Yeah. You learn to listen to your animal self. You can, people's pheromones will tell you all kinds of stories. Sometimes when I'm in my zone, and I can, I'm listening to my animal self really clearly. Yeah, I can walk through a room and I can tell every person that's having sex with every other person, not by the conscious smell. I mean, every once in a while you can smell that. You can smell one person scent on another just by the pheromones. Even if you can't read energy, if you're not even an empath, you can pick up on the pheromones. And that's good. That's told me some interesting stories.
Yes, I've experienced that. I've also experienced those interesting theories as an empath, which I hate.
Mm.
That's when you sometimes you need to put up walls when you're dealing with the opposite sex, because sorry, certain times of the month I don't want to feel the types of energies.
Mm-hmm.
Want to know?
Yeah. Agreed.
It's a different story when you're with the person. Then you want to know. I mean, okay, yep, I know to tread on eggshells this week.
Yep.
But you'll find, here's something I've found. Women that are actually more open, their cycle's a little different. It don't last long. It's quick.
Huh.
I don't know why, but it's
Interesting.
the ones I've been with that are open, that are more in tune to themselves, in tune to everything around them. It's interesting.
Yeah, I never picked up on that. I've also been a social recluse most of my life, so that guy didn't have a lot to do with women for a long time. I've been with one for 18 years now. I helped raise her 3 daughters, so.
Oh, yeah.
As far as knowing about their cycles, I know a little bit, but I never picked up on that. That's interesting. I wonder if it has to do with the stress of being closed-minded or closed off or out of touch.
It could be.
I don't know. I got something to think about now.
I haven't found when I felt comfortable broaching that subject with.
No. And to be honest, yeah, women talking about their cycles, I've had enough of that. In an esoteric standpoint, I can talk about it in a lot of ways, but yeah, that's very interesting.
Oh, if I were running into Nicole again, I could talk to that with that subject with her on that though, because it wouldn't be considered anything other than a topic of interesting conversation. If you, yeah, people would probably thinking, how could you ever think that's interesting? Well, because think about it. If you're open and you're I mean, granted, we all know the moon phases and stuff affects that as well. But if you're in more control of that, just think of it. Less emotional stress. You're just free. Your body is not going through a longer process of cleansing itself. Because essentially that's what it is. It's a cleansing set.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, definitely time to get back on cottage cheese, though. Hey, at least the dude did it. He gave me a good laugh for the night, too.
Oh, yeah.
I know some people are going to watch this video and they're going to see that come up and they're going to be like, what? I think they'll get a good laugh at it and they'll be in amazement how we even did that.
I wonder if anybody else is on. Let me see. I'll close the other one.
People have been popping in and out. Nobody's really staying.
Well, I did a few times. I kept pausing the video. I show as a viewer too if I play it. You'll probably see it pop up in just a minute. It takes a minute or two for it to register, I think. I noticed that earlier. It was the load of playing the video, even though I've got it muted on my computer. It's just an older AMD. It's an AMD dual core. It's an older one. This is just one of my, it was actually thrown away. The screen didn't work on a laptop, so I used the lid of the screen and took the LCD out, bolted it to the back of the monitor and used it. Oh, it's ghetto. Ghetto or redneck. Take your pick.
Whoa, stop. You know, that symbol is interesting.
What's that?
The symbol I've got it showing on the screen right now, This logo they've created.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The
Red
symbology
cross.
of it is very interesting. This was actually on the Super Bowl. The announcers table that they were sitting at, the commentators,
Uh-huh.
was in the center of this table. And I was like, I got to looking, I looked at it, like, wait a second, why are you showing that type of symbol?
That is interesting.
Then I seen it on another commercial. It's actually a car emblem.
Alfa
But
Romeo?
yeah.
Yeah, I recognize the name up there by it. Oh, now it's gone. Yeah, I recognize the name by it. Alfa Romeo. That a British car maker? Or no?
I'm
No,
not
I'm
sure.
thinking I'm thinking Aston Martin. I know that's British. No, looks like it's just us. Oh, good luck competing with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I figured that. If everybody loves the Super Bowl, nobody's really going to tune in. It's just one of those. People, like I said, there's a lot of people that just watch it for the commercials. So honestly, I wasn't impressed from when I glance up from time to time and look. But then again, it helps when you have the sound off. Because as I've stated, sound is a trigger.
Yep.
But I didn't, I remember, I used to love the Super Bowl and the commercials because, back in the 90s, some of those commercials were funny. I mean, remember the old Budweiser commercials?
Oh, yeah. Those are always good.
Then they came out with the What's Up. Then it was the lizards and the frog ones.
Yep. The last one I watched was it was a lobster backing away with a Budweiser in its claw. But that's all I remember about that whole Super Bowl. I was tripping on 8 hits of good acid at the time, so I didn't care about the Super Bowl that day.
But it also shows the evolution of commercial ads. I mean, they were to a point, but aren't as subliminally subjective as they are now. Now they're just right there in your face and hammering it home. So where half the people that watch these commercials for whatever commercial ads, a bunch of people is going to go out there and buy something within the week because they've seen it on the show. And it's, like I stated, they probably didn't even need, it's just in their head and they are compelled to buy it. That's how,
most of them, they create a perceived need based on a fear of inadequacy. And then they offer the solution to that. That's how just about all of them work.
Actually, kind of makes me wish I would have just recorded the whole damn thing so I could actually went back, wrote down all the commercials, the real ads selling commercials. Then after, come back the next week, research what their sales did after the commercial.
Yeah.
Because I think, because that's doing stuff like that, guys, also proves what they're doing to you. It helps you awaken. I mean, I don't have to because I've seen it. But, that would have been an interesting video.
It's good to stay in practice. And I do advocate any deprogrammers, people who, instead of programming others, try to deprogram people. Occasionally, I do this myself. So it's kind of contradictory to what I said a little bit earlier. I do occasionally I let myself go into alpha state just so I can experience, okay, what is it these are causing people to feel? No way to do it is to just kind of give into it. Then I'll feel, okay.
You got to experience it.
Yeah. I just can't stand a steady diet of it. And I couldn't bear doing that to another person like that.
Oh, no.
It's one of the high pressure types of sales. And the whole don't take no for an answer.
How many lab rats are there? How many companies actually use people as lab rats to test these theories? I mean, especially college students, because they're always hard up for money, so they know they can check out these programs that test their dreams or how susceptible they are to imagery on commercials. I mean, they test these things all the time, and it's usually within our college kids because they're always the ones looking for money, or the homeless.
Probably a lot.
Which is why they don't want.
Maybe why we don't
they don't really want the homeless to become poor and medium class, because they lose their test subjects. Yeah, I know. It's probably not.
They could probably pay people to do it now. They don't even need MK Ultra or anything like that anymore. They do the trauma right in front of you.
No.
I mean, you get average week, if you watched a lot of TV, you're probably going to see 100 to 500 murders or other assorted traumas. Your subconscious does not comprehend the difference between imaginary and real. You see murder, your subconscious will imprint just the same as you watched it happen.
Right.
And people in video games, I mean, well, what would you say an average is for your average? Let's say your average zombie killer game. As long as they look human. Some of the Resident Evil zombies don't look remotely human, but
no. I've always loved Resident Evil though. That was my game back when I was, when it first came out, because the graphics were just out there in your face.
Resident Evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But no, they don't look as obvious, not at all. Wow, I don't know. I've never really, other than Resident Evil, I've never played zombie games. But, I mean, I can go by off of World of Warcraft, because I know how we get on that. How many, especially as a PvPer, how many other factions of the Alliance have we killed? I mean, it is in your face, and yeah, you keep track. I don't care what game it is, even if it is, especially like the special ops games, Tom Clancy's games. It's all about the number.
Mm-hmm.
And I can imagine the zombie games are worse because, that's all you're doing. So, and here's the irony of this. By doing that, you're actually psychologically taking the meaning away when you actually see it on TV. Well, I don't know what the number is. I'm willing to guess Chicago, the murder rate's probably up in the hundreds already by now.
Probably, yeah. They took the record for
staggering number that happened last year alone. That should send people through the roof. It's like people are desensitized to it. It makes you desensitized.
Yeah.
And what are we dealing with these last few generations? We're dealing with the gamer generation. Gamer generation, the ones that had the PlayStation, the new PlayStations, the new Xboxes. It's not like your old PlayStation. That's why I'm a PlayStation guy, because I grew up on the original PlayStation. But before the PlayStation, it was the Jaguar. It just didn't sell because it was too expensive. But the graphics on the PlayStation took it to a new level, and then it became the graphic game. Then as things like EverQuest, because EverQuest came out, almost pretty sure came out before World of Warcraft. Everybody was addicted to EverQuest. Then it was World of Warcraft. Then I'm a World of Warcraft player. And it desensitizes you to the fact. It's another form of psychological warfare. Now, that also makes sense why the generation that we're looking at, the snowflake generation, but the other generation before that, they were the gaming generation. So they're desensitized to a lot of things. So they're also we're subjected to a lot of graphic imagery that, we all know in the gaming world, images trigger certain things in your mind. It's a form of psychological warfare. It's always used, and it was an easy way to reprogram those generations. Not against gaming. I'm all for it.
What's a little bit scary is that the snowflake, what we'll call as snowflakes, they get all the publicity because they're very vocal. They gripe about everything. You ever stop to think just how many you're like you said, the 90s, but you remember the 90s, people were pretty It was real macho, real violent. Have you noticed women and girls?
Generation X.
The women and girls of the same snowflake generation, if you get past that really loud minority, you find out a lot of people are extremely violent, verbally, and and they've been put down into base consciousness, fear-based. I have a feeling we're about to watch a slaughter.
More emotional.
I have a feeling we're about to watch a slaughter the likes of which this planet's never seen, and it's not going to be militaries. It's going to be, something's going to break loose. People are going to run out of their resources for time. They're going to subconsciously, maybe even consciously, see each other as zombies. You're going to see absolute...
I was about to say, you coined it last night. And if you think about it, I mean, come on, I'm a fan of the original Night of the Living Dead. The original black and white version. I still got the original VHS of it. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's probably the only type of black and white horror I actually like, but I love that movie. But over such, how much has the zombie shit's been thrown in our face time and time again?
Yeah.
I mean, how many series is there now? You got The Walking Dead, Z Nation, that one where the zombies are like a part human, part zombie detective. I can't think of the name of it. It's just in your face all the time. But you are absolutely right. And actually, I've seen some preppers bring up this very same thing. The zombies are not going to be actual zombies. It's going to be the brainwashed people that don't know how to survive, that go back to a primal instinct.
Yeah. And why is it they're always after brains? Or at least in the original ones. I don't know if it's that way with the newer ones. But
right. No, actually, they've kind of gotten away from that in the new ones.
Okay. In the original, like Night of the Living Dead and some of the bizarre spin-offs and copycats of it, some of which I kind of like in a way, but no, they're just because they're gory, and I do have a place in my heart for good gore. But it just strikes me as odd. It's the brain they're after. They will eat your brain. They will take your smarts from you, and they exist without a brain, because a lot of them rise up after their own brain has been eaten.
Right.
I mean, they don't usually portray that. I've seen it in a few. There was an offshoot from the 80s, I believe, where one of the scenes has a guy, he's already had his head's ripped open, they've eaten his brain, and he gets back up. They exist without a brain. Yeah, I really think that people have been programmed to annihilate each other. And then the religion's annihilating each other, and the military's annihilating each other.
Yep.
I think we may actually see a place where we're going to have to depend on the remnant. And prepping.
And actually, I think those old black and white zombie movies, the originals, what we grew up with, were a message to future generations. This is what they're trying to make you become.
Yeah.
Senseless, mindless. That's why we no longer see in the zombie movies now them eating, going after brains. It's just, they're trying to eat, slash, kill, man. They're mindless. They no longer have a mind.
Yeah.
They're not after your mind. They've done away with that idea. I think it was a warning to everybody. I never ever caught that concept.
If it was a warning, it backfired. And it's kind of like this. Try to tell your subconscious, I don't want fill in the blank. Your subconscious hears, I want. There is no not anywhere in the subconscious. It cannot comprehend a negation of any kind. You try to warn somebody, you just imprinted the image of what they're going to do. You gotta be careful warning people of things. They get so focused on that they don't create the alternative.
Goes back to the Froggy experience, though. The form of our comic book. They were trying to give us knowledge. We just weren't open to see it until now. Because I never grasped the concept. Like you said, you brought it up. Well, no, all the new zombie movies I've watched, even World War Z, had nothing to do with brains. Why? Because, as you said, we're already there.
Yeah.
We see it with snowflake generation. We see it with these protesters. We see it with, all the rise in preppers. Even now, you start to hear about how these elites are doing now prepping more than they ever
Yeah.
been more public about it.
I wonder if when it kicks in,
No, I need to get off this subject. It reminds me of some things.
I even worry about
preppers
by focusing so much on prepping for the apocalypse. Are they creating the alternative? Or are they creating the thing they fear?
They're creating the thing they fear, because by doing so, you put it in a sense. There's nothing wrong. Don't get here, because I plan on doing prepping videos. I'm not against prepping. I prep
too, but I don't.
I look on it as this topic here is more on the reality of what's happening. By doing so, you've already created the event. It just hasn't happened yet. The more people that keep doing it, it goes back to how I said what prophecy is. The more people that believe in it, it's going to happen.
It's like the observation of something creates it. If you observe it and then cement it, I mean, one of the principles of magic, even if it's symbolic, some magic, you have to put something into the physical world. You've got to act something out. You've got to, like, even you do your visuals, you still have to, let's say you do want to get a job or something. You want to dress the part for a while. You manifest it. You start the manifestation process in the realm you want it to manifest in. You put something in the physical. Now, that being said,
if you don't go out and actually put the resumes out, it's not going to happen.
Right. I mean, you might get an occasional word-of-mouth offer if your intent is really strong and focused. But, yeah, you put the applications out. Or you, like in my case, I quit looking for work. I'm not going to have a boss again, period. I mean, I'm all in, or I'm homeless. And yeah, I can live on my own just fine. I can go homeless. It doesn't even stress me. I'm actually way more comfortable that way. I can disappear in the woods and never see humanity again. I've spent 3 months in the woods when I was a teenager. You're living off the land. It's easy. It's peaceful. It's, that's no problem for me. But anyway, the as far as prepping, I prep. I do what I can. I don't have the financial means to do a lot. I keep food stored, but that's just common sense. I don't get locked into the social part of it, where it's about a bunch of bros getting together, talking a bunch of tough stuff about, look, I'll chop zombies to pieces with these things. And then you got 87 knives, 450 guns. Pare that down. Sell all. Keep a dozen knives. Keep a dozen guns. That's good. Spend that more on things like developing your community so that if it does happen, don't focus on it's guaranteed to happen. I'm going to be on my own or just with my family, and my neighbors are going to become my zombie enemies.
Right.
Of course, I do see preppers that get it, and those preppers, I never hear them talk one bit, unless it's the occasional joke about zombies. They seem really down to earth. There's like,
those are we've been everyday Joe you pass in the supermarket that you don't even know they're a prepper.
Yeah, they're not caught in a mindset. It's part of their core mindset to just be prepared for things. And if you see signs, like if the weather's getting bad, well, you might go ahead and, make sure you got a clear path to go to a safe place in case tornado hits, but you're not going to keep staring out the window. You're not going to go build 15 bunkers just in case a tornado hits.
Right. I mean, if you live in Tornado Alley, you're going to have a basement. Common sense.
Yeah. Well, that's Louisiana.
Especially on this time of the year, it's the easiest way to introduce prepping because on the practical sense, you should be prepared for things. You should have a kit or bug out bag. If there's some practicalities because you don't know when you're going to break down on the side of the road.
Oh, hell yeah.
Or get put in a ditch. So that little stuff you put in the bag, or you might come across an accident. And because you got prepared, you're prepared for certain types of things, or just being prepared in general. You have an emergency kit that you can go to and offer aid.
And the
It's
most
not
important
about,
one,
the doomsday aspect of it.
the most important one though is, well, there's two. They tie in. One is make sure that you're best prepped in the mind. You should be able to walk out. In other words, if all of a sudden half of your neighbor's house blows through your front door and through your living room, and you have to jump out the window and run. And that's where this ties into the next one. Research actual real world events and what happens. A combination of war and natural disasters. Usually a person knows they got to bug out when something like that happens. Their neighbor's house blows up because that's where the shell just hit. Because you just got a rapid advance, military advance coming on you. Or martial law breaks out and you got riots. You don't have, you may grab your bug out bag, but you're, 100,000 that some people put in an RV that's all almost military grade, not even an RV, more of a mobile command center almost. I've seen some of those.
Yeah, and what good are they if you can't get out of town?
Yeah.
Because everything's
or bunker.
jam blocked up.
Yeah, hiding in your bunker can be a death trap. A lot of the people in World War II figured that out when Dresden got bombed. Everybody that hit, well, there wasn't much they could do anyway. Running, unless they're on the outskirts, there wasn't anywhere to run to. They got the shit bombed out of them. They melted in their bunkers. The temperatures were so hot. People need to research what actually happens in countries where Haiti, when a natural disaster, when that earthquake hit a few years back. It was so devastating. The destruction was so complete. Had they had preppers, most of their supplies would have been in the rubble. And all of them ended up running in the first place. And so you're going to have a lot of people with thousands of dollars, tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in supplies that are, 20 miles away when they finally get a chance to stop and take a breath. What are they doing to prep their mind? What are they, do they know how to make a stone tool? Do they know how to make I do, but do you know how to make a knife out of the bottle of a 40-ounce beer bottle that will actually function? Yeah, you got to know how to nap flint. And it works with glass too. You've always got broken glass around, things like that. And I learned that from some prepper types myself. So I know there are a lot of preppers that do that. But it seems like it's almost a status symbol at this point.
It
like
is.
Having a Mercedes-Benz. You reach a certain level of status, you can afford the expensive prepping gear. And I see them showing it off to an extreme. In a lot of places where disasters hit, the people that are prepped, they look, okay, these people have electricity. This means they got a generator. They got stuff we need. They just come and kill the people and take all their stuff. So I think there's a lot of factors. A lot of preppers don't talk about.
People don't realize.
They get so caught up in the United Cutlery's fantasy blades, as if those things are actually useful.
Nope, and you can go on YouTube and find videos where people sit there and take those very blades, and within 2 hits, they break.
Yep.
Which means they're a worthless prepping tool.
Yep.
Because when you're dealing with prepping tools, they need to be able to survive. Durability is important. You're right, most people. But it's also, I'm not saying don't go buy it because you're on a low budget. Sometimes that's the only things you can afford.
Yeah.
But then again, if you just be patient and put that money up, you can afford something a little bit better.
Yeah, or at least avoid the things that you're buying just because they look badass. And look for things that have good steel. Yeah. Look for things like knives. Look for the ones made out of good steel. They hold an edge, thick enough to be durable, and you're probably good to go. You don't have to get expensive. But for the preppers that get it right,
and make sure they're full.
Yeah, awesome. They've always throughout history. Those types of prepping is nothing new. People have been prepping since before we had agriculture.
Right.
Monkeys prep. So To the ones that get it right, awesome. That's great. Everybody needs to. It became an industry, and that industry even pumps.
Yeah, it has.
And it pumps, and they get their hand in product placements and helping write scripts like, hey, give you a couple $100,000 if you kind of push this scenario, because we developed this this new style of a blade or this new whatever that it, yeah, can you kind of get people afraid of that so they'll buy our shit? I don't know. I normally stay on the positive side of things, but
well, yeah, I mean, there's a good reason to point out the negative side of things affecting.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, some of the topics we've been dealing with. As we pointed out, the more people start believing in the scenario, the more chances a scenario like this is going to happen.
Yeah.
We're seeing the imprints of it already come about. Whether it truly happens, maybe not, because there's still enough of us aware, awake, us pushing energies to keep that outcome from happening.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually, we're going to get tired of focusing on it and dealing with it, and we're just going to say, fuck it, let it all burn.
Yeah,
I'll rebuild from the ashes.
The last few weeks, I've been getting hit with a hard dose of that, and I don't like it. Of thinking, yeah, okay, well, that probably fake Albert Pike, or who I think it's Albert Pike, put out that thing of BP Earthwatch talks about it a lot, about putting the Christians and the Muslims against each other and the communists and everybody else against each other. I'm thinking,
he's not the only one.
At this point, good. I'm with that plan all the way. If they're dumb enough to fall for it and fight each other, good. I'm even willing to deal with the hell that's going to cause, because I see the hell that they've caused throughout history. Let them annihilate each other. And that's not a good attitude at all, because that's what leads to people, when we get our modern version of the SS, signing up even though they don't agree with it. Sign up just to get the show on the road and say, if they're determined to annihilate each other, let's make it as efficient as possible. Let's take all these gamers and turn them into drone pilots. Let's do it upright. Let's give this whole galaxy something to look back on. Let's give them the real example. This is what happens when a species goes apeshit with its tech. And hopefully we don't leave the planet. Because, dude, if we leave the planet with this mindset, and there are others out there, if they're smart, they'll wipe us out on the spot. We are so immature as a whole, as a species. We will turn everything we come into contact with into rubble. Everything. Our enemy will turn everything that's different from us either into a resource. Can we trade with you, to our advantage, of course, and then eventually subjugate you? Or can we just wipe you out and take what you've got? Or just get terrified because you look ugly? Well, some of the non-physical entities I've dealt with would terrify most people. If you get the visuals, which I do sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I feel for them, and I feel they just have for some reason, this entity chooses to put this image out, but it's just as kind as I am. This thing would never hurt anything. It's just different. Mm-hmm. I'm a human, and I'm not used to seeing any. There's nothing like that on Earth. I mean, it looks insectoid, let's say, or it looks like a giant freaking lobster with growths all over it. Well, weird things. Yeah. If I close my eyes and feel, it may feel cuddly. This may be a wonderfully warm and kind entity that maybe that is its natural form in whatever world it grew up on. Maybe it's meeting me the same way I'm meeting it. And I look as bizarre to it as to me. That's why the fear tests are vital, to learn. Oh, yeah. Don't let the appearances fool you, because they may look ugly. They may even have a bit of darkness to them. They may be from a culture or from a species, wherever they're from, where they do have a very distinct, what we'd call a bipolar, where they're very light on one side, very dark on the other. You just have to know how to work with that. They're not evil. They're just different. And some are so radically different, I wouldn't begin to know how to describe them. What are these people that we see freaking out over everything going to do when they come into contact with something like that? Right, because I mean, when you actually in a scenario like that, when you actually put the world on this edge, you're going to have things, because of the energy, they're going to be able to fully manifest. Yeah. And some of them, I mean, I see them now.
I see things that should not be walking this plane of existence right now.
I've seen something
hey,
morph. I've seen something try to materialize and morph right in front of my eyes. And I've seen something float through a pitch black room and light up the room so well I could read a box that went by. It was reflecting off the television and everything. It was fully, well, I helped it. I helped it create a container for it. But yeah, I've seen one try to materialize next to me. It looked very much like what I've seen for some jinn in some videos. That did look, I went and looked, I tried to see if I could find something similar to it. It seemed more terrified of me than me of it. But I don't know why it was trying to change its form on me.
Right. That's the thing I don't think people really realize. Well, when we start becoming like things are becoming now, into that. Just like people don't realize they can create poltergeist. Well, if you're creating poltergeist out in the middle of the streets where it can roam freely. I mean, let's think about what may be really happening in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Because of all that hate that's built up, all that anger. You're imprinting that, and you're creating and manifesting these entities, these really dark, twisted. It's just an aspect of yourself because you're shedding it.
Ooh,
you're giving it its own intelligence. And
I just remembered a role-playing game. Do you remember a role-playing game called Rifts?
Yes.
Rifts Earth. That, I think, was one of the more interesting takes on it. The way it happened is it was all of the negativity and the death from the nuclear war that broke out. Yeah, I think Simbita, something like that, did the game. Yeah, sorry, that
was one of the.
It popped in my head. I had to blurt it out.
Of course,
it had a really good combat system too.
Of course, I think that also tells people, yeah, I'm a gamer, just not a role-playing gamer. I've played D&D, and I've had some as a DM and licensed DM, mind you. I've actually published stuff back when Dungeon was a magazine.
Oh, nice. I've done some campaigns.
Created my own. Yeah, I've created twisted campaigns. Me and my friend, we created our own little world, our own little campaign setting, and we just, as players, you know how it's done. As players play, they, eventually climb up the hierarchy of things, and they'll tell you what, interesting campaign. I mean, wow. We've had some interesting characters too, but it's fun because it shows you a different aspect of reality. Oh yeah, but Rifts was my all-time favorite of all role-playing games. I played the hell out of D&D. My dad brought it over. He played a lot. He was in the army and stationed in Holland. And he played a lot there. So I've only played first edition. A little bit of one of the other ones. It was second or third. I forget. It's been so long. Okay. Yeah, they took psionics out of the second one, and I got bent out of shape and didn't play anymore. No, you would have loved it in 3.0. It was a little bit after 3.0. They brought psionics back, and oh my God. Psionics were gods, period. The things you could do, especially when you bought some of the other accessories for it. Uh-huh. It was a nightmare. Oh, man. I wish I had my book. Oh, wow. I wish I still had the books. I had the whole set, original first edition. But yeah, it's like, in a sense, people don't realize those types of games. They made you think. They taught you math. They taught you reading. They made you think outside the box. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he could create scenarios after scenarios that just kept you on your toes. Complex things. It was puzzle solving. It was a bunch of stuff. You bad
Almost
apple
like
gave it a bad name. And that does show you with things that are like that make you think, create thinking outside of things to where you're not subjected to being more controlled. Bad apples pop up to where it just ruins those things and ruins the name. To where all of a sudden, now the church is, that's satanic, that's evil. But in California in the early 2000s, there was actually a Christian organization that was fighting for D&D to be prison systems, and basically that's all they pointed out, the educational purposes of it.
Yeah,
They
fantastic
seen outside the box of seeing it. And then they even quoted it to the point where they said there was nothing satanic about it. It was just a bunch of bad apples.
Yeah.
They actually had an attorney general fighting for the same cause.
In Louisiana, at one of the schools, they had a teacher to confiscate our books one day. We weren't even playing we just had them. We never played in class.
Right.
And she was hardcore Christian. We actually went to the school board and got her removed for that and a few other things. She was mad at me anyway. She was supposed to be a not physics but physical science teacher and hardcore creationist, and she disagreed with almost everything in the books. So she started talking bullshit about it. In my first chapter book I ever read, the first real book was Our Friend the Atom by Isaac Asimov. So I stood up probably 10 times in that class. And it's polite. I was taught to be extremely polite when I was a kid. I didn't get a bad attitude till later. And very politely just offer the real information. And she tried to get me suspended a few times. Then she took all of our books, went on a rampage. Yeah, we took her to the school board and got her ass fired. But I'm glad to hear it there in California they were trying to get it in for educational purposes. That is, in the prisons. Wow, it is a fantastic tool.
Yeah, because I mean, it teaches you how to write. Because in prison, you're not going to be able to have character sheets and stuff. You're going to have to make your own. It teaches you creativity. Yep. It teaches you how to read because you got to be able to read the books. And it teaches you socialism. It teaches you how to socialize.
Yeah.
And
how to work as teams. Yeah.
Some I actually seen working when I was working in Boone, in that college tourist trap area, that were going to college. You could tell the difference between the snowflakes and not. The ones that weren't were the ones who actually. There was a group of kids that they'd play D&D. They were open-minded. They understood things. And they were just. You could see the difference. You could see the mood. You could read their energies, the different moods and states of mind. And it shows you why they don't want people to be free thinkers. I know one thing, but ending the stream here in a little bit. I know we said we aren't going to do 8 hours, but we're getting close.
Pretty close,
now looked down and actually see what time it is. It's like 1:11. I'll be up early tomorrow. But I mean, shit, I've enjoyed this conversation. I've actually learned a lot. I do want to finish this little topic out, though. What's going on? I mean, the more you want, because prepping's on the rise. And the fact is, we see what's all going around. It's like I said, we're giving the children the match because that's what they're acting like. And we're lining up the powder kegs right at their feet. One of them is going to get burnt and drop the match on the keg. And it's going to go up. And that's where things I see heading. And when it does, the scary part of this is, since all this division, everybody's going to turn on everyone. They're going to go after all the pagans and the Muslims. Like you said, everybody's pitted against each other. And that mentality's bad. And to even go into part of some of the visions I've seen, we will be rounded up, locked in cages, not even locked in cages, locked in open cages, fenced in cages, and for whatever we can gather for shelter. and pretty much well executed. And it's not going to matter what your beliefs are. You're going to be in the mix with other Christians, Muslims, other pagans. After the ones that are open, free thinkers, because we're going to oppose this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're going to go after the preppers, because in a sense, preppers are open. But because, you know, some of us, I've met some Christians that see past the division. That see, okay, you don't really what you do after you accept because they're open-minded enough to listen to you, then they can see and find common ground with you. Everything you do, they might still want to try to save your soul.
Yeah.
That aspect, they're not ready to let go of it, but you've made common ground, and they don't view you and people like you after they get to know you and understand you. There's a reason why I do certain things, why I don't knock and point out things from the Bible, different aspects of it. Our side, because there is a side, because it's been designed that way, that we got to start finding common ground. I mean, it starts within our own communities. But at the same time, as we're healing our own communities and finding that common ground, as we put it, as I put it with the e-cigarette thing, that energy starts going out farther, starts touching other people. They start doing it.
Yeah, like if I can get rid of the last of my, like I was just telling you, that sometimes I get in that funky mood where I'm even willing to say, you know, where can I sign up to be part of the eradication? Where's the button I can push to blow everybody up? Just get it over with. Let's just, you know, if I can get rid of, there's not even a part of me that when I look at Christians and Muslims, I think those idiots, they're back in the 2,000 years ago. They're not with the times. They're still hanging on to these old beliefs.
Yeah.
That means I'm doing it too. I've got that division. I'm seeing them as enemies. So what I need to do is work on that in me and get rid of it. So I can look at them and say, okay, well, I see you're doing bad and bring it my way. I'll have to do what I have to do, or I may even go and even oppose you. But it's not going to be out of hatred. It's not going to be out of, right. I'm not going to have that inner duality that me and you, that separation. I can see, okay, we're all broken people with a long history of we're still trying to come out of the trees. We're still barely above a monkey. Me too, me included. And I think if I can really tap into that, I'm not saying it's going to heal the world, but if you really look at that philosophy of we do create our own reality, I can't deny that some of the things I see today, I may have projected from an earlier point in my life when I was way more unbalanced and to the point of being downright evil. I'm wondering, without falling into solipsism, where you think you are the only thing in existence and everything is a figment of your imagination. I mean, we do have shared realities, but this is mine. In the same way, if we're playing World of Warcraft, what's on your screen on mine are generated totally separately. It's just a little bit of data shared. Like my character swings a sword at yours. You're going to see my character swinging a sword at you, but the rest of the scenery may be obviously different. I'm going to be seeing what's behind you, and you're not.
Right.
But so there is that shared aspect. But to another degree, I could take a more advanced game where if the server crashes, enough data saved on mine, it will go ahead and keep generating a game as if I'm still connected to everybody else, where everything becomes AI generated. And in that case, I have to accept responsibility for my share of the negativity and my share of the, like I just said, I'm looking at, like another one I get into is a really, really egotistical, arrogant, condescending view of, because I've worked so hard to conquer my monkey, my animal self. Sometimes I actually just look at people and I say it out loud sometimes too, and I say, fucking monkeys. And I'm not talking about black people or white people. I mean everybody. And it's like from Planet of the Apes, the original. This is simian behavior. I'm above that, and so I should be one of the ones that survives, and y'all should die. I get into that mindset. I need to conquer that in myself, so I don't. Maybe I recognize a truth there, but I don't get emotional about it. I don't have any emotion. I cannot allow myself to be biased about that, but I also can't deny that I am biased. And that's one of the things I came to terms with a while back, is that I am biased. I am bigoted in some ways. I am, there's some other words I don't like to use. I think you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I think if I can conquer some of that in me, at least the people around me won't be so much like that. And on the other hand, of being too tolerant, like the people saying, no matter how much they see about certain religious groups, that it is in their belief system to be violent, they just reject it. They hear words of, that they're the religion of peace. Okay, maybe. At one time they were, very much so. They were the tolerant ones. It was the Catholics that came through and started the Crusades on that side, and that burned the books. It was the Muslims that preserved the knowledge. They considered knowledge to be the most holy thing there is. But whatever happened to them, I don't know. What we're left with today, at least what we're seeing, isn't peaceful at all.
No.
And there's a tendency to go the other extreme and be too tolerant and say, no, that's not happening. That's just a few bad apples. When you count them in the millions, you can't say it's just a few bad apples anymore.
Just a few bad apples. You're right.
And so, I think I got a lot of stuff left to conquer there.
Right. Because in a sense, what they're doing, they're committing genocide against their own kind. They're eliminating the ones that still believe in that peaceful knowledge, that mystical side of thing, because they become nomads. And they see them, they first wipe out that sect of their religion until it just becomes, the only thing that's left is the radical part. Nothing else exists outside of that. And yes, by being tolerant, we actually allow that to happen. See, I got a different, when you get past that stage, you actually go into another stage that you'll have to overcome. When I deal with, it's the fact is, fuck it, let it all burn. I'm just going to sit back and watch. I'm not going to lift a finger. You had your chance. You screwed it up. You can't learn from history. Yeah, that's a hard cycle to break out of. And you rely on seeing things like how I mentioned that Christian guy with the D&D stuff. You see those little things and it snaps you out of it. It's a trigger of hope. It becomes a trigger. Maybe humanity can get it, understand it. That's why you're always looking for like-minded people. But eventually it gets to a point where sometimes you'll fall in that category. You just step back and screw it. It's not worth it. Go ahead. I'm just going to sit here and watch. I know better. I'm going to laugh. When you come asking for help, I might be that asshole that just puts you down. Because you're not worth it. And that's when you get to my stage, that's where you got to be careful. Because there's reasons for things. As much as I like to say, well, my teacher gets on me bad about this. You're always trying to help. Sometimes you just need to step back and just say, screw it. Stay with the like-minded people, help them. You can't save everyone. And he's right, you can't not save everyone. I don't like admitting it, but that is the sad truth. You can't save everyone. Sometimes things have to happen for a reason. And sometimes you've got to be able to step back. Which I'm not really, truthfully, deep inside, I'm not the type to step back. But you will take on that mindset because it's just it. And, you start thinking, well, maybe that's what, like you said, maybe that's what needs to happen. Reset. I mean, we've seen it. Happen in history.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I have a strong suspicion it's happened before.
It has. I can point it out.
And I kind of think once it was done, once that once most people wiped themselves out, whatever the remnant leftover was said, we need to finish the reset and let's obliterate every possible trace. And the only things left were the big stone structures. They may not have had the ability to destroy them. They may have gone through and systematically obliterated every trace of their technology. Because if I were to do it, that's what I would do. I would say we're going to have to relearn it.
What happened to Weymouth?
Yeah, the story of Atlantis. Yes.
That could have happened there. That, not too many people throw that theory out there. Let's be truthful. Sometimes technology, when we advance so far in technology, we start doing stupid things with it. Not so much we do stupid things, we let people do stupid things with it that should know better.
Yeah. We're just not emotionally mature enough. We're so intellectually mature, but emotionally stunted.
Right. You know, and it's like I can't remember the word you called that. Cut those cords. When you start running into people like me that know how to do that,
mm-hmm.
there ain't a situation that can happen. I can shut the switch off.
Mm-hmm.
Turn that switch on and off.
You can turn another person's switch off too.
Mm-hmm. And by doing that, I can be that person that sits up there, watches everything play out, and doesn't even faze me. It's like watching a movie, in a sense. In a sense, that's how they're trying to program us too.
Mm-hmm.
They desensitize us. And I know some people are like, man, well, you guys are just went to a dark place. No, it's not a dark place. It's the reality of things.
Yeah.
It's being able to change mindsets and adapt to the situation that calls for it.
Mm-hmm.
When is enough enough? I mean, I'm not going to turn my back on things.
There's a way.
That's the old me.
There's a way to connect. I discovered a few years ago that pulls me through all of it and does weird shit like getting me wanting to go inside of one of the most, almost as violent as Chicago. Chicago took our record from us, Flint, Michigan. I want to go right into the heart of it, in the worst places, and start rebuilding right now. Not wait for it to collapse. That means when the collapse happens, there's a chance I won't survive, and I don't give a shit. I have no concerns with that. I even know some tricks to bypass a process that most people consider inevitable. There's a transference. It can be kept here a time. You can finish a mission here if you want. And a physical body can be a severe hindrance. But what I did a few years ago is ironic, actually. It's 2012. When everybody else wanted to connect and give white light, I had this simple desire to connect with the current state of all humanity. And it was profoundly disturbing. But that to use the metaphor, there was light poking through the clouds. But no, man, it's tough actually for an empath, especially. Is essentially what I did is I said, okay, all blocks are down, and I'm going to go ahead and I need to feel what it's like to be every human on Earth that's ever existed. I need to feel that. I need to know what is this current state. Where are we at? Where to move forward? And the only way to do that is to go ahead and let it all in. And it hasn't gone. It's still there. And it was painful, but it's it can help keep you. It can help keep you. It keeps it heart centered. Even when you get bad attitudes, even when you get all of that, it'll keep you, as long as you're in touch with the higher self and everything. It'll keep you in line with it, and you can only get so far out of line with that. It's almost like a compass. But it's not the pain, it's the light coming through the clouds that's the focus. The pain is just, it's necessary to allow it in, to know, to feel it, to know that everybody hurts, from the highest to the lowest. There is no human being on earth. Perhaps there are some rare exceptions, but it's everybody equally. We're all in this together. whether we like it or not. And that means all of my physical efforts are towards that. No matter how bad I get in my mindset or how pissed I get when I see what's going on. I don't know. You may have already done something like that. But I don't know if I'm one of those weird people that sometimes I'll look at something and say, wow, that's going to suck. That's more reason to do it. It's a challenge. Where's the beast? I need a new beast to jump into. Where's the jaws? I don't want to jump into the mouth. Where's the abyss? I'll jump off the cliff. Let's go see. Why? Because I'm afraid. That's my guy. When my heart, that's how I use to make business choices even. I've learned a particular way my heart will start to pound. It's not straight up fear. It's something a little different. That's what tells me that's the right choice. And so far, it has not failed me once. Most people run from that. So yeah, if you haven't connected that way, you might want to give it some consideration. There's benefits that, if you've done it, you know what the benefits are. If you haven't, you might be surprised. It's not going to drive you crazy or anything.
Yeah, it's like, I know people are going to look at this, but in a sense, what we've just discussed, if you want to be a prepper, you got to have that mindset. Because what's going to kill most preppers is their psychological ability to be able to cope. Yeah, you can say you can do all this now, but can you? Can you actually take the shock effect from what you're going to feel like after you do it?
It's like my grandpa told me once, killing's easy, living with it's hard.
Yep.
Fortunately, I've never had to experience that and have no intentions of doing it if I can avoid it.
Oh, no, I don't want to experience that myself.
I had to defend myself a few times, but it's never come down to that. I can live without that. I've felt other things that are bad enough.
I mean, that's going to be the shock for everybody. You know, the fact is you're going to have to throw your morals out the window, too. In situations like this. There's no place for it. Because you can't survive when you have contradictories, the things you have to do to survive. And that's why the zombie scenario is what it is. Because eventually you become so desensitized, you become mindless. And then after you are forced to encounter certain things, you might just lose that much. Well, it's left that to humanity and just become like the mob, because what it is, it's an endless, mindless mob that no longer has nobody pulling its strings. I mean, yeah, for some people, they're going to say, oh, yeah, I can see this now. They're going to like, oh, boy, this discussion took a real dark turn. It's not a dark turn. It's just reality.
Hey, sometimes you got to go.
If you think this is a dark turn, this is good, because now what's coming. Now you see what's really happening, and you think this is dark. Oh, no, it gets darker. Trust me, it gets really dark. You got to let your mind go there. Now tell me what you see when you step out of that. Like I said, before you can see the light, you've got to walk through the darkness. You've got to know the darkness, because the light's inside the darkness.
Sometimes you may even have to shield your light to see what's in the dark. A lot of things run and hide when you come in with your light.
Oh, yeah.
The hard lesson for me, I never wanted to go back to a dark place mentally. I mean, where I really, really would get back into doing black magic, the hardcore kind. And I didn't, but I had to get into that mindset again. I had to find a part of myself I lost. I tried to pretend I didn't have it, I should say. Now I know it's there. I know what the beast is. I know what to do with it. It's always there if I ever need it. And it's happy. I'm happy. It's a part of me, of course. It's just I pretended it wasn't. But
Right.
yeah, somebody's got to go in the dark place.
Once you accept that and realize that, like it goes back to the duality. Once you realize it, it's part of you. Everything's a part of you. Then you start to see the patterns and you start to understand. Then you can start to grasp other ideas, other realities, and things you might eventually face. Just like you're going to have to grasp the idea that just because we could call something angelic and demonic, don't mean they won't be might not be fighting on the same side. People forget one aspect. What are they? And how many of them actually want to return to the positions they once held? Like I said, there's many ways to look at things.
Mm-hmm. And many alternatives. There's more different discussions will be a lot more positive. Oh, it can always be turned around. All it takes is enough, not even a lot of people, just maybe less than 1% even. I know some people throw different. It's not about changing the mindset of society. It's just about it. If you get enough people together, that they can build something that will simply show people. You're more practical people, no matter how far out in their head they are. More practical people will just simply prefer that they will move towards the easier way. And if the easier way is built by higher minds, then there you go. There's your win. There's your win-win.
Yeah, they're going to take the path of least resistance every time.
Yeah, and that can be used for light or dark. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, personally, I think go ahead.
That's the misconception of light and dark when applied to magic. The path to least resistance is the easier path because, and it is the darker path because you're given that power, but only at a certain plateau. Where the hard path, they surpass you. It might take a few years, but they're going to surpass you.
Yeah. And the hard path can actually kind of in a weird way be the path of least resistance. If you if you take the easiest way of everything, like just go and take something because the person's not looking, that becomes the hardest path. When people start whooping your ass and figuring out you're a thief or whatever it is that you're doing. So I think if people come together and start using technology appropriately, so what if 99% of other people are using it inappropriately? You put the appropriate way out there, and in a way you could say just by being superior, it will be more robust. In the same way the internet started off tiny. It's a juggernaut. It is unstoppable. And as just a neutral tool, it's amazingly it would be a very light. If we're going to call black or white, it would be in the light entirely. No, you complex to say how can light be used for dark, but anyway, I kind of don't like the light metaphor all the time anyway.
Right. That's what people don't realize. But I mean, it can be because be used for bad things. That's what they can't grasp. They don't realize just because you think light is good, good can be used for evil as well. It happens all the time, and people never connect the dots and actually see it.
Yeah.
Because
look at it in truth.
A good deed can have an impact on something so grand that, I mean, in some mindsets, I hate to use this analogy. I mean, Hitler, in a sense, he had a grand idea. He believed what he did was righteous and just.
Yeah, and his people backed him, mostly without the mind control. The mind control was used to hold it together, but he responded to what was being asked for. He was not there. They didn't push for what to ask for at first. The circumstances were real. I mean, they were
Right.
destitute. They
He became
were
the knight in shining armor for them.
Yeah, they were overrun with
Shining
immigrants.
armor.
Yeah, they were overrun with immigrants, and he came up with a solution. The people were already asking for it. That's the thing people don't realize. The people always ask for the tyrant. Well, I shouldn't say always. At the big scales, they tend to. It requires consensus at that level. You got to have enough people
Well, what it
with the same
comes down
kind of
to,
energy.
the reason they look for the tyrant, it's not so much the word tyrant. They look for the one that can get the job done by any means necessary at the time. Damn the consequences. Yeah. He has what it needs to get it done. This, in a sense, it goes back to what I was saying about celebrities. In a sense, you put him on a pedestal, you become his followers and worshipers, so therefore he has become a god. We are using a terminology for this guy. But in a sense, that's what we do to everybody. We put in a leadership role. Instead of putting them in a father and motherly role as a leadership. Because a father and mother-in-law is not what we need when we're grown. But in a sense, we do.
Yeah. The God figure becomes like the father, but almost like the father that killed the mother because the mother was too weak.
Right.
We're all scared children out here. Well, yeah, I'll say all of us. To stick with the immaturity that I was talking about earlier. I'm not saying that that everybody is out of touch with their inner child. Some of us we work with our inner child to a tremendous degree. I just mean our general behavior. We look for anything that we look for large things to rally behind, and part of that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
But it does make sense. It is a form of cooperation. It's just not a very sophisticated form of cooperation. It's more like, a bunch of people get together and they're all in it for themselves. They just realize, I'll get more if I team up with them. But they'll still stab each other in the back in a heartbeat to get more.
Oh, yeah.
True cooperation means I'm not going to take, I've got this to give, and I'm just going to give it because there is no other intelligent choice but to give it. Some things are so self-evident that the only intelligent choice looks exactly the same as pure, unconditional, universal love. Sometimes it's just the right choice. And even a logical mind, even an evil mind can realize that. And I think that's actually a selling point, by the way, for us, those of us that try to get these ideas out. We got to sell it to the evil fuckers. They got to recognize cooperation and order is of benefit to all. You just can't tell them the word love.
Right.
Love, order, gravity, they're all equivalent. They pull things together. Even they can be turned around, but it can't be through making some argument of, I've tried for years, it can't be through the argument of universal love. To them, it makes no sense. They're too logical for that.
No.
They think the emotional kind of love, just they think eros and the other forms of love. They don't think agape, the recognition of your fate and my fate are forever entwined. If you can present it that way, they'll realize, okay, I'm still going to be evil. I'm going to beat people up. I may even murder people. But I recognize that while I do that on one hand, doing this in the positive direction, guarantees my survival too. Because if we all go,
right.
we all
The
go.
worst part of it is that people say it all the time, especially when you're dealing with situations like this. My enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Means the same thing. They just don't grasp why what they're saying. They don't grasp the true meaning behind it. They can't find the common ground, and it's all over. They're no longer enemies. They shouldn't be enemies.
Perhaps it took our population getting this large for everyone to realize. If you look at certain things, why would the elite and powerful and wealthy want pollution? Of course they don't.
Right.
They breathe the same air. Why would they push for nuclear war? Of course they don't. They'll blow up with us too. They would have to stay in their bunkers for a very long time if every country launched everything. Why would they want to push a global extermination? Now that one could go both ways. But they would have to wonder, no matter how good your bunker is, how well sealed it is, even if it's the mega bunkers. Do you realize there's it's been going on for 30, 40 years. There's a seed population under the mountains. I think it's in the Rockies. Including
in the Rockies and out here on the East Coast.
Okay. I knew about the
one in Antarctica.
It's like 20,000 or 50,000 people. Whole population. They don't come in contact with this world at all. They're born, they die there. Well, I don't know if it's been around long enough for many of them to die, but at least that's what I've been told by a few people. I take it with a grain of salt. But it sounds likely, logical. If I was in charge, I would do something like that. Just as a last ditch. Survival of the species is paramount. If we don't survive, nothing else matters.
I mean, this is like I've heard stories. I've heard this from people that I would consider quite reliable, and there's been some conspiracy theories on the very same subject. That up under Lake Erie, there's one big mass that goes in clear into Canada complex. That if there was ever a nuclear fallout or an attack on America, that our military, we'd still be a military power afterwards.
Yeah.
To rise from the ashes.
I've heard something similar.
But we'll call that conspiracy.
Here's another selling point for the evil people of the world to get them on board. We got to get off this planet. It's just a matter of time. And there's nothing we could do about it before either the crust slips, which does happen from time to time. Not the way I've never heard a conspiracy theorist get this right, but I do know scientists get this one right. The crust slips from time to time. Something will shift. I forget how it works. But something will shift. It has nothing to do with other bodies coming like Nibiru or anything. That could be possible too. The crust can shift. Our star can burp. We see that they record them all the time. Stars can shed massive parts of their shells at random. They're unpredictable. That would vaporize everything on the surface. A rock could hit. All the different things happen. Gaia could wake up and shake off the fleas, so to speak.
Right.
And here's the thing. No country, no conglomerate of it would be very difficult to get a conglomerate of countries big enough to come up with the resources to effectively get a significant portion of the population off the earth in a way that could last indefinitely in space and totally get out from the reach of the sun. That requires a level of cooperation that would have to bring every human on earth to bring all of their focus on one mission to guarantee that we can get off of here, maybe even the whole population, almost to the point of creating another planet in a way.
Yeah.
And we'd have to get into some resources that are off this planet. We'd have to start crushing up things. We'd have to go crush up Mars and turn the whole planet into a mine. That requires total cooperation. There isn't any power structure ever invented that can do that. No top down. No. It requires people to be mature. And if our population gets reduced, we're done. From this perspective, we won't make it off this planet in time. There's enough cyclic events. We got to get off in 1,000 years minimum or that's the maximum time we've got, something like that. The cyclical events that come through, at some point we're going to run through a debris trail of some sort. There are hundreds of them out there. We're going to run into one. We're going to get hammered. Not going to be anybody left if we don't get off. That could actually be the one thing. Not Reagan's, threat from ETs, but threat of our own stupidity. In the same way, if you're on an island that gets hit with mega tsunamis all the time, your time's limited. One's going to come through that will finally finish the job and wipe everybody out. You got to develop sea travel, period, or you just won't survive. And I think could be a big, in quotes, selling point to the people everybody likes to poke at, the elite, the wealthy, the powers that be. And I think even if there are aliens out there, they would even be on board with that, because that level of cooperation would be the final point of our maturity. That would be the point where we tell this whole galaxy or the universe, we're ready to interact with you. We're still kind of childish. You're probably going to have to spank our asses every once in a while, but we're ready. We proved it by doing it. And I think that's why there may be species that could save us. They won't come until we're ready. It would be ridiculous. It would be like intentionally injecting HIV into your veins. It would be suicidal to help us out. It would be suicidal to give us technology. The first thing, we're very intelligent. Very. We would take the technology and immediately find a way to wipe out the ones that gave us to us so we could take the rest of it.
Exactly.
We only know how to bite the hand that feeds us. That's all we've ever done. We got to get over it. And that's my message of unity to the world for people listening. I forgot people are listening and treated it more like a phone call, but that's my message of unity.
I mean, it's like I've always said, you don't know until people start breaking these ideas of illusions, because that's what it is. It's an illusion. We shouldn't be divided against each other. There should be we should be able to see the common ground and actually progress from the common ground.
Yes.
We don't have to agree, because we're never going to agree on anything or everything.
You got the big key.
We just got to agree on the common ground. What?
I said, you got the big key right there. That's like the Holy Grail. And it's real simple and doesn't even have to be perfect.
I mean, I think if more people would slip back to more I don't think this is going to go over well, but slip back more to the mysticism side of things. For a bit. That would help. When you slip in there, you start seeing the truth and start seeing the patterns. You start putting less emphasis on dogma.
Yeah, they'd start to see.
Less emphasis, as you put it.
They'd start to balance the left and right brain.
Politics.
Yeah, bring intuition in.
Right.
So I guess we didn't go down into a dark place at all.
No, we didn't. I mean, it sounded like it for a minute, but I mean, sometimes you got to go down to that. Sometimes you got to travel that path for a little bit to get to the point.
Yeah, and recognize the problem, then give a solution. Not just dwell on the problem.
It goes back. Right, because you got to somewhat experience it to be able to understand it and comprehend it. That's, for me, that's kind of the things I do bring. It comes from the stuff I've experienced, my mentality through those experience, through the things I see, through the things beauty of having an empath, the things I experience from others, from what they share or don't realize they're sharing. And, like I said, who knows where these topics will go, how they come up. I mean, for real, cottage cheese. Do I need to say any more, guys?
Yeah.
Transmutation to some aspect, but there's deeper meaning even in that, because they had to see that first to happen before they realized, hey, we can make cottage cheese. They had to see before they realized, hey, we can get penicillin out of it. Or as we put it, we can see the benefit of taking so much to raise our serotonin levels.
Yeah.
You know, but until we experience those things, we don't know those things. And when we do experience them, sometimes we got to remind you of those things to, you know, make you think. It's like, oh yeah, how did I forget that? I can't believe. You know, sometimes it's those little things like cottage cheese that'll wake you up. The worst part is, I think I'm going to end this stream because thinking about cottage cheese for the last 4 or 5 hours has made me hungry. And not for cottage cheese.
Yeah, you better
The other realization is, I've already got a warning saying we're already into the 7th hour of this broadcast, and we said we weren't going to do an 8-hour broadcast again. So I'm gonna hold myself to that. I'm not doing an 8-hour broadcast. So what I did is a 7-hour broadcast.
There we go.
And in fact, I'm actually tired. I've always noticed these open discussions, the more you think, the more theories go. Because I'm still processing stuff from last night.
Oh, me too.
And for Friday night. And it's like, I enjoy it. And it's a good thing, because the nice thing is, I know, here in an hour, this thing will be done processing. See, I'll be able to, you know, go back, glean, learn from it. And I know how I can only imagine how much I'm going to learn as I edit these things to break them down to small topics. And believe me, there's going to be a title called Cottage Cheese.
Maybe that was you know, every once in a while someone will come into the world and just, they don't really exist, they just kind of slip in. It's like a watcher or a helper of sorts. They don't come from anywhere. Fade in quietly when nobody sees them. They're in the right place, the right time, just say a word or two, and they just fade out of this reality.
Right. I mean, look what all transpired after cottage cheese. I mean, wow.
Yeah. That reminds me, I'm getting hungry too. I did cheat a little bit. I cooked the chicken. I was eating on it. Ate some crackers too.
No, like I said, I went to bed. I got up at 8, stayed up till about 12, 12:31, went back to bed. Even though I only probably slept till like a little after 2. Got back up, but I hadn't ate yet. The only thing I ate was like 2 pieces of toast this morning. Although, you know, I did get up at 2 o'clock. It took me until about 4 o'clock to really function.
Well, I woke up to a pinhole in the hot water heater in the water inlet hose. I had I put a patch on. I just a hose clamped a piece of a thick rubber strip over it. It works fine. So I didn't have the option of not waking up fast. My wife said, you need to go check. I hear some water. It was just an itty bitty little pinhole. I'm glad. One year I had a pipe burst underneath. I had to go out, and it was a little above freezing and crawl through the water and fix it.
Happened to us in December.
Ooh.
One of our main water lines up under the house that feeds the whole house. Little pinhole. That little pinhole, when it's all that much pressure because it's coming from the well, oh man, that sucked. I was good because I was doing good. Just getting ready to start a live stream, and you know, and I had thought I heard something earlier in the day. Nope. Oh man, that was just a mess.
Oh.
We ended up having to temporarily fixed it, but we ended up having to get somebody to come out here and fix it just because, you know, well, I mean, my dad wasn't getting along. We don't work well together. And the fact it got to a point where I knew how to fix it. I didn't want to go screwing with the other line because I didn't want to break the other line and really have a mess. So it was better to have somebody else that's more experienced. I'm experienced enough. I could have done it. But when you don't have the money to really spend, if you screw something up, it's better just get somebody go in and fix it right.
I do that sometimes. I'll usually handyman stuff, but every once in a while, something's a little too much. And if I screw up, it's going to cost more. Hey, fuck it. I'll just pay somebody to come do it. Somebody knows how to do it right.
But yeah, pretty much on closing, guys. I'll post my schedule for this week tomorrow. I'm definitely not doing no live videos tomorrow. I'm taking a break. I need a Sabbath. I need to process all this information. I'm pretty sure you guys could use a break from me too. For a day. But then again, who knows? I know how my ramblings of the chaotic mind goes. Something might come up where I might just feel the need to talk about it. And just jump on out of the blue. I've done that plenty of times. But no, I had full intention of forcing myself to take a Sabbath tomorrow. Which is ironic, because I plan on doing some Enochian stuff this week. And what's the Sabbath for Enochian? Monday.
Yeah.
Well,
I did not know that.
Yeah. The Sabbath for Enochian magic is Monday. It's kind of the twisted theory, though. They say it's a Sabbath, but that's also the day when you did the divination part of it. The communion with the angels is on the Sabbath, which is on Monday, which is kind of ironic because with Monday, I think, if I remember right, correspondence is also correspondence to the moon, certain stuff.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. But I plan on doing, like I said, some Enochian stuff, cyber magic, and dreams. Those will be the 3 topics this week. Not sure which categories I'm going to put them in. And Saturdays, Sundays will be, from here on out, will be open discussion night.
Cool.
I enjoy them.
I enjoy them too. I have to start cutting them a little bit shorter, maybe.
Yeah, I think 8 hours is a bit much.
I have a lot of time to play with the weekends, but it's long, but I couldn't help it.
I mean, if it's intellectual, good conversation, I'm not going to stop it. They'll go
well,
for
if we were
as long as
sitting
the
here
conversation goes.
If you were sitting here side by side, I imagine we'd probably still go on for 8 hours or more.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, shit, we actually almost went 12 hours yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, we went 4 hours after the chat.
Oh, the after show stuff was pretty good too.
Yeah. You know, stuff you guys weren't privy to that took place, which was just as educational as what took place.
A lot of it more appropriate.
A
lot of it was more appropriate. Go ahead.
Yeah. And now I just understand why when some people that I follow live streams, that do live streams, like for the new stuff, they'll get caught up in the chat rooms well before the show. So when they come on the show, they're talking about stuff already that it's like you kind of get lost for a second until they realize they're actually live. Then they'll spend hours after that, like we did. Because you're just reviewing everything. You continue the conversation on some stuff that you didn't really want to bring out there that's not for them anyway. But yeah, I look forward to doing this. I've enjoyed the time we've spent talking. I've learned a lot.
You've taught me a lot and inspired me to get back to work on a side project, my own more spiritually based website. And that's what I'm going to be doing most of the week, site work. And that one's not really business, but I'll be doing a lot of business work, site work for my business too. I got to finish that. It's a beast, needs a lot of work still before I can put it live.
Plus, sometime this week, I want to connect with Ren as well. I want to get her. I don't know if she will go live or not. But even if it's just from the chat like she was, I want to pick her brain beforehand on the dream stuff. My things. It's always been. I just don't really. I can never get like-minded people that want to talk about it.
Yeah. I got a few people I'd like to. got a few people I like to keep working on a little bit, see if I can get them in. A few people I haven't discussed it with yet. And a couple.
Well, so I actually put. Good.
Mostly one, but a couple altogether. I highly doubt that they would. I don't think there would actually be much that they would be allowed to discuss. They've got their oaths
Yeah,
and
I know
stuff.
people like that.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult.
Although this is the one I'm trying to work on.
Mm-hmm.
Get them to work on to make them realize there's actually loopholes in those oaths, to break them free from them, so they can realize some real truths. But then, I mean, the ones I know they know the truth. And that's cool, because I have a lot of respect for that, because I have a respect for that oath you take. I have the part that I don't agree with is the fact how you were manipulated into it, and that you're denying other people in a day and age where it's needed, and how you're keeping up with the division. You're causing the division. But yeah, I think like tonight I shared it through the other groups that I were in, even Chaos Magic. I shared it in that groups I have joined that I haven't shared, because basically I've just only been sharing it to my group, my page, and 3 other groups. So I kind of opened the spectrum up, maybe pull some audience in that didn't want to tune into the Super Bowl. Boy, was that wrong. Which I kind of knew was going to happen, which is cool, because it doesn't matter, because why? This video's here now. It's here for everybody to find, stumble across, and watch.
Yeah.
At their leisure. So either way, my message is going to get heard. What we talked about is going to get heard. It's going to cause somebody to think and come back.
Oh yeah, they'll come back, start watching the other ones.
But yeah, definitely. Like I said, I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I know, because my mind's still trying to process all of it. You know, it's woken up a few things in me. I mean, it's also pointed me in other directions that I feel it's time to talk on and discuss. Even bring out the dream stuff. So yeah, it's definitely been real enlightening. And you confirmed a lot of my theories, though, on the technical side, and you know, as you put it, the more analytic graph.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm more of in the coding area of the things. Even though I had some inkling of knowledge of another form, I just didn't know how to articulate it. Now I do. Now I know how to actually do a few more experiments and run a few theories now.
What you're able to do for me is, well, aside from teach me, like I've said, you're a wealth of information in areas I haven't really studied. I've poked at them, but I haven't really studied. And that helps tremendously. But my perspective is really difficult to get through to people. And I've noticed you've translated a few things that I'm absolutely certain that can be a bridge between. I get up in the stratosphere sometimes, and I don't really I've given up on pretending that I really know how to bring it down. I won't dumb things down. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't want to condescend to people. It's just I even had this problem with other people that get in the stratosphere too. I just have a difficult time pulling it down to that more down to earth human level. And I think you really help out there. You can take my ideas and represent them to other people. You get a better feel. You've had students too. I've had only a few people come and go that were students for maybe a day or a month, and so you know how to deal with that. You can help translate.
Right.
Maybe even let me just kind of behind the scenes whisper in your ear every once in a while, the technical part or
whatever.
And
I'll leave me a message on Facebook. If I ain't up, I'll answer when I get up.
Yeah. You can help get that out to the world.
We can jump on this anytime we want.
Oh, yeah.
This is just not a YouTube tool. I've actually got the Hangouts on my starter bar, where I can, create a link, give you a link here,
Yeah.
join me here, and there's nothing live about. This is us or whoever else we invite in.
Well, I've used Hangouts for the same use as Skype, just for more personal conversations, maybe with 3 or 4 people. I've done that before. I've even gone camera a few times. Oh, well, from time to time.
I've gotten used to this. I haven't turned my Skype on in forever.
Oh, I deleted it off of everything. I didn't like Skype before. I don't like that it was originally intended. It's designed to penetrate networks before Microsoft bought it, which is Microsoft now. But that's on to.
I don't like the changes Microsoft has made to it either.
I mean, it's a good product. I mean, it's nice. It's slick. I can't knock that. I'm just quirky about that. I'm quirky about security things, but then I get lazy. I'm pretty sure somebody could walk. I've had it happen a few times. I've got a rather sophisticated network, and I keep it rather secure. But I've actually had my whole freaking network taken down. I had to sterilize every machine in my home.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
I've been lucky.
Well, I was grateful, and one time it was almost on request. The person I was talking to, they did that probably professionally, but at least as a I'll call him a hobbyist, just to be PC for a moment. And yeah, I knew exactly what the person would do the instant I gave them something that would lead them to my IP address. And I watched what they did, and I learned from that. So I was like, instead of paying a couple $1,000s for penetration testing, and once I did it, I needed penetration testing done. I intentionally went to a rather shitty place and just was asinine and pissed some people off and bragged and just knowing I'd get hit. They hit, but they never got in. Or if they did, I didn't recognize it.
Right.
Yeah, you can game the system, get free penetration testing too.
Yeah, I try not to piss people off like that because, I have no security measures on mine. That's for my laptop, my old HP laptop. I've been through 3 laptops. I still have my old HP laptop. We all know what they do. They overheat. It's still one of the best. Keyboard don't work, so I got to use, wireless keyboards on it. But it's Old Faithful, and I get on that. I know I'm safe. I can do what I need to do. Get off, put it away.
Yep.
But yeah, like I said, I've enjoyed this. I think other people probably, once they get tuned in more, start actually watching some of this, especially when I break it down to shorter segments. I think they're going to get a lot out of it, and I'm looking forward to see all that feedback. Because like I said, me and you both have 2 different ideals, in a sense. We have 2 different ways of looking at things. But as you was pointing out, I can somewhat articulate, which thankfully I'm an empath. Sometimes it helps. I can read those energies and pick up the imagery to interpret. Yeah.
I hope I make that easy for you, by the way. I open up a little bit more energetically to let that be accessible. Sometimes I send it intentionally. Sometimes I get all wrapped up in stuff and don't give it any.
Well, last night it was hard to do that.
I probably had my guard up.
No, it wasn't that. You were open.
Oh, okay.
We just started getting a crowd. Everything just started popping in. They wanted to listen, and it was like, whoa, where are you guys coming from? Remember, I ended up bringing up the comment, well, who the hell's drinking alcohol?
Oh, yeah.
I went to take a drink of my cup of coffee. That's when I started looking around. It's like, because I'm open, I'm like, oh, shit, the room's crowded. I mean, you know what I mean, and other people out there know what I mean. And you made, somewhere down the road, you had made the point, too, that, wow, there's other things here coming, wanting to share their input.
Uh-huh. Oh, for sure. When conversations like this happen, lots of things will gravitate to it. I've got a cheese. Yeah, I've got a bubble around that stops most of the really bad ones. But I've got kind of an open door policy in a way. That part of it has to do, we'll discuss this someday. Part of it has to do with I do have an open portal intentionally.
Right.
Extremely well guarded. If anything gets near the portal without a particular pattern in its consciousness, it must be allowed through, and that pattern is what allows it through. If it doesn't, I'm not sure exactly what happens to them. What I perceive is they simply end up somewhere else. But I'm pretty sure if something really tried hard enough, that it could actually be in some way obliterated. Because this isn't one of those.
Actually watched that.
This isn't one of those portals that's a plaything.
Right.
I was taught by a spirit that was here for a long time. People that lived here thought it was a ghost. My wife and her family, they lived here for a long time, and I just had a period of time where it taught me how to do something that I already had taught myself halfway. It taught me the rest of it. Apparently, it was waiting for someone to come along that could take its place. And so I guess I'm kind of a keeper now.
Yeah. I mean,
of course, the portal can be moved, but there's a tip. There's a trick to it. You link them to magnetic field lines.
Mm-hmm. There's a few other tricks to it too. Oh
yeah, some I'll say, some I won't.
Just like this place, like I explained, I think a lot of this last night. My grandfather set this up. This place is a sanctuary. Anything can come in. There's rules, and you break those rules. I've seen some of the pure evil things come here for sanctuary.
Wow.
They won't come in the house. And the ones that have, last night there was a couple that came in the house that caught my attention. It's like, but it's already been proven what happens when one steps out of line. And they don't like breaking, and that's something I've noticed, they like having a place where they can come, sanctuary, where they, I guess even they get tired of dealing with what they got to deal with. So this comes like a vacation spot for them. They can come here, chill, recharge, out set up. They can recharge here. Then go about their business.
Kind of the same. I guess that's kind of the same as here. That's allowed. Except crows. For some reason, crows can't come to my property. They're not allowed.
I wish that was the case here.
One last point I'll make.
Go ahead.
Okay. One last point I'll make. Shit, now I forgot it. So go ahead, and I'll probably remember it in a second.
Yeah, I was going to say there was only one that tested the theory and managed to cause a little bit of chaos. And that was the one I discussed last night about that was actually set there for me. It managed to get in the house, but I tell you what, it got thrown out, slammed up against the house, and it never came back. In fact, it wasn't allowed back. I mean, you literally heard, everybody heard it get slammed up against the window.
Wow.
The door opened, the door closed. The other next door opened, closed, and the next thing you hear against the window outside was a loud slam as it was slammed up against the house. Like, ooh. That's when I realized it was like, although I was also left the impression that I had to take it back to where it came from. Knowing full damn well I had to take it back to, but I tell you what, it never bothered me after that. At least for a while. So there's certain things, so I don't mind when I see them pop in. They're here for either wrestling. Like last night, they were here because they wanted to listen and share what they had. So it was like, cool. I'm not going to tell you to get out, because normally those types aren't allowed in the house. Not even my own, when I start choosing, are allowed in the house.
Yeah, my last point. I had a friend. It's pretty brief. I had a friend. He's a friend of mine. He's just a good manipulator. and we'll do it from time to time. And it was kind of annoying me. So I did an experiment. I don't normally use words of this style, but it was simple, essentially no manipulation in this room. And the first few times he came over after that, he just acted kind of weird and kept shutting himself up over everything. And he'd spit and sputter and try to say things. And if he was being straightforward and honest, even a little deceitful, he could get away with. He was nice and smooth. I mean, butter smooth. Almost like that was made even easier. But after a while, he finally got to where he wouldn't visit me back here at all. To the point of actually getting antsy and uncomfortable. I got to get out of here. I don't know what's wrong with this room. I got to get out of here. It was funny.
I can think of a few people I'd like to do that to. Well, I do it to them myself, so I guess I can't say that. I know how to do that myself.
You end up fucking yourself up that way too. I did myself too a little bit. I found some things I just couldn't go there. When that great, I'd just stop myself and say it different or whatever. I don't normally get too far into what you consider manipulation.
I try not to.
Yeah,
that's the extent of it, because I know anything we do and everything we do is a form of manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't try to manipulate others.
Right. I know what you mean.
Not necessarily. I try to. My form of manipulation is the form that makes you think. It just kicks loose the cobwebs from your brain.
Yeah. Yeah, that manipulation tends to be totally appropriate. It's the kind where, it's like, well, I'm going to trick this person. I'm going to manipulate this person into giving me some money or doing things for me, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
of course,
that's not happening.
Yeah. Yeah. It can come in handy at times.
You do that, you end up giving it to somebody else anyway.
Yep. Then I'm not rich should tell you I either suck really bad at it or don't do it.
Exactly. I guess I'm just comfortable in what I got. Would I like to have more? Yeah, but why?
Oh, the goals I have, the things I want to do in the world, the things I want to do in this world for others require it.
Right.
But I just don't have very many. I'd like a nice car. Yes, I would really enjoy a $50,000 to $100,000 car. I don't mind that at all. I don't consider that wrong at all. Not a status symbol so much. I just appreciate quality. I wouldn't mind getting a Mercedes-Benz or something like that, Cadillac. But those just don't. I can't muster any intent.
Yeah.
And if I'm not feeling the intent, if I know it's just like it's just a shiny thing that I want, I've learned. I know better than to put anything other than just regular, ordinary work towards it. If I got the money, I'll buy it. But I just can never muster any your true will kind of intent. And I'm so on the great work and following my true will, and even I've discovered part of it. And part of it I just want to do. I want to help the world in a big way. I'll tell you what, some of the things I want to do, you got to start counting it in tens of billions.
Oh, yeah.
So I totally 100% expect in the future I'll sign papers that means that I'm the one in charge of how these, 10, 20, $100 billion gets spent. Unless the economy changes before then and we don't use money. 10, 20 years from now, I totally expect to be managing those things, but it won't be mine necessarily. I'll just be the consciousness that's directing how that energy gets put to use, to put it in the abstract.
Right.
I'll help generate it and help distribute it, I guess you could say. Put it to work. Not distribute the money. I've figured out when you just start handing money out, it wrecks things. Use the money to do something good.
I think that's where my teacher gets on me a lot. If he's got me any disappointment, it's the fact that he gives. He said it a few times. I've given you all the tools, but you don't use them. Well, I don't have the need or desire to. You know, what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point of having all that money that I'm not going to be able to do nothing with? But there is a point where, yeah, it's needed at certain things. But when you start doing that, in my opinion, it just sets you up more. It's never enough.
Right.
For my comfort zone.
I don't work for the possessions or for the money. I just work for the end goal. Not the end goal. There's a better way of putting it. I don't want to get that wordy right now since we're wrapping it up. I just focus on some future condition or state of being. It's trickier. It's a lot easier when you can visualize a specific physical thing. But I've seen, mostly in others, I learned from others' mistakes. I've seen so many people that, one of my teachers, $1 million in a year, he did it like it was, he could do it with both hands tied behind his back and lost it just as fast. Mm-hmm. His own arrogance got to him. He got big-headed and it slapped him down. And I've heard so many stories like that I've seen some of them with my own eyes. I've seen people take magic and they just wreck their lives. And I've seen others that work for material things, and because they've got a good heart, they've got some concept of a true will. They're not so ego bound. That seems to be fairly balanced. Okay, they're not evil about it. They want what they want. They're not ashamed of that. Fuck you, I want a Bentley. Okay, here we go. I'm going to make a Bentley happen. And they do. They're not ego bound about it. They just, for whatever reason, that's their particular thing they want. And they get it. They don't lose it. They don't wreck their life. They don't throw their family. They don't say, oh, I got a Bentley now. I can get laid and go and get laid and lose their wife and their family or anything. That's a pretty typical one.
Yeah. I guess for me, I just don't have the desire to do it. I'm sure one day I might have a desire to do something a little bit more for myself. Right now, it's not for me. I'm not, I'm content and happy. But I've also experienced it. The things I need, they'll come about.
Yes.
I don't have to worry or want or do the ritual, those powerful rituals that everybody has to do. I just know when it's time, it'll come about. It's already been manifested, and it's done, So I've kind of just learned to live that lifestyle to where it's,
what you're doing right now will bring it. What you're doing right now will bring it. Probably not fast. I've just learned this. I shouldn't put any doubt in your mind. Wow, I just made a big mistake. But whatever, I'll go with it. What I've learned, it doesn't come as fast as my ego would want. Right. But I've seen the opportunities that are presenting themselves to me, and one side of me is stressed to the max, thinking, how am I going to pay my bills? The other side says, dude, chill out and relax. We got this.
Just don't actually, honestly, right now, doing what I'm doing now, this is actually rewarding to me. More rewarding than you putting money in my hand.
Oh, hell yeah.
Although, so, I mean, that's kind of the mentality I have, because I know when I need something, it'll be put in my hand. The better mentality to have on it, in my opinion. Yes, you're not going to be filthy fucking rich, which would be nice, but what are you going to do about that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to do where I'm comfortable, where I could actually not have to worry about other things and be able to sit here and just do this type of stuff every day, all day long, put all my focus into it. That would be nice.
Do you ever wonder, though, if you had the money before you started this, would you have done this? Because I've had to ask myself. I don't think I would. I've had to ask myself that question. It took about a year or so to answer it honestly. No, I wouldn't have.
I don't think I would, because I'd be too busy doing other things. I'd actually get caught in the material world before I had a chance to experience this humbling experience and find a connection, something I love doing. Now, if opportunity would ever come, I wouldn't want to break away from this because I have that. In fact, I'd want to take that and invest it so I can reach a bigger audience.
Yeah, and that's probably what will cause it to come, is that, I guess you could say, now the universe or your own higher self now understands and knows he's ready. Maybe not, though, because I've thought that myself and had it take longer. There were things I was missing.
Right. I've always viewed that when it's time for something to happen, it'll happen.
Yep.
Until then, just worrying about it, giving it thought. What will be, will be. Do what put me on the occult path. That one little saying from the Christian Bible, from the Book of Psalms, there was a section that talked about that, and what will be, period. Oh, yeah, we're about done. We got 5 minutes left. So, damn. Guess we didn't do an 8-hour broadcast.
Yeah, whatever. It's pushing the limits. We push YouTube to the max, to the limit.
Yep.
Push our own limits, too. It takes some stamina.
Which I didn't realize an hour went by because it didn't seem like it.
Mm-mm.
You know, it's just like, that's some also things I do try to imprint. Not imprint, but tell people. And that's the hardest part, because I don't think it was because of my environment that allowed me to experience those things, see those things manifest into the action, that a lot, that I've seen a couple students have a hard time. They can't take that mentality because, they're not in the right environment. So they can't take that leap of faith and just believe it's going to be.
Yeah.
Until they reach that point in their life where that environment forces that belief so they can see it, which, doesn't matter how much you beat it in your students, you got to get that concept out of your head. You got to see something to believe it. You got to believe it before you even see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way it works. Because eventually, it's going to come back full circle. You're going to be forced into that situation to where you're going to have to do something and believe it's going to come about. And you might wish you'd listened to me when you was a student instead of being so stubborn and pig-headed. As I've told a few students, but hey, listen, there's nothing more you can learn from me until you take that step.
So on that note, I'll go ahead and say good night. Let you do the I'll let you wrap it up. I don't have any other points to make right now that wouldn't take another 8 hours.
Yeah, if I could even come up with another topic, we'll be at it for another 8 hours. And I really need to go eat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, guys, like I said, I've got some new stuff coming out this week. Weekends will be for this. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will break these down into shorter segments for you. There will be a title, Cottage Cheese. Enjoy that one, because I personally have enjoyed that one throughout the whole night thinking on it. It's just been, it was fun. It was just one of those moments that came out of nowhere. It was like, cottage cheese. Essay. And I actually, if it was a real person, I hope you do the essay on this video about cottage cheese.
Yes, please do so. And don't be afraid to ask for more help.
Yeah. I mean, it was cottage cheese. I mean, that's what I'm going to end the note on, cottage cheese, guys. I'm going to go eat. You guys have a good night. I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow, Chris. Thank you for being a part of these streams.